Chapter 1. The Kaishin Zamasu. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaishins, Zamasu clenched his left fist while extending his right hand, adorned with a serene smile and an air of composure. Across from him, Jebet bore a grave expression, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his pupils reflecting a hint of trepidation. Bang! With a gentle kick, Zamasu struck Jebet's ruddy face. Boom! Jebet collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Thank you for the match," Zamasu said, slightly bowing as he extended a hand to help Jebet up. Nearby, the Kaishin of the 7th universe, Shin, and the Kaishin of the 10th universe, Gaosu, stood side by side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Shin's face bore a trace of astonishment, while Gaosu smiled broadly. Zamasu was originally the North Kaishin of the 10th universe, wasn't he? Shin inquired. Indeed, he is currently training under my guidance to become the Kaishin of the 10th universe, Gaosu affirmed with a nod. Even among all the Kaishins, he stands out remarkably, Shin remarked with a slight smile. He is my Ancient Millennium disciple, and I am thoroughly satisfied with both his martial prowess and character, Gaosu replied, pride evident in his expression. Having traversed to this realm, Zamasu had been in his new form for several months. He was acutely aware of his destined fate, and in this current timeline, there was a significant risk of being obliterated by Beerus. Consequently, after becoming Zamasu, he committed himself to rigorous training while striving to cultivate a tranquil heart. For only with a serene heart could one hope to better control the body that could fall into a berserk state. Moreover, a calm heart was a prerequisite for a Saiyan's growth in super cells. After months of diligent effort, Zamasu had garnered Gaosu's trust and even established a budding friendship with the god of destruction, Rumshur. In the original narrative, Zamasu had slain Gaosu to ascend as the Kaishin of the 10th universe. However, Zamasu now deemed such an act foolish. For the present Zamasu, vanquishing Gaosu would be a trivial task. Yet, should he do so, it would only be a matter of time before Beerus and Whis came knocking, potentially even alerting the Omni King. Zamasu believed that only by rightfully inheriting the position of Kaishin of the 10th universe could he better realize his ambitions. "Then I shall take my leave," Shin smiled gently. "Zamasu, I wish you a swift ascent to the position of Kaishin." "Thank you," Zamasu replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Whoosh! Shin and Jebet departed. "Zamasu, your performance today was most impressive," Gaosu remarked, his gaze filled with admiration. "It is thanks to the guidance of Lord Kaishin," Zamasu replied with a subtle smile. Subsequently, Gaosu led Zamasu to a room filled with orbs of imagery, directing his attention to one in particular. "Zamasu, take a look at this planet, known as Babari." Gaosu gestured toward a globe covered in lush green forests. Zamasu gazed intently and observed two monstrous beings wielding sticks, engaged in a primitive and bloody combat. Recently, humanoid beings have emerged there, albeit rather ferocious, Gaosu stated gravely. "Zamasu, what do you propose we do?" "Watch over them," Zamasu replied instantly. "Our duty is to safeguard peace. When a planet loses its tranquility or its balance is disrupted, it is the responsibility of Kaishin to guide them back on track. In the case of Babari, if observing them for a year proves insufficient, then we shall watch over them for 1,000 years, or even 10,000, assisting them on their path to peace and nurturing a beautiful home." Upon hearing Zamasu's words, Gaosu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face. After a brief silence, Gaosu trembled as he removed two patera earrings from his ears, extending them to Zamasu with both hands. "Gaosu, congratulations on passing the rigorous trials from this day forth. You shall be the new Kaishin of the 10th universe," Gaosu proclaimed as he placed the earrings into Zamasu's hands. He then produced a box containing a time ring and excitedly added, "Finding a disciple like you is the greatest consolation of my life. Ha! From today on, I can retire and enjoy my twilight years." Chapter 2. Beerus comes knocking. After a series of elaborate ceremonies, Zamasu finally ascended to the role of Kaishin of the 10th universe. "Then I shall return to my homeland." "Zamasu, you will undoubtedly be an exceptional Kaishin," Gaosu said with satisfaction. A subtle smile graced Zamasu's lips, revealing a hint of delight. From this moment onward, this world shall be under my dominion. After bidding farewell to Gawasu, Zamasu eagerly donned the time ring. All right, it's time to take action. Zamasu had awaited this day. For a long time, his cultivation of character and martial skill had nearly reached perfection. However, Zamasu soon realized that his body was far too weak. No matter how hard he tried, the likelihood of further enhancement seemed exceedingly slim. In his battle against Jebet, Zamasu estimated his strength to be at best on par with a Super Saiyan of the second level. In this era, where deities were particularly active, a second-level Super Saiyan was simply inadequate. The only way to grow stronger was to exchange bodies with the most powerful Saiyan. At present, Zamasu held Broly in high esteem among all Saiyans. Unfortunately, in Zamasu's timeline, Broly had already been vanquished by Goku and others, rendering him non-existent. Fortunately, Zamasu possessed the time ring, allowing him to traverse timelines, and with his ability to instantaneously move, the quest for the Super Dragon Balls will be greatly facilitated. Yet, just as Zamasu was about to utilize instant transmission to seek out an individual, he spotted two familiar figures at the entrance of the temple. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the figures were none other than Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus, from the 7th universe. Their sudden visit prompted Zamasu to ponder whether his future self had indeed exchanged bodies with Goku. "Are you Zamasu?" Beerus inquired, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Zamasu. "Indeed, I am a newly appointed Kaishin, Zamasu." "You must be Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe," Zamasu replied, maintaining his composure with a slight smile. "What? You are the new Kaishin? Where's that old fool, Gawasu?" Beerus exclaimed, taken aback and visibly startled. "Lord Gawasu has passed on the position of Kaishin to me. He has returned to his homeland." "I just saw him off," Zamasu responded with a calm smile, then inquired, "Are you here to seek me or Lord Gawasu?" "Whis, is this true?" Beerus gritted his teeth, questioning. "It is indeed true," was confirmed with a nod. "According to the records from the Divine Realm, Gawasu has indeed transferred the position of Kaishin to Zamasu." "What?" Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned closer to Whis, whispering, "This is troublesome. He is now the Kaishin, and a legitimate one at that. If I destroy him, Rumshire would perish as well." "This is indeed a vexing matter," Whis agreed, nodding thoughtfully. "May I inquire what brings you both here?" Zamasu asked with a smile. "Where is Lord Gawasu currently located?" Beerus pondered for a moment before asking. "Since you are looking for Lord Gawasu, very well, I shall fetch him for you," Zamasu replied with a slight smile. "Please wait a moment. There is exquisite tea available over there for your enjoyment." With that, Zamasu waved goodbye to Whis and Beerus. Whoosh! In an instant, Zamasu vanished using instant transmission. The next moment, Zamasu appeared directly in the palace of Rumshire, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. "Ah, Zamasu, the newly appointed Kaishin. Ha ha! What brings you to my humble abode?" Rumshire greeted Zamasu with a friendly wave, his elephant trunk slightly raised in welcome. Previously, Zamasu had fostered a good relationship with Rumshire, and now that they shared a life, their bond had grown even closer. "Lord Kusu and Lord Rumshire, the angel and god of destruction from the 7th universe, have arrived in my Kaishin realm," Zamasu stated, leaving the rest unsaid. Zamasu was aware of the slight animosity between Rumshire and Beerus, with Beerus now in the 10th universe. It was unreasonable to expect Rumshire to remain composed. "What? That guy Beerus? What does he want?" Rumshire exclaimed, leaping to his feet, shaking off his surprise, his elephant trunk swaying angrily as he glowered. "That wildcat wouldn't dare try to cause trouble in our universe, would he? From what I gather, it seems they're seeking Lord Guas," Zamasu remarked candidly. "What on earth do they want with that old man Guas? That wildcat must be lying. I shall go and investigate." Ramsey gritted his teeth and called out to Kes behind him. "Come, we shall set forth immediately to Zama's realm of the Supreme Kai." Kes, the angel of Universe 10, appeared as an endearing young girl, with flowing silver hair and bright, expressive eyes, exuding an undeniable charm. "Very well, Lord Ramsey," Kes nodded, proposing perhaps we could ask Zamasu to use instant transmission to take us there, which would certainly be more convenient. There is no need for such haste. Arriving in an instant would imply we are eagerly welcoming that old cat. Let him wait. Ramsey huffed, then suggested to Zamasu, there's no need to summon that old kootgwas just yet. You may enjoy some tea over there. Let us plan to gather in your realm of the Supreme Kai in 20 minutes. Understood, Zamasu replied with a smile. Let us depart. Ramsey instructed Kes. Indeed, Kes responded, and together with Ramsey, they transformed into a dazzling spectrum of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Zamasu observed the direction in which they had disappeared, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 3. Arise, Dragon of the Gods. Zamasu refrained from seeking Was, as he surmised that since Whis and Beerus had personally come to him, it was highly probable that a future version of himself had exchanged bodies with Goku, and Beerus' visit was aimed at precipitating his destruction. Zamasu was not foolish given his current strength. Any attempt to confront the god of destruction would be futile. Moreover, being well-versed in the history of Dragon Ball, Zamasu was aware that soon, Shin would acquire evidence of his future body exchange with Goku and the implementation of the human erasure plan on Earth. He needed to act swiftly, for he did not wish to be led by the nose by Beerus. Ramsey, I apologize, I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it in due time. Zamasu spoke softly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Zamasu found himself in the palace where Zuno resided. Who are you? One of Zuno's subordinates barked. I am the Supreme Kai, Zamasu replied with a gentle smile. What? The Supreme Kai? Zuno's gaze fixed upon Zama's patera earrings, and he promptly bowed in respect. Zuno's subordinate also knelt immediately. May I inquire what brings you to me, Supreme Kai? Zuno asked respectfully. I have come to pose a few questions, and I hope you will answer them candidly, Zamasu stated, his expression calm, yet exuding a degree of authority. Supreme Kai, please feel free to ask. Zuno wiped the sweat from his brow, responding hastily. As for the notion of needing to kiss for answers, Zuno would not dare suggest such a thing to the Supreme Kai. If I were to exchange bodies with a legendary Super Saiyan Broly, could I control him perfectly? Zamasu inquired with a playful smile. Ah, you wish to exchange bodies with the legendary Super Saiyan? Zuno's face was a canvas of shock. You need only answer my questions, do not ask what is unnecessary. Zama's countenance darkened. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is currently deceased. If the Supreme Kai wishes to exchange bodies with him, one must travel back in time to find the living Broly, Zuno replied truthfully. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses an extraordinarily powerful energy, far exceeding that of the current Supreme Kai. Perfect control of his body would only be feasible if it were Broly prior to the age of 4, as he would still be in his developmental phase, with his energy, temperament, and combat abilities yet to mature. However, if the Supreme Kai were to exchange bodies with Broly before the age of 4, the Supreme Kai's current strength would be significantly diminished, as assuming a new body would necessitate nearly starting over in training, except for the Supreme Kai's divine soul. Starting over, you say? Zamasu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief silence, Zamasu posed another question. Once I exchange bodies, my abilities, such as instant transmission, will remain unaffected, correct? Indeed, the Supreme Kai remains the Supreme Kai thus. All skills can be utilized as usual, Zuno responded. Zamasu fell silent, lost in contemplation for a moment. Zuno gazed at Zamasu, hesitating to speak. The 7 Super Dragon Balls, where are they located? Zamasu suddenly inquired. I am unsure why the Supreme Kai is asking about the Super Dragon Balls, Zuno replied, slightly taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. Questions best left unasked should remain, so this is your second warning, Zamasu spoke coldly. Understood, Zuno's eyes darted, but he obediently divulged the locations of the Super Dragon Balls one by one to Zamasu. Very well, thank you. Zamasu smiled faintly. Lord Kaishin, do you truly wish to exchange bodies with Broly? Zuno inquired cautiously. Do not ask questions that ought not to be asked. For the third time, Zamasu retorted coldly. This is a matter of your own choosing. With a swift motion, Zamasu conjured an energy sphere, its surface flickering with flames and arcs of lightning. He hurled the energy sphere, which struck Zuno's planet with a tremendous explosion. Boom! With a deafening roar, Zuno's planet shattered into cosmic dust in the blink of an eye. 15 minutes later, Zamasu had successfully gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. One cannot deny the remarkable utility of the Kaishin's instant transmission. As long as one knows the precise location, a mere thought suffices to transport oneself there. For Zamasu, gathering these 7 Super Dragon Balls was exceedingly effortless. "Arise, Dragon of the Gods, and grant my wish," Zamasu summoned in the divine tongue. Swish! A colossal golden dragon, shimmering across the cosmos, appeared in all its majesty and grandeur. "This is indeed the Dragon of the Gods. How magnificent!" Zamasu marveled. Chapter 4. The wish fulfilled. Young Kaishin, speak forth your desire. The authoritative voice of the dragon resonated from all directions that, "O dragon, grant me the ability to manipulate time, allowing me to traverse the fabric of time at will. Whether to revisit the past or venture into the future." Zamasu articulated his wish. This desire had been long contemplated by Zamasu, for only through traversing different timelines could he challenge loftier ambitions. As for the wish for immortality, Zamasu deemed it unworthy. Immortality, by its very definition, implies a body that never perishes. Yet, Zamasu understood that in the realm of Dragon Balls, it is the soul that governs the body. True immortality lies in the everlasting nature of the soul. Zamasu recalled a statement made by the god of destruction Beerus in Dragon Ball Super, seemingly directed at Frieza, warning that should he disobey, his soul would be obliterated, rendering even the dragon powerless to resurrect him. Thus, it was evident that if the soul were to be completely extinguished, that individual would cease to exist, just as in the original narrative. Zamasu had once wished for immortality through the dragon, only to ultimately be erased by the Omni King. Buzz! The dragon emitted a thunderous roar. "Young Kaishin, your wish has been granted. Farewell." Upon uttering this, the dragon transformed into 7 streams of light, dispersing across the cosmos. With the dragon's departure, the Super Dragon Balls dimmed, and the next opportunity to fulfill a wish would not arise for another year. Now that I possess the ability to manipulate time, let me first return to witness Broly's era. Zamasu mused with a slight smile. He then closed his eyes, mentally envisioning the past associated with Broly, specifically around the age of 3. Broly at 3 years old would be approximately 20 years prior. Snap! Zamasu opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with brilliance. In the next moment, he observed the surrounding space warping and compressing, revealing layers of vibrant colors. To his delight, Zamasu realized he had indeed returned to the past. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, a crystal ball materialized in his hand. This crystal ball was a unique tool of the Kaishin, enabling him to view individuals he wished to see simply by focusing his thoughts. After traversing through time, Zamasu diligently honed various skills unique to the Kaishin, establishing a more solid foundation than even Shin from the 7th universe. Skills such as this crystal ball were beyond Shin's capabilities, known only to the elder Kaishin of the 7th universe. Swish! As Zamasu chanted incantations, Broly's figure swiftly appeared within the crystal ball. That moment, the diminutive Broly, barely 40 centimeters tall, was curled up amidst a pile of refuse, his body marred with wounds, seemingly on the brink of death. Beside him lay a corpse, presumably that of his biological father, Paragus. Zamasu's mind raced. At this juncture, Broly's overwhelming power had incited fear in King Vegeta, leading him to attempt to eliminate Broly to avert future threats. However, King Vegeta likely underestimated Broly's latent potential. After Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta, Broly had survived, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Zamasu gazed intently at Broly, contemplating the body he was soon to inhabit. In the next moment, Zamasu began to explore, setting his sights on Earth. Swish! In an instant, Zamasu materialized at Korin Tower on Earth. Meow! Korin, startled, bristled with fear. Upon sensing the divine energy radiating from Zamasu, Korin was left speechless and, after a brief moment of silence, hastily knelt before him. "Young sage, I request a Senza bean from you," Zamasu said with a smile. "A Senza bean?" "Meow, of course, of course." Korin hastily produced a Senza bean, reverently offering it to Zamasu while inquiring with concern. Great God, is one bean sufficient? Thank you. Zamasu accepted the Senza bean and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Korin collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Swish! In the next moment, Zamasu appeared beside Broly. Broly lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, his body utterly still. Who goes there? What are you doing? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. In an instant, two young Scions clad in Scion armor appeared before Zamasu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chapter 5. The body exchange. This fellow's attire is rather peculiar. Perhaps he is a tourist? One remarked with a cold laugh. How fortuitous. I was just bored and in need of someone to toy with. That green-skinned brat. Tell me from which planet you hailed. If I am in a good mood, I may visit your world for some fun. The other added with an arrogant smirk, I am a god. To desecrate the divine is to invite death. Zamasu narrowed his eyes. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy emanated from Zamasu. Boom! Before the two Scions could comprehend what was happening, they were obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Having dispatched the two Scions, Zamasu placed his hand atop Broly's head. With a gesture, he utilized his divine power to cleanse Broly's body thoroughly and adorned him in a fresh set of garments. In the next moment, Zamasu cradled the unconscious Broly in his arms as if he were a cherished child. Swish! Zamasu executed instant transmission, vanishing from planet Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, Zamasu reappeared on the planet where Zuno resided. Although Zamasu had destroyed Zuno's planet in his current timeline, the Zuno of 20 years ago still thrived. I am the Kaishin. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Zamasu stated directly, proclaiming his intent. Kaishin, Super Dragon Balls? What are your intentions? Zuno inquired, astonished. Do not ask what should remain unasked. For the first time, Zamasu replied coldly, his expression flickering with murderous intent. Understood. Zuno promptly divulged the locations of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Cautiously inquiring, might I ask what wish the Kaishin seeks to fulfill with the Dragon Balls? For the second time, Zamazu's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord Kaishin truly has a sense of humor. Zuno chuckled nervously, his gaze fixating on Broly. Could that 3-year-old child be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? What is his connection to Lord Kaishin? For the third time, Zamasu snorted coldly, swiftly conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. Boom! The energy sphere struck Zuno's planet, instantly shattering it into cosmic dust along with Zuno himself. Suddenly, Zamasu realized that, rather than improving, Broly's condition had grown increasingly frail in his arms. Zamasu needed to expedite his search for the 7 Super Dragon Balls. This time, Zamasu managed to gather the scattered 7 Super Dragon Balls from the 6th and 7th universes in just about 10 minutes, cutting 5 minutes off his previous time. The Eternal Dragon appeared once more. Eternal Dragon, grant me the ability to exchange bodies with this child, Zamasu declared, shoving a Senza bean into Broly's mouth. Younger Kaishin, your wish has been granted. Farewell, the Eternal Dragon intoned, as the dragon's voice faded. Zamasu felt his soul detach from his body and swiftly surge into Broly's form. Simultaneously, Broly's spirit emerged from his crown and entered Zamasu's body. In the next moment, Zamasu was overwhelmed by a sense of weakness and helplessness. His new body had sustained grave injuries, nearly leading to death. Fortunately, Zamasu's soul was sufficiently robust. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed entirely. Zamasu quickly bit down on the Senza bean and swallowed it. Instantly, waves of powerful energy coursed through him, revitalizing his vitality. When Zamasu opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to see his original body, the green skin form, floating before him, seemingly unconscious. It appeared that both Broly's body and soul had endured a dual assault. Despite being the legendary Super Saiyan, his youth rendered him vulnerable. Disregarding Broly, Zamasu swiftly assessed his new body. As Zuno had suggested, the energy of his previous form had vanished entirely. He now possessed only the energy of this new body. Zamasu attempted to unleash his energy, sensing its remarkable potency. Indeed, being a legendary Super Saiyan, even at the tender age of 3, the energy he could generate was astonishing. Could I possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Zamasu pondered, reigniting the aura around him. Chapter 6. The Objective. Training ultimately. Zamazu's efforts resulted only in a surge of energy, failing to trigger a transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps the legendary Super Saiyan indeed transforms through rage? Zamasu decided to set such thoughts aside for now. His priority should be to find a suitable location to acclimate to his new body and regain his peak condition. Just then, Zamasu noticed that Broly, who had taken over his former body, had suddenly lost vitality, silently hovering in the vastness of space. What could be happening? Upon inspecting Broly, Zamasu discovered that he had perished. Zamasu shook his head slightly, speculating that Broly's soul lacked the strength necessary to endure the sudden transition into a divine form, compounded by his already injured spirit, leading to his unfortunate demise. Zamasu felt no sorrow over this. With a flick of his wrist, he obliterated his previous body entirely. From this day forth, I shall no longer be Zamasu. I shall be known as Broly. Broly clenched his fists tightly. Though his new body's energy was but a fraction of his former self, he could distinctly sense the boundless potential within the legendary Super Saiyan physique, that if he committed to rigorous training, surpassing his previous form would be a trivial matter. Resolute, Broly determined to find a suitable location to train diligently. Allowing himself time to adapt to this new body, as he prepared to instantaneously move to another planet, he discovered that his teleportation only yielded minimal movement. Damn it, adapting to this body is proving to be quite the challenge. Nevertheless, Broly understood that such difficulties were temporary. Once he fully acclimated, everything would fall into place. Broly executed 10 consecutive teleportations, searching for a planet conducive to his training, preferably one with 10 times the gravity to enhance his physical conditioning. Additionally, although Broly currently possessed the soul of God and could survive in the vacuum of space, it would be more prudent to seek a planet with breathable air, as this new body still required oxygen to sustain life. In the vast expanse of the universe, a spaceship belonging to Frieza hovered in this starry domain at that moment. One of Frieza's subordinates rushed into the grand hall where Frieza resided, bowing respectfully. "What is it?" Frieza inquired, casting a glance at the subordinate while sipping from a glass of red wine. "Lord Frieza, we have detected a Saiyan with dark green hair moving through space at incredible speed," the subordinate reported. "Moving through space? Can Saiyan survive in the vacuum of space?" Frieza frowned. The subordinate remained silent. "Do we have any information on this dark-haired Saiyan?" Frieza asked, momentarily taken aback. "Not yet," the subordinate replied, shaking his head in confusion. Swish, Frieza's eyes emitted a pair of crimson beams, incinerating the subordinate on the spot. "Useless fool. If you lack information, what purpose do you serve?" Frieza's expression darkened, his nostrils flaring in irritation. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and shift the view to the scene," Frieza ordered, "and immediately investigate this individual's background." Dodoria, standing nearby, issued commands to the subordinates. Crack! No sooner had Dodoria spoken than the image materialized in the grand hall. Frieza and his minions gazed in astonishment as they beheld a small Saiyan child with dark green hair, flickering in and out of view. That Frieza's eyes widened, his body momentarily frozen in disbelief. This child is indeed a Saiyan. His tail affirms his identity. Dodoria's body trembled slightly as he could not help but exclaim, "Who is he? Aren't Saiyans incapable of surviving in space? Have we obtained any data on this monkey?" Dodoria turned to his subordinates, raising his voice. "Lord Frieza, Mr. Dodoria, we have found him. His name is Broly. He is currently 3 years old and is said to possess a battle power of 10,000 at birth." One subordinate raised his hand and responded, "Chapter 7. Targeted by Frieza. Oh, a battle power of 10,000 at birth. I wonder how much it has increased by now at the age of 3. Frieza mused with interest. "Lord Frieza." Dodoria quickly activated a scouter to assess Broly's battle power, releasing a sigh of relief as he continued, "It remains at 10,000, with no increase. Yes, that's so. What a pity. I'd hoped for a significant rise in his battle power," Frieza remarked with a slight smile, resting his chin on his hand. "That in 3 days, all Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. How delightful it would be to host a planetary fireworks celebration." "Yes," Zabo and Dodoria responded with bows. "As for this little monkey, Dodoria, go and capture him. He may prove to be a valuable asset with proper training." Frieza chuckled softly, his tail swaying gently as he tapped the spaceship's floor. Understood. Doria bowed in acquiescence that Broly's instant transmission was now capable of traversing increasingly greater distances, which brought him immense satisfaction. This indicated that his integration with his body was becoming ever more harmonious. Just then, a colossal spaceship materialized before Broly, accompanied by an overwhelming aura emanating from within. What could that be? Broly couldn't help but pause momentarily, sensing a peculiar familiarity about the spacecraft. He quickly deduced that it resembled Frieza's personal spaceship. Indifferent to the presence of such a being as Frieza, Broly vanished into the starlit expanse after a few flickers. Approximately 20 minutes passed before Broly discovered a suitable primordial planet and plunged himself onto its surface. The gravity of this planet was 10 times that of Earth, boasting remarkably fresh air and a resilient geology, with numerous wild, large animals roaming about. Indeed, a prime location for cultivation, from this moment forth. I shall commence my training from the fundamentals. Broly clenched his fists. 2 hours later, Broly felt his soul and body had completely fused, banishing any discomfort he previously experienced. I wonder what my current battle power is. A test with a scouter would suffice, Broly pondered. And no sooner had he contemplated this than he sensed a powerful energy manifesting in space. Is someone approaching? Broly lifted his gaze skyward. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a circular mini-spaceship hurtling towards the planet at great speed. Whoosh! The mini-spaceship streaked through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of crimson flames, before crashing thunderously onto the ground. As the hatch opened, Doria's rotund, pink figure emerged from within. The scouter indicated that the Scion's little monkey had landed on this planet. Doria glanced around before pressing a button on the scouter. Beep beep. After a mechanical prompt sounded, astonishment spread across Doria's face. Over there, 1,200 kilometers away, battle power 10,000, Doria muttered to himself, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he soared into the air, zipping toward Broly's location. Beep beep. Just then, the scouter emitted another alert. Another reaction? Doria paused, glancing over his shoulder. Upon doing so, Doria's pupils widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, incredulous as he beheld Broly behind him. However, upon seeing Broly's battle power reading, Doria let out a slight sigh of relief. Little monkey, how did you move? How could you possibly appear behind me in an instant from over 1,000 kilometers away? Doria inquired, staring at Broly. Broly, however, focused intently on Doria's scouter, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth that, I almost forgot. You must only be 3 years old, right? It seems a 3-year-old Saiyan doesn't tea-talk much. Doria suddenly recalled something, chuckling self-deprecatingly. So, you can't understand what I'm saying, can you? Scions truly are a lesser race, yet they dare to call themselves a warrior race. What do you wish to say? Broly suddenly spoke, his interest piqued. What? You can talk? Doria's eyes widened in disbelief as he distinctly heard Broly articulate his words. Completely unlike a mere 3-year-old child, Doria, this 3-year-old Scion seemed remarkably mature. Very well, since you can comprehend me, that is all the better. Doria, though surprised, was not frightened. Instead, he spoke with a grin. Lord Frieza holds you in high regard. So if you wish to avoid suffering, it would be best for you to accompany me to meet Lord Frieza. If he wishes to see me, let him come here himself, Broly replied nonchalantly. What did you say? You little monkey have quite the audacity. Who do you think you are, demanding that Lord Frieza come and meet you? Doria burst into laughter. You, with your battle power of only 10,000, are boldly spouting such nonsense. Are all Scions like this? Is that so? Is this a battle power of 10,000? Broly mused, finally grasping his current combat strength. Gradually, he began to elevate his energy. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Doria finished speaking, he noticed the scouter's readings skyrocketing. What? Battle power 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 still rising. Doria's eyes bulged, his expression transforming dramatically. Boom! In the next moment, the scouter Doria war exploded, releasing a plume of smoke, rendering it inoperable that Doria's eyes were filled with terror and unease as he stared unblinkingly at the creature before him. What is the maximum reading your scouter can detect? Broly inquired, intrigued. 55,000, Doria stammered, his scalp prickling with dread. Where did this monster come from? How does a mere 3-year-old possess 50,000 in battle power? Initially, Doria thought the scouter was malfunctioning, but seeing it go off the charts confirmed the truth of Broly's power. 50,000. Broly shook his head slightly. The energy he had just unleashed was merely half of his potential. Thus, he estimated his true battle power to be around 100,000. Clearly, the transfer of bodies had significantly diminished his strength. It is worth noting that the body he had previously inhabited, Zamasu's, had a battle power that could not be quantified numerically. Nonetheless, Broly held no regrets. He understood the might of this new body. Presently at 100,000, given time, he would undoubtedly surpass his former strength with ease. Though slightly disappointed, it was still acceptable. Broly flashed a smile at Doria. I apologize for the interruption. Doria stammered, a bitter smile crossing his lips. I'll go fetch Lord Frieza to come see you. Farewell. With a swift motion, Broly spoke no more. A flash of light ignited in his hand as he unleashed a purplish-red energy blade. This was Zamasu's signature technique. The energy released from his hand could serve as a formidable weapon. What is that? Doria's expression shifted slightly. Broly smirked, aiming the purplish-red blade at Doria's form and thrusting it forward. With a muffled sound, the energy blade pierced through Doria's body. Doria let out a chilling, tragic scream, a torrent of black blood spewing from his mouth. Broly withdrew the energy blade slowly from Doria's form. Lord Frieza, save me. Doria's voice was now feeble. In the next moment, Doria plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the gray terrain as if his life was nearing its end. With a flick of his fingers, Broly activated his divine power against a nearby massive stone. With a sharp crack, the enormous boulder, weighing approximately 10 tons, lifted into the air. Not bad. Though controlling the stone is somewhat taxing, my divine strength remains intact, Broly mused to himself. However, the stone appeared precarious, indicating that Broly's control was not entirely smooth. Go! Broly gestured, sending the colossal boulder hurtling down toward Doria. Sensing something, Doria instinctively lifted his gaze. In that moment, upon seeing the descending stone, Doria nearly leaped from the ground in alarm. What on earth? How did that rock appear? However, Doria found himself devoid of strength to escape, his abdomen pierced through by a swift strike, his life force dissipating rapidly. Boom! In the next instant, a massive stone fell upon Doria, accompanied by a muffled thud, crushing him to a pulp. Chapter 9. The rapidly spinning spaceship Doria could hardly have imagined that he would perish beneath a falling stone. Having eliminated Doria, Broly resumed his earnest training. He understood that his current prowess was far from sufficient. Possessing merely a combat power of 100,000, and he had yet to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Should he inadvertently provoke Frieza, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications in the vastness of the cosmos. Amidst the endless expanse of stars, silence reigned aboard Frieza's spaceship. Oh, are you saying that Doria is dead? Frieza furrowed his brow. That little monkey managed to kill Doria. Doria had lost contact, my Lord Frieza. I suspect he was likely slain by the enemy. Zabo spoke solemnly. Of course, it was not a matter of strength that led to Doria's demise. Something must have gone awry. I certainly know it was not through strength that Doria was killed. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old monkey. Regardless of his battle power, how formidable could he truly be? Frieza scoffed and commanded Zabo. Zabo, you must go and bring him back, no matter what? Yes, my Lord Frieza. Zabo bowed in acknowledgement. 3 days later, while training, Broly suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising once more. Soon after, he noticed a miniature spaceship hurtling toward the planet where he was located. These nuisances are truly vexatious. Broly's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. Swish! In the next moment, Broly teleported directly to the vicinity of the swiftly moving mini spaceship. Crack! Broly aimed both hands at the spaceship, descending toward the ground, unleashing his divine abilities. Clang! Instantly, the speeding spaceship, under the influence of Broly's mental prowess, came to a halt in midair. Spin for me! Broly's hands rotated clockwise. Broly gestured. The suspended mini spaceship began to rotate slowly. Accelerate! Broly's mental energy surged forth, hastening the spinning speed. Whoosh! In the next instant, the mini-spaceship spun rapidly in the air, and as it created friction with the atmosphere, smoke began to billow. Boom! 10 seconds later. The spaceship exploded on the spot, and Zabo's body tumbled to the ground. Looking at Zabo, who was now dazed from the rapid spinning, he lay on the ground, continuously spewing bile. Hey! Broly shouted towards Zabo's direction. Bang! Zabo's body exploded, limbs severed, and his head flew away. Zabo was dead, having been spun to death. After 2 days of training, Broly discovered that his combat power had increased at least twofold, now reaching a height of 200,000. Of course, this level of power was still far from sufficient for Broly. Nevertheless, he felt that this body was truly remarkable, possessing boundless potential energy, a true testament to the legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, Broly had yet to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. If he could achieve that form, his combat power would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Broly speculated that if he truly became the legendary Super Saiyan, his enhancement would surpass that of an ordinary Super Saiyan by a considerable margin. He knew that an ordinary Super Saiyan's transformation would increase their base power by 50 times, while the legendary Super Saiyan lacked official metrics. However, drawing from various cinematic portrayals, it seemed that the legendary Super Saiyan possessed strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in its third form. Should the legendary transformation be further imbued with divine energy, surpassing the Super Saiyan Blue should not pose much of a challenge. Of course, these were merely Broly's conjectures. Whether his strength could indeed exceed that of Super Saiyan Blue remained to be seen. Broly eagerly anticipated a confrontation with Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form, or even Goku utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique. He yearned to prove that he was the purest Saiyan of them all. Additionally, the past 2 days of training had completely restored Broly's divine power. He could now effortlessly lift the massive stone that had crushed Doria, no longer wobbling like he had 2 days prior. Observing Zabo's lifeless body, Broly knitted his brows. This could not continue. If his training were repeatedly interrupted by Frieza's minions, it would become quite troublesome. After some contemplation, Broly resolved to confront this cosmic tyrant. Intending to intimidate him to deter further disturbances, shouldn't Frieza be preoccupied with exterminating Planet Vegeta? Why would he come here to disrupt me? Humph. With a flick of his wrist, a crystal ball materialized in his hand. In the next moment, Broly concentrated his mental energy, causing Frieza's image to materialize within the crystal ball. Chapter 10. Divine Power. A slap from afar aboard Frieza's spaceship. One of his subordinates promptly reported the loss of contact with Zabo. While Frieza remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Interesting, quite interesting that Frieza's triangular eyes glinted with a chilling gaze. 2 of his closest henchmen had vanished without a trace, leaving him, the Cosmic Emperor, feeling quite displeased. My Lord Frieza, aside from a few Saiyans, all others have complied with orders to return to Planet Vegeta, reported a subordinate at that moment. Swish! Frieza's eyes flared crimson, incinerating the hapless subordinate into ashes. Did you not see my displeasure? Frieza inhaled sharply, feeling much better after eliminating one of his own. Frieza, is this all you amount to? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the spaceship, laced with disdain and provocation. Who is speaking? Frieza looked around, suddenly realizing that the voice seemed to emanate from all directions, leaving him utterly bewildered. All the subordinates appeared equally astonished, staring wide-eyed as they searched for the source of Broly's voice. As if they could ever find it, Broly's crystal ball transmitted his voice through divine intent. These mere mortals stood no chance of sensing a divine presence. Who dares? Find them for me. Frieza's face darkened as he barked at his subordinates. I am a god, the greatest god in the universe. Broly's voice resonated with authority and seriousness. A god. Frieza paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, filled with derision. You claim to be a god? How amusing. I'm the Cosmic Emperor. If I wish, I can make you disappear in an instant. Broly fell silent. What is the matter? God, why don't you speak? Have I frightened you? Frieza sneered, continuing to scan for the voice's source. Yet at that moment, the void contracted, revealing a layer of dark mist. In an instant, a small hand emerged from that obsidian space. Smack! That hand delivered 2 crisp slaps across Frieza's face. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the hand vanished without a trace. Everyone aboard the spaceship stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed, as they beheld the humiliated Frieza, a sense of terror and strangeness enveloping the atmosphere. Could it be that this individual is truly a god? Oh my! Frieza touched his stinging cheek, crimson veins appearing in his pupils. He was the cosmic emperor. When had he ever endured such humiliation? However, what instilled a sense of trepidation in Frieza was the possibility that this voice might indeed belong to a deity. Otherwise, from where did that hand emerge? Bang! Just as Frieza was on the brink of madness, a foot abruptly extended from the inky void, appearing behind him. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Frieza felt a jolt to his backside, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Snap! Broly's hand flickered with a purplish-red flame, and with a swift motion, he severed Frieza's tail. Ack! Frieza emitted a heart-wrenching scream, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Frieza, do you still wish to challenge the authority of the divine? Broly's authoritative voice resonated from all directions. And no, I dare not. Frieza hastily knelt, his eyes darting about in a frantic search for the source of that black void, attempting to devise a method to drag this deity out and inflict a beating upon him. However, Broly had already seen through Frieza's furtive maneuvers with his crystal ball. Choosing to withdraw, Broly refrained from further attacking Frieza. He understood that a mere reprimand using his divine will would suffice, for with his current strength, attempting to slay Frieza, whose battle power reached 120 million, would be rather imprudent. Frieza, that scion named Broly, is under divine protection. You cannot harm him. Otherwise, Broly's cold chuckle reverberated, his divine presence expanding further. Chapter 11. The cunning Frieza. Boom! 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 In an instant, the dozen or so minions surrounding Frieza turned a ghastly shade of purple, their bodies exploding into oblivion. Frieza stood agape, paralyzed with fear. Take heed, Frieza. Upon uttering these words, Broly ceased to speak. The spaceship was filled solely with the vivid red of blood and the expression of terror and fury etched on Frieza's face. The atmosphere was deathly silent, Frieza's visage contorted with rage and confusion. He remained oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Could it be that this individual was indeed a god? Infuriating, Frieza clenched his teeth. The remaining minions fell silent, knowing that even their lord Frieza had been toyed with by this deity, and they dared not overstep their bounds. Connect me to the Ginyu Force immediately, Frieza commanded with a stern countenance. My lord Frieza, that person can hear you, one stout minion whispered apprehensively. Oh, you fear him. Frieza narrowed his eyes at the portly subordinate. That I am not afraid. The stout minion stammered. What is your name? Frieza inquired, still narrowing his eyes. Salb, the stout minion replied hastily. Swish! Frieza's hand clutched Salb's neck, lifting him in the air, suspending him mid-flight. Ah! My lord Frieza, spare me! Salb cried out in terror. Bang! 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 Frieza unleashed 3 consecutive punches, each landing squarely on Salb's face. In an instant, Salb's teeth scattered across the ground, his face rendered unrecognizable. Bang! Frieza casually tossed Salb aside, a cold snort escaping his lips. I do not require others to command me. After saying this, Frieza glanced at the operator minion. The minion, ever obedient, had already connected the call to the Ginyu Force while Frieza was delivering his punishment to Salb. Why Lord Frieza? This is Jinyu. Jinyu's voice promptly resonated from the other end. Ah, Jinyu, I have a matter that requires your assistance, Frieza replied with a slight smile. Please, my lord, go ahead. Jinyu responded with utmost respect. On planet 23 in the Eastern Galaxy 432 region, there is a scion approximately 3 years of age. Bring him to me, Frieza commanded, surveying his surroundings with a smug glint in his eyes. A 3-year-old scion? Jinyu echoed, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Frieza replied coldly. My lord Frieza, you cannot be jesting. Jinyu laughed heartily. Do you think I have time for such frivolity? Frieza's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering within. Jinyu, sensing the ominous aura, even from the other end of the line, could not help but shudder. You understand my words, do you not? Frieza queried icily, his displeasure evident. Understood. We will depart immediately and should arrive at that planet in 2 days. Jinyu replied respectfully. Every move Frieza made was laid bare before Broly threw the crystal ball. Just as Broly prepared to further chastise Frieza with his divine abilities, he noticed that Frieza seemed to have fully armed himself, his fists clenched and his entire being on high alert. Clearly, Frieza had made this call to lure Broly into attacking him. Broly was not one to fall for such tricks. Currently, Broly's battle power stood at around 200,000, while Frieza's first form had already reached 530,000. The earlier encounter had been possible primarily due to Frieza's unpreparedness and his failure to maximize his energy. However, Frieza's incessant provocations were starting to irk Broly. It seemed that he would need to train diligently, as the Ginyu Force would soon descend upon this planet, which posed a significant complication. Of course, allowing Frieza to go unpunished was not in Broly's nature. Divine retribution. Broly's commanding voice echoed throughout the spaceship. Boom! In the next instant, Frieza's spacecraft erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Whoosh! Frieza immediately shot upward, suspended high in the vastness of space, his expression twisted in fury. Damn it! Frieza bared his teeth in rage. What? You still do not wish to repent? Broly chuckled lightly, his authoritative voice resounding once more. Humph! I finally understand now. You must be that Broly, Frieza said, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly. When you attacked me earlier, your punches were feeble. It could only be you. Chapter 12. Seeking Broly, I may have underestimated your intellect, Broly replied, unfazed. Just wait. I will personally come to that planet and tear you apart. As Frieza spoke, he extended 4 fingers, declaring, in 4 days, I will arrive at your planet. Enjoy your last 4 days of life to the fullest. Broly dismissed him, knowing that he could no longer remain on this planet. Before long, Frieza would arrive. With Broly's current strength, he was still not equipped to confront Frieza directly. Thus, where would be the most suitable destination? Earth was indeed an excellent choice, but the distance from here to Earth was too great. With Broly's current abilities, he would need to utilize instantaneous movement multiple times to reach Earth, and if he were to make numerous jumps, he might very well be detected by Frieza's minions at some space station in the universe, leading to trouble for Earth. The best course of action now was to locate a planet that he could reach in a single instantaneous move. Broly searched the cosmos. Approximately 10 minutes later, his eyes lit up as he focused on a fiery red planet. That was planet Vegeta. Frieza had concentrated his attention on Broly's current planet, likely forgetting to destroy planet Vegeta. It would be wise for Broly to train on planet Vegeta. Resolute, Broly noted that it would take only 2 instantaneous moves to reach planet Vegeta. Just as he was about to teleport, he glanced down at his diminutive frame and suddenly recalled another approach. This body, merely 3 years old, was still too small, and its development was incomplete. Why should he flip between planets? Did he not possess the power to manipulate time? Broly smiled faintly, then promptly closed his eyes and stretched out his arms. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed, and the surrounding void distorted and warped. In an instant, layers of colorful clouds began to materialize. Whoosh! Broly was transported back a decade into the past. Thus, in this era, he would not be disturbed by anyone. Broly could now cultivate in peace, allowing his power to rise rapidly in the dimension where Frieza resided. 2 days later, 5 mini-spacecraft landed on Broly's home planet. Jinyu and his 4 companions emerged from the vessels, scanning the surroundings with their detectors in search of Broly's presence. To their surprise, the planet appeared to be completely uninhabited. Jinyu, nearly breaking the detector in his frustration, murmured, could it be that Lord Frieza was mistaken? There is no mistake. Lord Frieza stated he was on this planet, and he must be here, Jinyu asserted confidently. Let us split up and search. The moment we spot anything suspicious, we must alert each other. Remember, this individual possesses formidable strength. He has slain both Zabon and Dodoria. However, after a full day and night of searching, Jinyu and his team found no trace of Broly. Little did they know, Broly had already traversed time and returned to this planet a decade earlier. As night fell, Jinyu gazed up at the starry sky, attempting to establish contact with Frieza. Yet, Frieza was also unreachable, as he had lost a spacecraft to Broly's destruction and was now racing through the cosmos unaccompanied and without a detector. Captain, what shall we do now? We have searched the entire planet. If someone capable of annihilating Zabon and Dodoria truly exists here, our detectors should have detected them by now. Jiwais remarked, "We will continue our search tomorrow," Jinyu decided after a moment's contemplation. The following day, Jinyu scoured the planet once more. As night fell again, he stared at the twinkling stars, his expression growing increasingly despondent. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from his detector. "Ah, Lord Frieza. It is Lord Frieza." Jinyu exclaimed with delight. "Jinyu, why are you so pleased? Have you captured that little monkey named Broly?" Frieza inquired. After 2 full days, Frieza had finally located a spacecraft and established contact with Jinyu. My lord. I was just about to report we arrived on this planet 2 days ago, but regrettably, we have searched everywhere without finding the Saiyan named Broly. You have found nothing? Frieza's voice was laced with coldness. We will persist. We shall certainly locate him. Jinyu quickly rectified his tone. Fine, in 2 days, I shall personally visit this planet. I hope you have not disappointed me. Frieza concluded before abruptly severing the communication. At that moment, Frieza's tail had fully regenerated, and he was angrily striking the ground of his spacecraft with it. Those familiar with Frieza understood that this gesture signified his fury on the 3rd night. Jinyu again gazed at the night sky, his expression more tormented than ever. 3 days had passed with no results. As the captain of the Ginyu Force, he felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate the planet in frustration. "Captain, should we continue searching?" Jiwais approached to inquire. "Yes, we must search, especially since Lord Frieza will be arriving tomorrow." Jinyu gritted his teeth, adding, "If I find that little Saiyan, I will make him pay." "Who dares to make me pay?" Just as Jinyu finished speaking, a voice resonated from nearby. Suddenly, the void twisted and contorted, and a figure ominously flickered into view before the 5 members of the Ginyu Force. The figure had dark green hair, appeared to be around 8 years old, and possessed a long, furry tail. Jinyu rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. "Who are you?" Jiwais quickly questioned. "That I am the one you seek. My name is Broly," he replied, a faint smile gracing his face. After 5 years of training, Broly had now reached the age of approximately 8. This extensive training had led to a significant enhancement in his strength. Sensing the time was right, he returned to this temporal juncture. Fortuitously encountering the Ginyu Force, Jiwais, didn't Lord Frieza say Broly was only 3 years old? Why does he appear to be around 7 or 8 now? Jinyu expressed his uncertainty. Indeed, Lord Frieza did mention he was only 3. Jiwais nodded vigorously. Regardless of his age, this individual has finally made an appearance. He has evaded us for 3 days. His time is up? Rikum sneered, tightening his fists and stepping toward Broly, adding, "Captain, allow me to teach this monkey a lesson." Jinyu remained silent, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He found the situation peculiar. Lord Frieza could not possibly be mistaken. Why had Broly suddenly grown so much? Moreover, why had they failed to find him 3 days ago? Only for him to appear now? Everything felt utterly bewildering to Jinyu. Nonetheless, since Rikum wished to confront Broly, it would serve as a good opportunity to gauge Broly's strength. That Rikum's fists cracked ominously as he approached Broly, a disdainful smirk on his face. "Kid, today you shall witness the might of Rikum," he declared, launching a powerful punch toward Broly. Whoosh! Broly merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading Rikum's attack. He dodged it. The kid is quite nimble. Rikum scoffed, accelerating his strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Broly refrained from retaliating, focusing solely on evasion. Despite 5 years of training, he had not engaged in combat with anyone and had only honed his fighting prowess that he needed to quickly adapt to the rhythm of battle. Of course, Broly had a more pressing goal during these 5 years: to grow quickly and reach an age suitable for combat. After a prolonged exchange, Rikum found himself exhausted without having grazed even the edge of Broly's attire. "Bart, this fellow's speed is rather peculiar. You should deal with him," Jinyu commanded. "Understood, Captain. I will show him what true speed looks like." Bart had been eager to engage. Having observed Broly's every movement, he was confident he could land a blow. Whoosh! Bart transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind Broly in an instant. "Captain, something strange is afoot." This Broly kid's combat power is only 2,000 on the detector, GYS remarked. Astonished, it's nothing. He must be momentarily boosting his power, which the detector cannot capture. Perhaps he is biding his time, preparing to challenge Lord Frieza. Jinyu scoffed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Chapter 14. In the blink of an eye, 90,000 kilometers away, little Saiyan. Watch as I shatter your skull. Bart appeared behind Broly, a cold smile on his face, as he unleashed a punch aimed at Broly's head. Whoosh! As Bart was poised to land a punch on Broly's nape. Broly's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Bart, bewildered, glanced around, utterly unable to locate Broly's whereabouts. Even Jinyu, who had been watching, widened his eyes in astonishment. Just then, a signal suddenly appeared on the detectors of the 5 individuals. We have a signal. The detector has pinpointed his location, Jais exclaimed with delight. Humph, he can't escape now. Bart also directed his gaze toward the position indicated on the detector, 93,823 kilometers. Cold sweat broke out on Jinyu's forehead as he shouted, Jais, check if my detector is malfunctioning. It's not a malfunction, Captain. Mine also shows 93,823 kilometers, Jais replied with a bitter smile. How is this even possible? How could he appear so far away in an instant? Jinyu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. You all should retreat. You are no match for me. Broly's voice resonated in the sky. The 5 quickly looked upward, but Broly's figure was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, Jinyu and the others discovered through their detectors that Broly remained over 90,000 kilometers away and had not appeared in the sky. What is happening? Who exactly is this guy? JS rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Beep? Just as Jess finished speaking, the detector flickered again, and the data on it suddenly vanished. He's gone. He disappeared, Jess exclaimed, his eyes wide. Jinyu and the others also noticed the changes on the detector, their faces filled with shock. Time passed, and Broly still did not reappear. What baffled Jinyu and the others was that after Broly's sudden appearance, they had not engaged in battle, yet he was nowhere to be found out on Frieza's spaceship. A subordinate reported, Lord Frieza, we are expected to arrive at planet number 23 in the Eastern Universe 432 area in approximately 8 hours. After days of travel, Frieza's temperament had gradually stabilized, no longer exhibiting his previous volatility. Beep beep. At that moment, a notification sound echoed from the display. Lord Frieza, it's a call from Captain Jinyu, the subordinate explained hastily. Put it through, Frieza commanded. The call was quickly connected. Jinyu, have you located Broly? Frieza inquired. Lord Frieza, we just saw him. Jinyu replied promptly. You saw him? Where is he? Frieza paused, questioning that he vanished in the blink of an eye. And we subsequently detected that he has appeared over 90,000 kilometers away. Jinyu said, beads of cold sweat forming as he spoke. Lord Frieza, this guy is elusive, appearing over 90,000 kilometers away in an instant. Frieza recalled seeing Broly's movements in the video, so he was not overly surprised, but he ordered Jinyu, pursue. Go after him. It's only 90,000 kilometers. At your speed, you can catch up in 10 minutes. But Lord Frieza, the detector shows no trace of him now, Jinyu replied with a bitter smile. Then go immediately to confirm the location 90,000 kilometers away. Frieza barked angrily. Fool, do you need to report such a simple matter to me? How did you become a captain? Yes. I will go at once, Jinyu replied, his face paling in fear, though he hesitated to speak further. What is it? Is there something else? Frieza asked darkly. There's one more thing. The Broly we saw didn't look like he was 3 years old, but rather appeared to be around 8. Jinyu gritted his teeth, voicing his concern. 8 years old. Are you certain you didn't make a mistake? Frieza replied, taken aback. Jais and the others saw it too. He indeed doesn't resemble a 3-year-old Saiyan. Jinyu insisted that I see. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes, momentarily perplexed. At that moment, Broly instantaneously appeared outside Frieza's spaceship with a swift motion. Broly placed his hand upon the ship. A wicked grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 15. Inform King Vegeta. Broly has returned. In the next instant, Broly executed another instantaneous movement, and in the blink of an eye, he transported Frieza's spaceship to the edge of the universe. Inside the spaceship, Frieza's subordinate, monitoring the travel route, was taken aback upon observing the spacecraft's spatial position. What in the world is this place? This doesn't seem to be the original trajectory. The subordinate quickly executed a series of operations on the computer, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Utterly dumbfounded, I suddenly feel that the starry sky outside has changed. What is happening? Frieza noticed the issue and turned to ask. Lord Frieza, the subordinate knelt down. What is it? Frieza inquired, momentarily taken aback. Lord Frieza, I don't know how it happened, but the spaceship suddenly changed its position. I can confirm that there were no black holes or wormholes on our previous route, the subordinate reported. Get to the point. Where have we moved to? Frieza frowned. Lord Frieza, we are currently at the edge of the universe. The farthest west, .it will take about 5 years to reach planet number 23 in the Eastern Universe 432 area. The subordinate knelt, forcing himself to deliver the answer. What did you say? Frieza sprang to his feet. Shock and confusion etched across his face. The numerous subordinates present were equally stunned, in the blink of an eye. How did the spaceship end up at the edge of the Western Universe? Why is this happening? Repeat that, Frieza coldly demanded. Lord Frieza, we are currently at the farthest western edge of the universe, and it will take approximately 5 years to reach planet number 23 in the Eastern Universe 432 area at our current speed. The subordinate was on the verge of tears. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Frieza gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. I'm certain. The subordinate nodded. Investigate and find out what exactly happened. Frieza's fury reached its peak. He contemplated annihilating this subordinate. Yet he understood that this subordinate was an expert in navigation. Should anything happen to him, returning would take far more than 5 years. After a thorough investigation, the expert concluded that they had likely inadvertently entered an invisible black hole and traversed to this starry space. Given this expert's knowledge, he could only speculate along those lines. Who could have imagined that someone could instantaneously move while carrying such a massive spaceship? Connect me to Jinyu and the others. Although Frieza was furious, he begrudgingly accepted his misfortune. Simultaneously, Frieza resolved that upon their return, he would flay this expert alive for wasting 5 years of his time. Lord Frieza, we're in an area without service. We cannot contact Jinyu and the others, the subordinate lamented. After delivering Frieza to this desolate corner of the universe, Broly smiled, then executed another instantaneous movement, appearing directly above the palace on planet Vegeta. Who goes there? Broly's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of numerous Saiyans. Particularly near the palace, several high-powered Saiyans were on guard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Saiyans with power levels around 5,000 soared into the sky, shouting at Broly. However, upon noticing the tail behind Broly, the trio's hostility diminished considerably. Whose child are you? Flying is prohibited above the palace. One tall Saiyan shouted sternly at Broly. Inform King Vegeta, Broly has returned. Broly smiled lightly and said casually, What? Broly. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback. They had also been involved in the endeavor to eliminate Broly. However, wasn't he merely 3 years old? Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 8. Moreover, hadn't King Vegeta personally dispatched him to the trash bin? Although the trio was skeptical, upon closer inspection of Broly's visage, they indeed saw some resemblance to the Broly from before he turned 3. King Vegeta must be inside that palace, Broly mused with a slight smile, directing his hand towards the Saiyan royal palace below. What do you intend to do? The tall one stammered, his voice laced with authority. Since King Vegeta refuses to emerge, I shall compel him to do so. Broly chuckled softly, launching an energy blast in the direction of the palace. Chapter 16. I am your new king, impudent child. Halt him, King Vegeta commanded, his voice rising in anger. Oh, you dare to rebel. The expressions on the faces of the 3 changed dramatically as they cried out. Simultaneously, one of them darted towards the energy blast, attempting to avert its destruction of the palace. Yet he was ultimately too late. In the next instant, the energy blast struck the enormous palace, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire palace collapsed in an instant, reduced to ruins. Swish! Following this, a middle-aged man clad in a red cloak, his hair standing on end, soared into the sky, looking utterly disheveled. It was none other than King Vegeta of the Saiyans. He had been resting when he was taken by surprise at the destruction of his palace, infuriating him to no end. Upon focusing his gaze and realizing that the demolisher was merely a child, he nearly burst into laughter. "Whose unruly child is this?" King Vegeta inquired, his face smeared with grime. "Dare to destroy my palace. Bring forth his parents. I shall have them all executed." King Vegeta, he claims to be Broly. One of the Saiyan subordinates quickly responded. "What? Broly?" King Vegeta's memory of that name flickered to life. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, whose battle power had reached 10,000 at birth and had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying number by the age of 3. King Vegeta had ambushed Broly when he was unsuspecting, gravely injuring him before discarding him into the trash, believing him to be doomed. Now, seeing a child who bore a striking resemblance to Broly claiming to be him left King Vegeta in a state of confusion. Hadn't he just eradicated that little brat a few days ago? Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that this child indeed resembled Broly, albeit appearing to be around 8 years old. From this day forth, "Abdicate your throne," Broly commanded King Vegeta. What? What? King Vegeta was momentarily stunned, convinced he had misheard. "All Saiyan subjects, listen well. I am your new king," Broly proclaimed, gesturing towards 2 Saiyans. "You and you, do not even think about challenging me. You are no match for my power." The 2 Saiyans, initially intent on attacking Broly, halted upon catching King Vegeta's stern glance. The king understood that these 2 were not Broly's equals at that moment. An increasing number of Saiyans took to the skies, drawn by the recent explosion of the palace. However, upon witnessing that it was a Saiyan child responsible for the destruction, they were left speechless. As Broly's declaration echoed, King Vegeta and the multitude of Saiyans were momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. "Kill him!" King Vegeta ordered his 2 Saiyan guards. Yes, the 2 Saiyan guards, whose battle power had reached the pinnacle of 10,000, surged towards Broly. "Freeze!" Broly merely glared at the 2, releasing an invisible force in an instant. The 2 Saiyan guards found themselves frozen mid-air, their bodies rendered motionless like puppets. "Who is this child? Don't you know? It is said that he is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, whose battle power was 10,000 at birth. King Vegeta eliminated him just a couple of days ago. The legendary Super Saiyan? Whether that is true remains uncertain. Among the onlookers, there were not only Saiyans, but also numerous aliens. Most of these extraterrestrials had their planets conquered by the Saiyans, taken back to planet Vegeta, while the useless ones were slaughtered on the spot. The Saiyans were pragmatic and ruthless, unwilling to reason with aliens. As more and more individuals gathered near the ruined palace, all eyes turned towards Broly. The sight of King Vegeta's guards, inexplicably immobilized, left the crowd in astonishment. "Prepare your scouters and gauge my battle power." Broly sneered, unleashing a fraction of his energy. Beep! Battle power at 80,000. Upon sensing Broly's overwhelming aura, all the Saiyans were left in shock, regarding him as a deity. King Vegeta gasped. The thought of Broly's battle power being so outrageously high was unfathomable. 80,000 battle power. How insane was that? Chapter 17. The first encounter with Bardock, no one knew that the energy Broly had just unleashed was merely a fraction of his true power. For Broly was acutely aware that if he revealed his actual battle power, every scouter present would explode. Nevertheless, even this 80,000 battle power was sufficient to cause several older models of scouters to detonate. "Bow before me, and I shall lead you to glory." Broly's voice resonated throughout the vicinity. "Child, do not let your arrogance get the better of you." King Vegeta gritted his teeth, while he was indeed frightened. The humiliation of being insulted by a mere child was intolerable to him. "Listen well. I, Broly, shall not force you. Those willing to follow me, those willing to acknowledge me as king, gather in 3 days at the square over there. I shall lead you to a new planet and help you eliminate Frieza, to become the rulers of this universe." As Broly spoke, he deliberately turned his back to King Vegeta. King Vegeta let out a cold laugh, gathering a massive orb of energy in his hands, and hurled it towards Broly. Boom! The vast energy, ablaze with brilliance, engulfed Broly entirely. "Ha! I'm the king of the Saiyans. You, a mere child, dare to usurp my throne?" King Vegeta gasped, his expression icy as he surveyed the crowd. However, as King Vegeta's words fell, Broly's figure gradually emerged from the explosion. Unharmed. Unbelievable. The crowd gasped, realizing that King Vegeta's full force attack had struck Broly directly in the back. Yet he emerged unscathed, confirming the authenticity of his 80,000 battle power. How shall I deal with you? Broly smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his expression. How is this possible? King Vegeta's face paled. Rendered speechless, filled with dread. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant, Broly mused, contemplating briefly before flicking his hand, sending an invisible energy towards King Vegeta. Swish! In the next moment, King Vegeta's body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! 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 The body of the king collided with several buildings, gliding through the sky for hundreds of kilometers, before ultimately plummeting into a vast desert. With a resounding thud, the king landed heavily upon the yellow sands. Feeling quite disoriented, with a mere flick of his wrist, he sent the mightiest Saiyan king flying. Witnessing Broly's immense power left everyone in a state of astonishment and trepidation. Once more, I reiterate my earlier statement. I will not coerce you. Those willing to follow me shall convene in the square 3 days hence. Broly smiled faintly. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, save for the whispering winds that caressed Broly's dark green hair. That I wish you all the best. With a gentle smile, Broly prepared to depart. Will you truly lead us to vanquish Frieza? Just as Broly was about to leave, a voice rang out from the crowd. Broly turned his gaze towards the speaker and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the person's face. It was Bardock. In truth, Broly held a certain fondness for Bardock, as he was one of his favored Saiyans from Dragon Ball. Before his reincarnation, Broly had perused a fanfiction titled Bardock's Counterattack, which had further endeared Bardock to him. Bardock, Broly smiled slightly. I trust you are aware that Frieza will soon arrive to obliterate this planet. What? How do you know this? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Broly's words. Frieza himself uttered such a proclamation. Broly replied with a soft chuckle. He truly said that. Bardock was left speechless, his body trembling slightly. However, you need not worry. Under my protection, Frieza poses no threat. Broly chuckled again. Very well. We shall meet again in 3 days. With that, Broly vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone searched for Broly's presence, unaware that he had already utilized instant transmission to transport himself to a distant galaxy, far removed from planet Vegeta. After 5 years of rigorous training, Broly's base combat power had reached an astounding height of 20 million that although he had yet to regain the strength of his previous form, it was only a matter of 5 years. It is essential to note that during his time as Zamasu had trained for several millennia, yet had only achieved the level of a Super Saiyan of the second tier. Upon assuming Zamasu's body, Broly found that his potential for enhancement was somewhat limited, as the body's combat power was already nearing its peak. In contrast, Broly's current physique was brimming with boundless potential. What excited Broly the most was the annual occasion of his birthday. With each passing year, it felt as if he were receiving a grand gift, significantly enhancing his overall combat power. Moreover, this was merely Broly's most basic form. One could only imagine the magnitude of his strength should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, Broly found himself perplexed, as no matter how diligently he strove, he could not attain the transformation into the fabled Super Saiyan. This conundrum troubled him for some time. Broly had considered seeking out Zuno in another time and space to inquire about this, but ultimately decided against it. Frequent alterations to the timeline would inevitably draw the attention of the God of Destruction, and with Broly's current strength, he was ill-equipped to contend with such a deity. Suddenly, it dawned on Broly that throughout these 5 years of dedicated training, the Saiyans required the possession of super cells to transform into Super Saiyans. The primary condition for the emergence of super cells within one's body was to maintain a tranquil heart. After exchanging bodies with Broly, he realized that his once serene disposition had become somewhat agitated. To cultivate a peaceful heart, Earth seemed to be an excellent choice. Thus, Broly resolved to journey to Earth, hoping to foster the growth of super cells within himself. With a swift motion, Broly used instant transmission to appear above the Earth, and he needed to find a suitable location on Earth to see if he could enhance the super cells within him. Who might be the right person to consult? The old turtle hermit? Or perhaps, it seemed that, for Broly in his current state, none of them would be appropriate. Help! Help! Just as Broly was searching for a suitable place, he suddenly heard the cry of a little girl. Broly found the girl's voice enchanting and could not resist glancing in the direction of the sound. Shortly thereafter, he observed a plump woman, precariously riding a motorcycle while clutching the little girl under her arm. The very girl who had called for help was the one being held. With a discerning glance, Broly quickly deduced that this rotund woman was either a human trafficker or had kidnapped the daughter of a wealthy family. With nothing better to do, Broly descended from the sky, landing beside the woman and matching her speed. "Who are you?" The plump woman stared at Broly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fortunately, her driving skills were commendable, preventing her from losing control of the motorcycle due to her fear. "Are you the one who cried for help?" Broly inquired, glancing at the little girl. "You can fly?" The little girl looked up, her eyes widening in surprise upon noticing Broly. She had 2 braids of blue hair and sparkling eyes, making her exceedingly adorable. "Greetings." Broly took a deep breath, calming the agitation within him. "My name is Bulma." "Are you a superhero, big brother?" The little girl beamed at Broly, her eyes sparkling. "Are you Bulma?" Broly had not recognized her at first, but upon closer inspection, he could see the resemblance to Bulma. "Oh, you know me." "Big brother?" Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. "Are you not the heiress of the Capsule Corporation?" Broly smiled, glancing at the plump woman. "And what of this woman? Is she a villain?" "Big brother, oh, save me. She wants to sell me." Bulma cried loudly. Not worry. I will surely rescue you, that I will not allow her to harm you." Broly assured her with a gentle smile. "Enough already." The plump woman slammed on the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a halt. She then glared at Broly with a furious expression. "Kid, don't think that just because you can fly, you're something special." The woman sneered coldly, producing a handgun from her coat. The weapon had a long barrel and a large caliber, clearly indicating its formidable power. Big brother, run. That is a modified gun of mine, and it's extremely powerful," Bulma shouted urgently to Broly. "No matter how well someone can fly, they can still be taken down by a single bullet." The woman scoffed, aiming the gun at Broly's body. "Die, flying man." With that, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A streak of light shot forth from the gun, hurtling directly toward Broly. Broly was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as Bulma had indicated, the gun possessed significant power. However, it was hardly capable of inflicting harm upon him. With a simple release of his energy, Broly effortlessly deflected the incoming red laser. The plump woman stood frozen in shock, her gun raised, but her mind momentarily blank. "Enjoy your little toy." Then, Broly said, narrowing his eyes slightly. With a flick of thought, he directed his energy toward the handgun. Suddenly, the gun wrenched itself from the woman's grasp. Spinning in midair as it revolved 7,200 times, the barrel now aimed squarely at her coarse, round face. "Ah!" The woman screamed in terror, her eyes wide with fright. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, fainting from sheer fear. That all it takes to knock her out?" Broly chuckled, yet his intentions remained unyielding as he firmly grasped the hefty woman's garment. Lifting her off the ground with ease, bang, Broly unleashed a powerful kick, and with a muffled thud, the overweight woman transformed into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing without a trace. "Wow, big brother, you're amazing," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight rather than fear. "Bulma, allow me to escort you home," Broly replied with a gentle smile. Yes, I can tell you're a good person," Bulma asserted with unwavering confidence. "A good person?" Broly echoed the words, pondering internally, for he considered himself rather malevolent. Without delay, Broly cradled Bulma and soared towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation. During their flight, Broly learned of the circumstances surrounding Bulma's abduction by the hefty woman. She had been lured away just after leaving elementary school, deceived by the woman who claimed to be her father's secretary, that to pick her up after school that time. Bulma was merely around 6 years old, innocent and naive enough to believe the ruse. However, the woman had altered their course midway, dragging Bulma in an entirely different direction, leading her to realize she had encountered a villain. "Big brother, you fly so fast," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. "Once we arrive home, I must treat you to a delightful meal. It has been ages since I've savored good food." Broly nodded in agreement. After becoming a Kai, he rarely consumed food, as he never felt hunger. Even in Broly's current form, possessing the soul of a god, he wouldn't perish from starvation. Yet the Saiyans' craving for sustenance remained high, as food could enhance their combat prowess. However, on that primitive planet, Broly's diet primarily consisted of barbecued meat, lacking the skills to prepare other dishes. "Big brother, why do you have a tail?" Bulma, having already noticed Broly's tail, could not contain her curiosity. "Indeed, I've had it since childhood," Broly replied succinctly. "Let me play with it," Bulma exclaimed, tugging at Broly's tail with glee, joyfully remarking on its softness. Upon reaching Bulma's home, she introduced Broly to her parents. "Look at our little Bulma bringing home such a handsome young man." Bulma's mother chuckled. Bulma, were you abducted by a villain?" Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Dad, Mom, I was just rescued by Big Brother Broly." "Why are you not worried at all?" Bulma protested, placing her hands on her hips. "But Bulma has returned safely. There is nothing to worry about," her mother replied with a smile. Bulma glared in response. "I just remembered, I still have an unfinished experiment." Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and hurried away. "Dad, Mom, you are both so disappointing," Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Broly observed the exchange, feeling a twinge of sentiment. He understood that it wasn't that Bulma's parents were unconcerned, but rather that their daughter's safe return rendered the details of the ordeal irrelevant. For Bulma's parents, the priority was to instill courage and confidence in her, ensuring that this incident would not affect her future. Shortly thereafter, Broly overheard Dr. Briefs in another room, contacting the elementary school principal to inquire about the incident and reaching out to the police. "Mom and Dad are truly unreasonable," Bulma huffed. "Let us go. Big brother Broly, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Unbeknownst to Broly, he had spent 3 days at Bulma's home. On the third day, he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy within him, one that felt remarkably tranquil. In stark contrast to the volatile energies he had previously experienced, that a thought crossed his mind. Could this peaceful energy be the manifestation of the super cells within him? However, despite his attempts, he was still unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only that, but he couldn't even achieve the form of a regular Super Saiyan. It appeared that the super cells he had generated were still insufficient. Noticing that the time had come for him to depart, Broly resolved to temporarily leave. "Bulma, I must be away for a while, but I shall return soon," he informed her. "Are you really leaving now?" Bulma gazed at him with reluctance. "Here, wear this," Broly said, placing a time-space ring on Bulma's finger. The ring, initially oversized for her small hand, automatically resized to fit perfectly. "You must keep this on at all times. Do not remove it. If you find yourself in danger, call my name loudly, and I will appear before you instantly." Broly gently patted Bulma's head. "How magical!" Bulma marveled, examining the ring closely. "Remember, you only have 3 uses, and it is to be employed solely in emergencies," Broly cautioned. "Only 3 times? That's rather few," Bulma pouted, feeling a bit dejected. "What if I miss you, big brother?" "I will return," Broly assured her, and with that, he faded from view. In the next moment, Broly found himself hovering above planet Vegeta, where he was astonished to discover that the peaceful energy within him had doubled. It seemed this tranquil energy was birthed from the bonds of kinship and friendship. The fleeting moment of joy shared with Bulma had generated a significant amount of this serene energy. As he surveyed the scene below, he spotted numerous Saiyans gathered in the plaza, easily numbering over 1,000. With a decisive flap of his wings, Broly descended, landing directly in front of the crowd. Vegeta. Broly was taken aback to see Vegeta among the assembly, standing at the forefront. Now merely 7 years old, Vegeta was shorter in stature, clad in the distinctive armor of the Saiyans, with a vibrant red cape billowing behind him. "You are Broly, aren't you?" Vegeta remarked, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Broly. "Are you here to challenge me, or do you seek to pledge your fealty?" Broly asked, intrigued. "If you can withstand my attack, I shall acknowledge you as king," Vegeta proclaimed with fervor. Broly sensed Vegeta's energy and noted that, despite his tender age of 7, his combat power had already reached an impressive 15,000. Among the Saiyans, such strength was indeed remarkable. Broly merely smiled at Vegeta's challenge. Even if Vegeta possessed 150,000 in power, Broly could effortlessly disregard any of his assaults. The reason he engaged in conversation with this young warrior was that Vegeta was among the Saiyans he held in high regard. As I mentioned 3 days ago, those who wish to follow me shall be led to a new home, where we will vanquish Frieza and become the true rulers of this universe. Broly declared with a serene smile, surveying the crowd. Now, those willing to accompany me, please join hands out of course. I will not compel those who do not wish to. Join hands. Together, many Saiyans harbor a sense of resistance within their hearts. However, the majority are well aware of the formidable power displayed by Broly, and thus, they cease their hesitation and join hands without delay. Humph! How dare this fellow disregard my existence? Vegeta felt overlooked, his anger flaring to an unbearable degree. Your Highness, please calm your fury. This individual's combat power is indeed around 80,000, and even King Vegeta's mightiest blow could not harm him, urged two of Vegeta's subordinates. What is this nonsense about holding hands? Vegeta inquired, his expression darkening. What if we try it? Your Highness, surely nothing will come of it, his subordinates suggested. Humph! Though Vegeta was somewhat reluctant, curiosity got the better of him, and he extended his hand, joining it with those of his subordinates. Broly glanced at Vegeta's two subordinates. One was the bald Nappa, and the other, with long hair, appeared to be Raditz. Subsequently, Bardock began searching for the whereabouts of his own presence. Where's Bardock? Broly asked casually after failing to locate him. No one responded, but Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of intensity flickering within them. Lord Broly, Mr. Bardock has been imprisoned by King Vegeta for initiating conversation with you. One Saiyan finally spoke up. Is that so? Imprisoned? Broly replied with a gentle smile. Upon uttering these words, he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, a crystal ball materialized before him. Swish! The next moment, Bardock's figure flickered to life within the crystal ball. From the ball's perspective, it was evident that Bardock was indeed confined, trapped in a dimly lit room. Witnessing Broly conjure a crystal ball and reveal Bardock's image left all present utterly astonished. Unable to comprehend how Broly had produced such a curious object. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Broly vanished from sight, only to return moments later with an additional individual in tow. Bardock. Many gasped in disbelief as they recognized Bardock's features, their eyes widening in shock. How could Bardock, who was supposedly imprisoned, have been brought out so effortlessly by Broly? Oh, what is this? What is happening? Bardock, still bewildered, looked around, his astonishment only deepening upon seeing Broly. Bardock, your grievances are yours to resolve. For now, rejoin your comrades, Broly said with a gentle smile. Very well, Bardock nodded, finding Broly's ability to transport him in an instant immensely impressive. This Broly a monster? Nappa mused, rubbing his bald head in amazement. Is my father imprisoned? Raditz frowned, casting a penetrating look at Vegeta. Humph, mere parlor tricks, simply a skill of high-speed deception, Vegeta retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Yet driven by curiosity, Vegeta took hold of Raditz and Nappa's hands, connecting with the others. All right, we shall set forth to Broly Planet, Broly said with a slight smile, placing his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Swish! Broly executed a technique of instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the primitive planet where he had once trained. Broly found this planet quite agreeable. Its gravity was comparable to that of Vegeta's planet, yet the environment was notably better. Moreover, the air quality and composition bore resemblance to that of Earth. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force was enduring their own brand of misery. Left stranded on the planet Broly had named Broly Planet, they were at a loss for what to do. The most bewildering aspect was the complete absence of news from Lord Frieza, leaving them in the dark about his whereabouts. The five of them felt like headless flies, aimlessly wandering the planet. They contemplated the possibility of crossing paths with Broly again, or perhaps Lord Frieza would make a sudden appearance. On this day, the Ginyu Force gathered to discuss their future strategies. Captain, it seems we are unable to contact Lord Frieza for the time being. Perhaps we should leave this place? It is dreadfully dull. Jistu proposed. I concur with Jistu. Lord Frieza's sudden disappearance is indeed troubling, Berta added, raising his hands in agreement. Why not destroy this planet? It would save us the hassle of searching for it, Guldo suggested. Voicing his thoughts, bang! Jinyu slapped Guldo to the ground. Captain, why did you hit me? Guldo asked, clutching his head in confusion. You fool! If we destroy this planet, how will we explain it to Lord Frieza when he returns? Jinyu reprimanded. Think before you act. Just as Jinyu finished speaking, numerous data signals suddenly appeared on their scouters. Who is it? Why are there so many signals appearing? Jistu exclaimed in surprise. Surely Lord Frieza has arrived. Jinyu said with a slight smile, letting out a sigh of relief. Wait, something is amiss. These power levels are significantly higher than those of the individuals Lord Frieza usually brings, Berta remarked, examining the readings. One individual has a power level of 15,000, with 3 others around 10,000. What in the world is happening? A mere 15,000 in power level. What is there to be astonished about? Let us go and find out. Jinyu said, rising to his feet with a smile, that if they are foes, how delightful. Upon hearing the word foe from Captain Jinyu, excitement flickered across the faces of his team members. They had grown exceedingly bored on this planet, and the prospect of encountering some challengers was welcomed. Broly, accompanied by approximately 2,000 Saiyans, had entirely relocated to the new planet. The Saiyans exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. Completely unaware of how they had arrived on this planet in the blink of an EY.MY subjects, the time for training has arrived. The principle of survival of the fittest should be clear to you all. Yes, Broly said with a gentle smile, addressing everyone. The trials of combat await you. Give it your all, my subjects. The multitude of Saiyans stood in stunned silence, utterly oblivious to the meaning behind Broly's words. However, many of them detected 5 individuals with formidable power levels rapidly approaching. Among them, 3 possessed combat powers exceeding 40,000, while one reached a staggering 120,000. Who are they? The Saiyans gasped in shock, swiftly preparing for battle. Approximately 20 seconds later, the Ginyu Force materialized before the gathered Saiyans. The Ginyu Force. This is bad. Why are they here? The Saiyans turned pale, fear evident on their faces upon realizing the identity of their visitors. The Ginyu Force members were equally perplexed. What is happening? Are they Saiyans? How did they suddenly appear on this planet? Jinyu pondered in confusion. Captain, look! That individual is Broly, Jistu exclaimed, pointing towards Broly. That detestable little monkey. At last, I've found him, Jinyu seethed, gritting his teeth. Capture him. In an instant, the swift Berta surged ahead, darting toward Broly.MY subjects. This is a battle for survival. Only those Saiyans who endure will receive my assistance in becoming Super Saiyans. Give it your all, Broly, with an air of calmness, addressed the multitude of Saiyans before him. As his words settled, numerous Saiyans, upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, seemed to be invigorated as if they had been administered a potent stimulant. Notably, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Super Saiyan? Could it be that we too can transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta questioned, a mixture of disbelief and reluctant hope coloring his voice. Indeed, each of you Saiyans has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Provided that you survive, Broly declared, only to notice that Buddha was already approaching him with haste. With a swift motion, Broly extended his right hand and cast a binding technique. Buddha, who was mid-flight, found himself immobilized in the sky. Unable to move a muscle, "Oh, not disturb me," Broly uttered, delivering a powerful kick that sent Buddha soaring like a rocket, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. Well, I have taken care of one for you. The remaining 4 shall be your trial, Broly remarked with a slight smile. Witnessing Broly's effortless defeat of Buddha instilled a significant reduction of fear towards the Ginyu Force among the assembled Saiyans. Kill, kill, kill! Instantly, the Saiyans, their eyes ablaze with fervor, surged towards the Ginyu Force with renewed vigor to Buddha's demise. The Ginyu members were still in shock, for Buddha's strength was comparable to that of Riko Manji's. With Buddha dispatched by Broly, Jeez and Rikum felt the weight of dread settle upon them. Captain Jinyu stared wide-eyed at Broly, his expression heavy with concern. As for Guldo, whose power level barely reached 10,000, he had long since retreated, too timid to engage. "Captain, we can't afford to be distracted. Let us eliminate these surplus Saiyans first," Ji shouted. "You are right. These Saiyans are nothing to be concerned about," Jinyu replied, nodding as he raised his fist and commanded, "Kill." Under Jinyu's leadership, the Ginyu Force charged towards the Saiyans with ferocity, reminiscent of wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. Energy blasts erupted into the sky, transforming into dazzling flames that flickered amidst the verdant forest. The air was filled with thunderous explosions that sent the surrounding wildlife fleeing in terror. True to their reputation as one of the universe's most formidable teams, in less than a minute, they had slaughtered over 50 Saiyans. The disparity in their combat prowess was stark. Captain Jinyu's strength soared to an impressive 120,000, while Ji's and Rikum were at 40,000, and even Guldo had reached a respectable 10,000. In the context of Saiyan warriors, even Guldo was considered formidable in mere moments. Nearly 500 Saiyans had perished at the hands of the Ginyu Force. It seemed the remaining Saiyans were sufficiently intimidated, no longer charging in a battle with reckless abandon. "Bardock, cease fighting. You are no match for him," his comrade Toma shouted urgently. During the earlier skirmish, Broly had observed Bardock leading the charge, engaging Rikum in a fierce struggle. However, with Bardock's power barely exceeding 10,000 and Rikum's strength reaching 40,000, it was not long before Bardock found himself battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds. Yet, despite the odds, Bardock remained resolute, refusing to succumb to defeat. "Well done, Saiyan. Your tenacity is commendable," Rikum sneered mockingly. Bardock, panting heavily, swayed precariously on the brink of collapse. "Bardock, we must evade their onslaught," Toma urged. Bardock remained silent. "What? Do you think you can escape? Don't be absurd. I was merely toying with you before. Now, I shall unleash my true power," Rikum declared, disdain flashing in his eyes. Just then, a voice resonated. "Bardock, continue." Bardock looked up to see none other than Broly. To Bardock's surprise, Broly tossed him a bean. Instinctively, Bardock caught it. Confusion etched across his face. "Consume it," Broly commanded. Without hesitation, Bardock sensed that this bean held the promise of a miracle. Crunching down, he swallowed it. In an instant, his previously dull eyes widened, sparkling with newfound vitality and energy that my body. "It's fully restored," Bardock exclaimed in joyous disbelief, marveling at his rejuvenated strength. What is happening?" Rikum stammered, momentarily bewildered, with his power restored under life-threatening conditions. Bardock's strength surged to nearly 30,000. He unleashed a devastating punch into Rikum's abdomen, leaving a deep imprint from the explosive impact that in the vicinity of the battle between Rikum and Bardock. Vegeta and Nappa concealed themselves within the underbrush, silently observing the unfolding chaos. "What is happening? Just moments ago, Bardock was on the verge of death. How has he recovered?" Vegeta questioned, finally taking note of Bardock's situation. "Your Highness, Bardock's power level has surged to 28,000, Nappa reported, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What? 28,000? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily activated his scouter to verify Bardock's newfound power. Upon confirming Bardock's true strength, Vegeta gritted his teeth and seized Nappa by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "What is wrong, Your Highness?" Nappa asked innocently. "I demand to know what transpired. Why is Bardock's power soared?" Vegeta barked out, "I did not see it, Your Highness." Nappa stammered, shaking his head vigorously. "Your Highness, I witnessed a nearby Saiyan bowing in deference to Vegeta, explaining that it was Broly who had given Bardock a strange bean, which restored him from the brink of death and significantly boosted his power." "What? A bean? What manner of object is this?" Vegeta mused, casting a glance towards Broly, who just so happened to meet his gaze and offered a slight smile. A sense of foreboding washed over Vegeta, his youthful visage tinged with alarm. Previously, he had witnessed Broly effortlessly slay Buddha with a single kick. The Prince of the Saiyans. It is disheartening to see you merely spectating rather than engaging in battle. Broly remarked, shaking his head for all to hear that Vegeta's body trembled slightly, his heart brimming with reluctance. However, when he contemplated that his combat power barely exceeded 10,000, the thought of challenging the Ginyu Force felt like courting disaster. And he managed to restrain himself. Meanwhile, an increasing number of Saiyans were being mercilessly cut down by Jinyu and his comrades. Simultaneously, more and more Saiyans shifted from offensive maneuvers to frantic hiding. Though the Saiyans were a warrior race, they were not fools. Charging in a battle only to perish, aside from Bardock, was a rarity. Bang! 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 Raikum unleashed a series of combination punches, each one landing heavily on Bardock's body. Boom! Bardock crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, his life nearing its end. Raikum's eraser cannon. Raikum opened his mouth, unleashing an arc of red flame that surged towards the prostrate Bardock. Father! At this critical moment, Raditz descended from the sky, delivering a swift kick to Raikum's head. Caught off guard, Raikum's mouth snapped shut. Puffed! It was as if Raikum had fired a silent cannon. The red flame he was about to unleash exploded within his mouth. In the next instant, Raikum appeared disheveled, a comical sight to behold, and why father is in dire straits. King Broly, I implore you, save my father. Raditz knelt before Broly, pleading earnestly. With a swift motion, Broly tossed a Senzu bean to Raditz. Elated Raditz hurriedly fed the Senzu bean to Bardock. Instantly, the gleam of vitality flickered back into Bardock's eyes as he leaped into the air, hovering above the ground. Boom! Bardock's combat power surged dramatically, reaching its zenith. What? Combat power at 52,000? Raikum's eyes widened in shock, a hint of trepidation creeping into his gaze. Thank you, King Broly. Bardock finally acknowledged Broly's kingship. Simultaneously, Bardock recognized that had it not been for Broly, he would have perished today, and his combat power would not have soared to such heights. In a flash, Bardock appeared directly before Raikum, a smile gracing his face as he placed his hand upon Raikum's chest. Wait! Raikum's expression shifted dramatically. Boom! A brilliant flame erupted from Bardock's hand, striking Raikum with tremendous force. In an instant, Bardock's energy pierced through Raikum's chest. The next moment, Raikum's body floated down to the ground, blood scattering through the air like a rain of crimson. Arg! Witnessing Bardock's vanquishing of Raikum from the Ginyu Force, the gathered Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they themselves had dealt the blow to Vegeta's emotions. However, were conflicted, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 25. The great ape monster Raikum has been slain by that Saiyan. Joyous' expression darkened considerably. It was that Broly who provided him with a strange being, capable of healing his injuries and restoring his energy. Jinyu stated solemnly, that wretched fool, his combat power has reached 52,000, surpassing mine by over 10,000. Joyous gritted his teeth. I will eliminate that Saiyan named Bardock first. With that, Jinyu's energy surged to its peak as he hurtled toward Bardock. Bardock focused intently, his face growing grave upon realizing Jinyu's arrival. Whoosh! Jinyu appeared above Bardock, his right hand raised high, aimed directly at Bardock's body. Bang! A brilliant flame erupted from Jinyu's hand, a powerful energy crashing into Bardock. Boom! Bardock's body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. He felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered, an indescribable discomfort rendering him nearly immobile. Oh, this is Captain Jinyu. So formidable, Bardock uttered weakly. Humph. I thought he was something extraordinary, but it seems he is merely a one-hit wonder. Jinyu shot a provocative glance at Broly. The numerous Saiyans were filled with dread, unable to fathom that Bardock's combat power had elevated to such levels yet still suffered grievous harm from Jinyu's single strike. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight now? My people, do not be afraid. Broly smiled gently, a golden energy sphere suddenly materializing in his hand. The energy sphere crackled with arcs of electricity, brimming with an enigmatic power. As Broly unleashed the energy sphere, Jinyu appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend its significance. Whoosh! In the next instant, Jinyu was astonished to see the energy sphere shooting toward the sky, in the blink of an eye. The energy sphere hung high above in the azure expanse. What is that? Jinyu scratched his head, frowning, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Captain, that is an artificial full moon. Jinyu exclaimed in horror. What? An artificial full moon? A great ape? Jinyu suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, you are correct, Broly replied with a subtle smile. Addressing the assembled Saiyans, the my kin, the time has come for you to witness your true strength, as he spoke. Broly flicked his hand, sending a Senzu bean soaring toward Bardock's mouth. Puffed. The Senzu bean landed squarely in Bardock's mouth, swallowed without hesitation. As for why Broly possessed so many Senzu beans, he had just arrived from Karen's place via instant transmission. Upon hearing Broly's words, all the Saiyans eagerly turned their gazes toward the artificial moon. Oh no, they're about to transform. Jinyu's face paled in alarm. Both Jinyu and Jinyu understood that once the Saiyans transformed into great apes, their overall combat power would increase tenfold or more. Even those with combat power above 10,000 would reach heights of 100,000. Among the Saiyans present, there were two whose power had reached 15,000. Should they transform, Jinyu would stand no chance against them, and Bardock, whose combat power had soared to 52,000. No, after consuming that miraculous bean, his power had risen above 80,000. If Bardock transformed into a great ape, his combat power would skyrocket to 800,000. Jinyu grasped this point, shivering uncontrollably, feeling a chill run down his spine. GYS, we must obliterate the artificial moon at all costs, Jinyu bellowed, as he gathered a colossal energy sphere in his hands. Shimmering with crimson flames and crackling with arcs of electricity, the massive energy sphere expanded several-fold in an instant, lunging toward the artificial moon in the sky like a ferocious beast. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the artificial moon. And in that moment of impact, two different energies clashed, emitting blinding brilliance akin to the sun's rays, consuming all in their path. In an instant, the deafening roar reverberated, as if the heavens and earth were quaking. The apocalyptic energy ravaged everything, threatening to engulf all. When the dust settled and calm returned, what lay before the onlookers was the intact artificial moon, casting a gentle glow in the sky, sacred and radiant, seemingly untouched by a speck of dust. How is this possible? Jinyu's eyes widened, and his expression darkened dramatically. Roars echoed from all directions. Chapter 26. The Divine Moon. Jinyu and Jess glanced around, instantly petrified, their hair standing on end, nearly having their souls frightened from their bodies. All around, both the sky and the ground were filled with towering giant apes, each over 20 meters tall, pounding their chests and howling ferociously. Some of the colossal apes even grasped broken trees, swinging them with great force. In the next moment, every giant ape bared its sharp fangs, seemingly intent on devouring Jinyu and Jess whole. Jinyu and Jess were filled with trepidation. Anyone confronted with such a scene would be terrified. It was utterly horrifying. Thousands of giant apes were simply too overwhelming to behold. The multitude of giant apes roared and bellowed. A yellow-green giant ape emerged before everyone. This yellow-green giant ape, its fur seemingly untainted by any color, shone with a radiant luster. This giant ape was, of course, the transformation of Broly. Over the 4 years of training, Broly had contemplated that since he could not grasp the essence of becoming a Super Saiyan, he might as well transform into a giant ape. With a base combat power already reaching 20 million, upon transforming into a giant ape, his combat prowess soared to 200 million, more than sufficient to handle Frieza. However, Broly was aware that the giant ape's greatest weakness was the moon. In the Dragon Ball world, where even a planet could be effortlessly destroyed, transforming into a giant ape would mean little if the opponent could obliterate the moon on the spot, causing the transformation to vanish. To counter this vulnerability, Broly personally crafted a divine moon through divine abilities. This divine moon possessed all the properties of an artificial moon, enabling Saiyans to transform into giant apes while being nearly indestructible by ordinary humans, unless the human possessed godlike power. During his training, Broly had attempted to see if he could further transform after becoming a giant ape. If he could ascend to the 4th level of Super Saiyan in one go, it would be a splendid outcome. That he wondered what the Super Saiyan at the 4th level with divine grace would look like. Although Broly was eager, he understood that haste would not bear fruit. After all, he had only occupied this body for 5 years. It needed rigorous refinement to achieve the desired results and to contend with the gods, ultimately becoming the true sovereign of the universe. With a mighty roar, Broly, now a giant ape, bellowed at Jinyu and Jess. An overwhelming aura erupted, swirling like a dragon in the sky, the terrifying energy spreading unchecked, compressing the air into distorted shapes. Whoosh! An invisible wave of energy immediately enveloped Jinyu and Jess. The two were astonished and fearful, their faces etched with terror. With a pair of dry howls, Jinyu and Jess were abruptly knocked from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Vegeta charged forth, his massive foot descending fiercely upon Jinyu. Jinyu reacted quickly, rolling frantically on the ground to narrowly evade Vegeta's colossal foot. Bang! Vegeta bent down and seized Jinyu in his grasp, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. "Let me go," Jinyu shouted loudly. "Aha! Jinyu, I never thought you'd find yourself in this predicament," Vegeta said with a beaming smile, applying slight pressure. Crack! Jinyu's body seemed to disassemble, his bones contorted under the grip. "Killing you now is akin to squashing a grasshopper." Vegeta's face was filled with disdain. Jinyu gritted his teeth, just about to speak when he noticed Jess gathering his energy. In an instant, Jess's hands coalesced into a massive flame, hurling it towards the sky with a fierce roar. Boom! It was as if the sky had been pierced, layers of electric arcs shimmering in the void, creating a chilling sight. Jess's maneuver left many puzzled, for he was attacking the sky where no one existed. "Everyone, cease your actions. I have something to say," Jess commanded loudly. All turned to face Jess, baring their sharp fangs, their eyes glowing with crimson light. "Broly, come out!" Jess pointed at Broly, his voice sharp. The crowd turned their gaze toward Broly, who, in his giant ape form, nonchalantly approached with a smile, observing Jess, Jinyu, and Guldo, who was hiding behind a rock. Upon meeting Broly's gaze, Guldo trembled uncontrollably, hastily retracting his head. Chapter 27. Jinyu's ultimate skill. Guldo's heart raced. Genuinely terrified, he had just killed 3 weaker Saiyans, and, using his time-stopping ability, had stealthily distanced himself. Guldo believed his current position was extremely concealed, but to his astonishment, Broly had spotted him instantly. "There's something you need?" Broly inquired with a smile, gazing at Jess. "Captain, you speak," Jess nudged Jinyu. "Broly, dare we engage in a battle to the death, a duel solely between us?" Jinyu proposed, calculating the distance between himself and Broly, confident he could utilize his exchange ability. "Vegeta, release him," Broly instructed Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated but ultimately dared not oppose Broly, reluctantly letting go of Jinyu. "Jinyu, are you certain you wish to challenge me? You are no match for me," Broly remarked with a gentle smile. "Is that so? I know you are formidable, but if we were to swap bodies, would you still retain that strength?" Jinyu scoffed, extending his arms with a self-satisfied grin. "Your body will belong to me." Exchange with a snap. A brilliant white light suddenly flickered around Jinyu, enveloping Broly's position, the vast energy distorting the surrounding space. Whoosh! In the next moment, the light from Jinyu struck Broly. A triumphant smirk spread across Jinyu's face, excitement written all over him. "Let me see how effective this body is." Jinyu opened his eyes, looking at his hands. Then he softly gasped, "Why are my hands red? Isn't Broly's fur green? Moreover, my hands seem to resemble a human's. Not the appearance of a giant ape at all." Jinyu then focused his gaze, only to discover Broly, in giant ape form, smiling back at him. "Why you dodged? Whose body have I swapped into?" Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Captain, how did you switch bodies with me?" Jess's voice erupted in astonishment from Jinyu's mouth. "Jess, what is going on?" Jinyu was bewildered. "I don't know. I just felt like in the blink of an eye. My body was under your control, Captain. Upon closer inspection, I realized I was in your body," Jess replied, equally confused at why you dodged. Jinyu seemed to realize something, looking at Broly. "Indeed, you thought to exchange bodies with me? Not a chance." Broly chuckled. "It was my oversight," Jinyu said solemnly. "Exchange." Jinyu stretched his arms once more, a powerful wave of energy surging toward Broly. "Ha ha, did you not expect this? While I may have swapped into this body, I can still utilize the exchange ability, Jinyu exclaimed with glee. This time, your body is mine. Bang! The radiant flames struck Broly directly. As Jinyu opened his eyes, he was suddenly struck by the sensation that his body had become somewhat cumbersome, and the scene before him had also transformed. Huff, huff. Just as Jinyu was about to speak, he found that all that escaped his lips were huffs of breath. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that his body had become quite rotund, and his agility had noticeably diminished. He lifted his head in search of Guise. Captain, how on earth did you exchange bodies with a wild boar? Guise inquired, astonished. Upon hearing Guise's words, Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to faint. Those who relish meat, hurry forth, commanded Broly. Following Broly's orders, the multitude of great apes charged forward, tearing the transformed Jinyu to shreds in an instant. Guise was left utterly dumbfounded. After a brief silence, he dared not linger any longer and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the northwest. Humph! Attempting to escape? A cold chuckle escaped the lips of great ape Vegeta as he gathered energy into his hands. Whoosh! A vast surge of energy bombarded Guise's location with overwhelming force. Guise let out a piercing scream, utterly obliterated by Vegeta's assault. As for Guise's original body, the one that Jinyu had swapped into, it had now become the soul of a wild boar, staring blankly at the ground. Several great apes had already rushed over, promptly trampling it into a mushy paste. The unfortunate Guldo was also discovered by the great apes, meeting a fate of being squashed into a pulp. Once the divine moon in the sky vanished, the numerous Saiyans reverted from their great ape forms. Chapter 28. Rewarding meritorious service. Although the Saiyan side sustained significant casualties during this battle, with only a little over 1,000 remaining, they believed that this fight would be etched into history. After all, they had faced the infamous Ginyu Force from across the cosmos in the past. The mere mention of the Ginyu Force would command reverence from the Saiyans. Unexpectedly, under Broly's guidance, they had annihilated the Ginyu Force in this very battle. This achievement was unprecedented for the Saiyans. Following a moment of silence, Bardock was the first to kneel before Broly, bowing in submission. Among them, Bardock had benefited the most. His combat power had surged from just over 10,000 to an astounding 80,000. Of course, all of this was made possible through Broly's assistance, and Bardock was acutely aware that without Broly, he would never have reached such heights. An 80,000 combat power was something Bardock had never envisioned achieving. Seeing Bardock kneel, the other Saiyans promptly followed suit, kneeling before Broly and chanting his name as their king. Broly had long contemplated that rather than being strong alone, he preferred to uplift his fellow Saiyans. Having brought these Saiyans to this planet, Broly understood that many had come merely to observe, lacking true loyalty to him. However, after the confrontation with the Ginyu Force, most Saiyans had come to recognize his capabilities. Rise, from now on, there is no need to kneel before me, Broly commanded. Yes, King Broly, Bardock replied as he stood, bowing respectfully to Broly. Subsequently, the Saiyans behind Bardock also rose in unison. From this moment on, this planet shall be our homeland. Now, I shall reward those who have shown valor, Broly proclaimed to the gathered Saiyans. Bardock had displayed exceptional performance in this battle, facing adversity courageously. Thus, from today forth, I shall personally train him and assist him in achieving Super Saiyan status as swiftly as possible. Bardock was overwhelmed with gratitude and quickly bowed in thanks. Following this, Broly extended commendations to several other Saiyan warriors. After completing these acknowledgments, Broly's gaze fell upon Vegeta. Vegeta, as a prince, you merely observed during the battle. I find myself quite disappointed in you. Broly sighed softly. Therefore, I have decided that you shall return from whence you came. Humph. If I must return, then so be it. I refuse to believe that through my own efforts I cannot surpass you all, Vegeta retorted, his pride wounded, compelled to respond defiantly. Those willing to accompany Vegeta back will have their chance. Otherwise, this opportunity will vanish, Broly declared loudly. If you are indeed Saiyans, you should understand that only I am the true royal bloodline. Vegeta's youthful visage was etched with indignation as he shouted at the assembled Saiyans. However, the reality was that the Saiyans were pragmatic. They were a warrior race, revering the strong as their leaders. With Bardock's combat power now at 80,000, Broly's prowess would undoubtedly be even greater. Rather than follow the weak King Vegeta, it made more sense to align with the new king, Broly. Even Ba had switched allegiances at a critical moment. Joining Broly's ranks, Vegeta stood alone at the edge of the group, his tender heart suffering a severe blow. Humph, you will all regret this one day. Vegeta gritted his teeth, transforming into a white streak as he soared into the distance. Before long, a miniaturized spaceship shot into the sky, disappearing into the cosmos. In the following period, Broly traversed the universe, seizing several renowned scientists and bringing them to his planet, Broly Planet. Construction commenced on a grand scale. Initially, Broly instructed the scientists to create numerous gravity training chambers, conducting gravity training for the Saiyans in batches. It must be said that the enhancement in combat power through such gravity training was remarkably significant. Several Saiyans had even increased their combat power to 20,000 after just a month of training. As for Bardock, his strength soared, achieving a combat power of 100,000 while the Saiyans on Broly Planet intensified their training. Vegeta's spaceship finally returned to planet Vegeta. Bang! The hatch opened, and a furious Vegeta emerged from the vessel, heading straight for the new royal palace. Oh, brother has returned. Upon entering the palace, Vegeta suddenly heard a voice from his side. Chapter 29. Bulma's summons Vegeta halted his steps. What happened, brother? I heard you accompanied Broly to the new Saiyan planet, and now, just a month later, you have returned. The voice chimed again. Norse, spare me your incessant nagging. Vegeta retorted coldly. On Broly Planet, the construction of Broly's palace was completed, and at this moment, Broly, with a smile, was observing Vegeta through a crystal ball. When he heard someone refer to Vegeta as brother, Broly was momentarily taken aback. The image within the crystal ball shifted, revealing a captivating face. It was a Saiyan girl, appearing to be around 8 years old. Though her age was young, her beauty was undeniably exceptional. Who is this girl, named Norse? Broly beckoned Bardock over for clarification. King Broly, she is Vegeta's elder sister, 1 year older than him. Bardock replied respectfully after glancing at Norse in the crystal ball. Vegeta's sister. Broly hadn't anticipated that Vegeta had a sister. He only knew that Vegeta had a younger brother named Tarbell, who, due to his low combat power at birth, had been sent to a distant planet at the edge of the universe. Additionally, Vegeta seemingly had an older brother named Reg, whose combat prowess was formidable. However, Reg was a character from fan-made comics, and his existence remained uncertain. Vegeta's sister was also considered a talented warrior, having been born with a combat power of 600, frequently venturing out for training. The last time Bardock saw her, her combat power was around 8,000. Interesting. Broly smiled faintly, brushing his hand across the surface of the crystal ball, causing the images within to flicker and vanish. King Broly, it has been quite some time since we received any news of Frieza. I wonder where he is now. Bardock inquired, pondering whether his current battle prowess would be sufficient to defeat this cosmic overlord. Your current strength is merely adequate for engaging with the Ginyu Force. You are still far from being able to contend with Frieza, Broly replied with a slight smile, patting Bardock on the shoulder. Rest assured, when Frieza returns, perhaps you will find the opportunity to defeat him. Frieza will return. Bardock was momentarily taken aback, asking, does King Broly know Frieza's whereabouts? I have sent him to the farthest reaches of the universe. Considering the speed of his spacecraft, it will take him no less than 5 years to reach this planet, Broly disclosed, a smile gracing his lips. However, if fortune favors him and he encounters a black hole capable of traversing this star domain, he might return a few years earlier. What? King Broly sent Frieza away. Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with reverence. No wonder there has been no news from Frieza for such a long time. It appears it was you who orchestrated this. By the way, Bardock, I have heard you have a child named Kakarot? Broly asked. Yes, King Broly. Frieza summoned the Saiyans back to planet Vegeta on a large scale, and I sensed he might be plotting our annihilation. Thus, my wife Jine and I secretly sent Kakarot to a planet called Earth in the Milky Way, Bardock explained before respectfully inquiring, King Broly, would you like me to bring Kakarot back? No need. I trust he will flourish on Earth, Broly replied with a gentle smile. "Ha, King Broly is jesting," Bardock said, momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly added, "Kakaroto's battle power was merely 2 at birth, so no matter how hard he strives, he will always remain a low-tier warrior. Perhaps one day he will surpass me," Broly remarked. "What?" Bardock was utterly bewildered. The thought of his son, that exceptionally weak warrior Kakaroto, one day surpassing the mighty King Broly, seemed incomprehensible. Suddenly, Broly frowned, a change of expression crossing his face. He had sensed that Bulma was calling for him. "I must take my leave," Broly said to Bardock, and in an instant, he teleported to Earth, right beside Bulma. Upon arrival, Broly was both astonished and furious. He discovered that the headquarters of Capsule Corporation had been besieged by armed assailants, their faces twisted in malice, emblazoned with 2 letters on their shoulders. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Bulma and her parents had been taken hostage by these individuals. That the Red Ribbon Army. Broly advanced toward Bulma's location. "How did you get here?" one of the women holding Bulma captive exclaimed. Stunned by Broly's sudden appearance, as he approached, she hastily raised her handgun, aiming the dark muzzle at him. "If you dare come any closer, I will pull the trigger," she shouted angrily. "Step away." Broly felt a surge of anger as he saw Bulma's neck was tightly constricted, her face turning purple as she desperately fumbled with the time-space ring in her hand. Her awareness was fading as Broly approached. With narrowed eyes, Broly continued his advance toward the woman. Bang! 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 The woman fired her weapon, the bullets piercing the air, striking Broly's head one after another. He remained unfazed, continuing to walk toward her as though the bullets were mere whispers against his skin. Then, with a fierce glare, a divine power erupted from Broly, enveloping the woman. Instantly, her grip loosened and Bulma collapsed to the ground, her consciousness fading into oblivion. "Bulma!" Dr. Briefs cried out in desperation, calling his daughter's name. Why Bulma? Bulma's mother was in tears, both fearing the worst for their daughter. "I must be mistaken. Did he just get shot?" One soldier gasped. "I saw him get shot too. How is he unharmed? Could it be a misfire? Go and capture him," a command was issued. The soldiers charged forward, intent on subduing Broly. My arm! My arm!" The woman shrieked in agony, her arm suddenly rising involuntarily. A violent tugging sensation coursed through her, compelling her to scream. Crack! At that moment, the woman's arm emitted a sharp snap. In an instant, her arm, along with her clothing, was violently torn away, leaving a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Even the seasoned soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army turned pale at the sight. "Ah!" The woman screamed in terror, her fear palpable. "Oh, not let your blood stain this home," Broly coldly remarked, using his divine abilities to control her blood, preventing it from touching the ground. He then seized her by the hair and tossed her aside. Whoosh! The woman soared into the air, disappearing from sight in mere moments. Broly had never felt such rage before. He could not comprehend why, but witnessing Bulma's unconscious state awakened a peculiar sensation within him. A strange energy surged violently inside him, only to be gradually suppressed after vanquishing the source of his ire. "Stop! Stay back!" A quaking voice interrupted. Broly glanced over to find a soldier pointing his weapon at Bulma's mother. "If you dare take a step closer, I will immediately kill this girl's mother." The soldier's hand trembled. "Red Ribbon Army, you all must die today." Broly's fury erupted as he bellowed. Smack! The soldier, evidently terrified, fumbled his gun, causing it to tumble to the ground. Bang! As the gun hit the ground, it inadvertently discharged, the bullet zipping through the air and striking the soldier in a most sensitive area. The soldier doubled over in agony, clutching himself in pain. Broly, already seething with rage, found himself taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, causing the violent energy within him to dissipate. With incredible speed, Broly darted among the 50 or so soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. In the blink of an eye, they all lay unconscious on the ground, utterly defeated. "Dr. Briefs, are you all right?" Broly rushed over to support Dr. Briefs. "I'm fine. Check on Bulma." Dr. Briefs replied, concern etched on his face as he looked toward Bulma. Broly approached, cradling Bulma in his arms, and fed her a senza bean. After consuming the bean, Bulma finally regained consciousness. Upon realizing her parents and her older brother were beside her, Bulma burst into tears. "Be Bulma, it's all right. Everything is fine now, Broly reassured her. For reasons unknown, Broly suddenly felt that Bulma's cries added an abundance of energy to his being. I thought I was going to die. Bulma wiped her tears. Relieved to see Broly. Broly, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Thank you so much for today, to Dr. Briefs sincerely addressed Broly. Oh, Doctor, look how well-suited Bulma and Broly are together. Why not arrange a betrothal for the two? Bulma's mother, observing Broly, suddenly chuckled. I think that's a splendid idea. That Dr. Briefs nodded in agreement. Mom, Dad, is it really appropriate to jest at a time like this? Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha, Bulma's mother laughed, after the robot tidied up the yard once more. Broly inquired of Dr. Briefs why the Red Ribbon Army sought him out. This matter is rather lengthy. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and sighed. The Red Ribbon Army has committed numerous nefarious deeds over the years and has been relentlessly researching the latest weaponry to dominate the world. They intend to realize this through artificial human technology. Under Dr. Gero's leadership, they have developed androids 1 through 7, but due to the immaturity of his technology, these 7 androids have essentially ended in failure and are incapable of combat. I see. The 7 failed androids have caused Dr. Gero to lose confidence. Thus he seeks your assistance? Broly smiled. Indeed, Dr. Briefs nodded that I disagree with him, which is why he has brought his men here, that I know what must be done. Broly stood up, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. If I had arrived a moment later, Bulma's family could have faced dire consequences. In Broly's eyes, the Red Ribbon Army was undoubtedly doomed. That I shall return shortly, he declared, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Swish! The next moment, Broly appeared at the Temple of Earth. The Earth's deity was taken aback upon Broly's sudden manifestation. Particularly, the divine power emanating from Broly left the deity utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. Greetings, deity of Earth, Broly greeted with a faint smile. Looking at the deity, whose skin was a dark green hue, face lined with wrinkles, and staff in hand, Broly noticed Mr. Popo, clad entirely in black. Standing behind him, equally astonished. Great deity, your presence graces my humble abode. May I inquire what you require? The deity knelt before Broly after a brief moment of hesitation. For, in terms of divine power, the deity was leagues apart from Broly. After all, the Earth's deity governed only this single planet, while Broly was a supreme Kai, overseeing the entire universe. That, of course, Broly was the supreme Kai of Universe 10, which was unrelated to Universe 7. But the deity was unaware of such distinctions. Seeing the deity kneel, Mr. Popo quickly followed suit. The Red Ribbon Army has committed countless atrocities. As the deity of Earth, what is your plan? Broly directly inquired. The deity wiped his brow. Having not anticipated Broly would ask such a question, he then mustered the courage to respond. I've been monitoring the Red Ribbon Army for some time. While they frequently engage in wrongdoing, their impact on the world's functioning is not significantly detrimental. That I plan to observe them a while longer before making a decision. Not significantly detrimental? Broly narrowed his eyes, his expression stern as he admonished. Do you not realize that today they nearly exterminated the entire Capsule Corporation family? What? Such a thing occurred. The deity's countenance changed, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. What? You were unaware? Broly coldly questioned. It was my oversight. I have been focusing on another organization and neglected the affairs of the Red Ribbon Army. I beseech the great deity for your forgiveness. The deity pleaded. Another organization? Which one? Broly asked. That It is a fellow named Master Roshi and his brother, Tien Shinhan. Their existence could potentially stir up a commotion in this world. The deity lamented. Very well. Now that you are aware, what do you intend to do about the Red Ribbon Army? Broly expressed disinterest in Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, their issues bearing no relevance to him. The deity hesitated, gazing at Broly in confusion. Great deity, what punishment do you intend to impose? The deity rarely punished mortals on Earth, only descending for those deemed truly wicked. Now, to speak of punishing an entire army left the deity at a loss. Since you do not know what to do, allow me to teach you. Broly smiled gently, suddenly conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. The brilliant crimson energy sphere, shimmering with a bloodthirsty radiance, caused Mr. Popo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Great deity, Do you intend to annihilate the entire Red Ribbon Army? The deity was momentarily stunned. This is the light of retribution. Broly corrected, then hurled the energy sphere downwards. Swoosh! The red energy sphere shot forth like an arrow, producing a sharp, explosive sound as it cut through the air. Whoosh! Like a fireball, the energy sphere plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere struck the ground of the Red Ribbon Army's domain, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The ground seemed to tear apart, waves of destruction surging forth, while a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, wreaking havoc across the area. Once the dust settled, the entire headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army lay in ruins. The deity stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the terrifying spectacle, momentarily frozen in disbelief. How horrifying! This great deity possesses immense power. Now you know what to do, correct? Broly smiled slightly. Understood, the deity knelt, responding obediently. Point one more thing. In 3 days, gather 621 women and 325 men. These individuals must be kind-hearted and possess a peaceful disposition, for I wish to take them to a new world for enlightenment. Broly commanded the deity, Mr. Popo, make haste and document this. The deity instructed urgently. Yes, Mr. Popo quickly produced paper and pen, beginning to take notes. Moreover, the women must be under 20 years of age, while the men may be slightly older, but not exceeding 30. Additionally, these kind-hearted individuals must willingly accompany me to the new world. For now, that will suffice. Understood, great deity. Rest assured, I shall arrange this promptly. The deity replied hastily, then cautiously inquired, if I may ask, great deity, what is your purpose for gathering these individuals? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. You have no right to know, Broly retorted coldly. Yes, the deity bowed in apology. Swish! Broly employed instant transmission to return to the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. At Bulma's home that moment, Bulma's family was watching television. The 100-inch screen displaying footage of a fireball descending from the sky, obliterating the Red Ribbon Army. It was reported that the Red Ribbon Army's transgressions in recent years had provoked the wrath of the deity, who utilized the light of retribution to annihilate their headquarters. The anchor's voice resonated, accompanied by a slight smile. Is there truly a divine presence in our world? Just a jest, just a jest. Regardless, the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army is indeed a cause for national celebration. Broly, dear brother, could it be that you were responsible for this? Bulma inquired upon Broly's appearance. It was the deity's doing. Broly replied with a smile. A deity? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. After enjoying dinner at Bulma's residence, Broly expressed his intention to take his leave. Broly sought to find a suitable area on Earth where his people could reside for a time. Ideally, he aimed to establish a new city in a specific region of Earth, allowing Saiyans and Earthlings to coexist and procreate together. Initially, Broly contemplated bringing Earthlings to planet Broly for their habitation. However, the gravitational force on planet Broly was 10 times that of Earth, which would lead to their immediate demise upon arrival. Even with Broly's current status as a Kaishin, he found himself unable to resolve the gravitational issue of the planet. In Chapter 33, Super Saiyan Project 55, Broly planned to create a city on Earth as well, providing a residence for Saiyans to nurture their peaceful hearts. That a peaceful heart is indeed the key to enhancing the super cells within them, which are a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyans. As he circled the globe, Broly stumbled upon a wild island measuring nearly 10 square kilometers. This island, located near the Antarctic, endured an exceedingly frigid climate, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to around -60 degrees Celsius. Survival here was nearly impossible. However, this posed no challenge for Broly. He promptly returned to planet Broly, enlisted the help of scientists, and had them create a temperature-regulating device, which was then installed on the island. Subsequently, Broly ventured to other planets to acquire suitable flora and fauna for cultivation in this newfound haven. Thus, a sunlit island, reminiscent of spring throughout the year, was born. 3 days later, Broly appeared in the temple. Great God, the individuals have been selected, and Mr. Popo is currently arranging their arrival. said the celestial deity respectfully. With a nod, Broly waved his right hand gracefully through the air, conjuring a shimmering crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball illuminated with the images of nearly 1,000 Earthlings. The celestial deity widened his eyes in astonishment at this unexpected display of power. "Let us go and see," Broly suggested with a slight smile, gently placing his hand on the deity's in a flash. Broly utilized instant transmission, bringing the deity before the gathered crowd of nearly 1,000 people. Initially skeptical of the divine, many Earthlings found their beliefs shaken upon witnessing Broly's sudden appearance, prompting several to kneel in reverence before him. Broly surveyed each individual, clearly discerning the goodness and malice within their hearts. This ability to differentiate between good and evil was second nature to Broly. By releasing his divine power, he could peer into their innermost thoughts. Simultaneously, he could detect any traces of malevolence within them. Not bad. They're all kind-hearted individuals, each possessing a tranquil spirit. "Thank you for your efforts, Earth's celestial deity." Broly expressed his gratitude. "Not at all," the celestial deity bowed. "Rise," Broly commanded, as his divine power enveloped the gathered humans. Instantly, they found themselves standing, their faces reflecting a mixture of astonishment and adoration. "You are all chosen by the divine, that I will lead you to a new place to live that I trust Mr. Popo has informed you of this," Broly announced. "Yes, we are willing to follow the divine," the crowd affirmed eagerly. "Good, now hold hands," Broly instructed. In the blink of an eye, he transported the group to the small island near the Antarctic. Subsequently, Broly returned to planet Broly, gathering single Saiyan men and women to share his intentions regarding life on Earth. Many Saiyans were perplexed as to why Broly mentioned a planet of such rudimentary civilization. Broly elaborated. Confusion deepened among the gathered Saiyans. "So, Broly King wishes for us to coexist with Earthlings? But why? They are weak and easily vanquished," Broly stated solemnly. "What I require of you is to live harmoniously with Earthlings. Even to marry and bear children in that place. There shall be no racial discrimination. Should anyone dare harm innocent Earthlings, my punishment will be death." At this declaration, the gathered Saiyans felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions shifting. "You will be given a choice. You may either remain here or spend some time living on Earth." With a gentle smile, Broly added, "If you choose to go to Earth, you must adhere to their customs. Killing indiscriminately is forbidden, and you are not permitted to leave that 10-square-kilometer island." The prospect of being confined to a mere 10 square kilometers sparked unease among many Saiyans. They were Saiyans capable of flight. To them, 10 square kilometers felt akin to a prison. In Chapter 34, Princess Nasa the Vegeta, "I will go." Broly King. Bardock was the first to step forward, adding, "However, Broly King, I already have a wife. Will I not be able to take an Earth woman?" "You may," Broly replied with a nod. "I shall also go. I wish to live among Earthlings," Bardock exclaimed. "Surely Earth women cannot be that unattractive?" Regardless, it is worth investigating. With Bardock leading the charge, the overwhelming majority of Saiyans eagerly volunteered. Ultimately, only a handful chose to remain behind, preferring to continue their gravity training on planet Broly. Broly did not compel them further, promptly transporting the remaining Saiyans to the small island near Earth. On the same day, Broly established a set of regulations for the island, recognizing that rules were essential for fostering growth among the Saiyans. Having completed these arrangements, and bolstered by Bardock's presence, the Saiyans quickly began to coexist with the Earthlings. After ensuring the Saiyans and Earthlings were settled on the island, Broly returned to Bulma's home to cultivate his own peaceful heart. Unbeknownst to him, Broly had begun to acclimate to the nuances of life on Earth. After all, in his previous life, he was indeed an Earthling. Nevertheless, the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins continually urged him to train, to battle, and to become stronger. Thus, Broly did not abandon his training. He requested Bulma to construct a gravity training room tailored to his needs. Beginning with 300 times Earth's gravity, he diligently trained and had since grown capable of enduring 800 times the gravity. When Broly's birthday arrived, yet another energy-boosting gift descended from the heavens, striking Broly. This body is simply extraordinary. Even without training, This annual influx of energy is sufficient for a lifetime, he mused. 4 months later, a Scion spaceship descended upon planet Vegeta. As the hatch opened, a young female Scion, approximately 8 years of age, floated into view. Broly, this princess has come to find you, the young Scion huffed as she made her way toward the royal palace. However, upon arriving at the palace, she discovered that Broly was not present. After a brief inquiry, the young Scion learned that Broly had indeed gone to Earth. What could he possibly be doing on Earth? She pondered with a furrowed brow. Your Highness, Broly King has taken many of our Scions to Earth, stating that we shall live alongside Earthlings, though we do not know the reasons behind his decision. The Scions responded with utmost respect. This female Scion was none other than Nors, the elder sister of Vegeta, a peculiar individual indeed. Nors was perplexed, yet since she had already arrived on Broly's planet, she began to wander around. Before long, Nors stumbled upon the gravity training room constructed by scientists under Broly's directive. Driven by curiosity, she could not resist entering the gravity training facility to give it a try. After a rigorous training session, Nors was astonished to discover that weighted training significantly enhanced her combat prowess. She felt grateful for her arrival on Broly's planet. And no wonder Broly was so formidable. It was due to such training, determined, Nors resolved to remain in the gravity training room on Broly's planet, engaging in strenuous training day after day. Broly was informed by the denizens of Broly's planet about Nors's presence. As long as she caused no destruction, she was free to do as she pleased, Broly instructed. Chapter 35. The Return of Frieza, 26. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Thanks to the annual energy enhancement packages and his diligent training, Broly's base combat power had reached an astounding 200 million during these 5 years, on a small island near the Antarctic. The relationship between the Scions and Earthlings gradually improved under Broly's supervision. Remarkably, 13 pairs of Scions and Earthlings had already produced hybrid offspring. Broly observed that most of the Scions brought to Earth had developed a sense of tranquility through their interactions with Earthlings, significantly tempering their once savage temperaments. Of course, there was one Scion who accidentally killed an Earthling, and in accordance with the rules, Broly personally executed him. Since then, there had been no further incidents of Scions injuring or killing Earthlings. Additionally, a year prior, the scientists on Broly's planet finally developed an anti-gravity device, deploying it in the southern region of the planet. Consequently, the gravitational force in that area became identical to that of Earth. Subsequently, Broly relocated everyone from the small island in the southern region to the southern area of Broly's planet. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space, a spaceship was hurtling through the cosmos. On board, Frieza glared with his triangular eyes, his long tail swaying as tears streamed down his face. 5 years. 5 years, and I, Frieza, have finally returned. Overcome with emotion, Frieza trembled with excitement. At last, he returned, and his subordinate let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A flash of red light ignited in Frieza's eyes, and he unleashed a devastating attack on this subordinate. Instantly, the subordinate was enveloped in smoke and reduced to ashes. I have endured your incompetence for far too long. Out of respect for the arduous journey you undertook to bring me back, I spared you from torment. Frieza gritted his teeth and commanded his remaining subordinates, connect me to the Ginyu Force immediately. A minute later, the subordinate responsible for contacting the Ginyu Force was drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground as he replied, Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force has completely vanished, and we cannot establish contact. Oh, unable to establish contact. Frieza narrowed his eyes and inquired, is the planet where the Ginyu Force was last located still in existence? It still exists, Lord Frieza, but it will take us at least a month to reach that planet. The subordinate replied with a pained expression. What? A month? Frieza clenched his fists and asked, which space station or planet is closest to us? Lord Frieza, according to the data, we are currently closest to planet Vegeta, and it will take just 1 day to reach. Another subordinate promptly responded, oh, planet Vegeta. Frieza's eyes lit up, and he smiled faintly. The subordinates understood Frieza's intent and immediately redirected the spaceship towards planet Vegeta. 1 day later, Frieza's spaceship landed on planet Vegeta. It was as if death itself had descended, for when Frieza's figure hovered above planet Vegeta, the Scions were left dumbfounded. Subsequently, numerous Scions and aliens knelt in reverence before Frieza. Simultaneously, many murmured in disbelief, wondering how Frieza had suddenly reappeared. Is it truly Frieza? You are still alive. King Vegeta hastily arrived at the scene, gazing at Frieza with a mix of surprise and defiance. Refusing to kneel and instead standing tall. Humph, many must have assumed I was dead, Frieza remarked with a slight smile, narrowing his eyes that I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Let it be known I cannot die. Is that so? It is indeed splendid that you are alive, King Vegeta replied with a confident grin. Oh, King Vegeta, you seem rather pleased, Frieza remarked, intrigued. Humph, Frieza, I've been waiting for you for a long time. King Vegeta clenched his fists, eagerly addressing Frieza. You say you've been waiting for me? The way you speak suggests you wish to challenge me, Frieza inquired with a smile. Frieza, observe my combat power well. Once you do, you will regret it. King Vegeta declared with confidence. That's so. Frieza turned to one of his subordinates behind him. Lord Frieza, King Vegeta's combat power has reached 100,000. The subordinate reported, astonished at the reading. What? 100,000? Frieza was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. How about that, Frieza? I am no longer the King Vegeta of old. King Vegeta laughed heartily. I am now the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans. I am a Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, a Super Saiyan, Frieza scoffed, inhaling deeply before nonchalantly replying. I expected something remarkable, yet you only possess a combat power of 100,000. Not merely 100,000. King Vegeta scoffed in turn, addressing the gathered Saiyans with fervor. Saiyans, the time for battle has arrived? Yes. In an instant, tens of thousands of Saiyans surged forth, conjuring energy balls in their hands. These energy spheres radiated a golden hue, shimmering with a divine glow. Chapter 36. The Rise of the Saiyans, 36 Whoosh. In the next moment, the energy balls shot into the sky, gathering in the crimson heavens. Within moments, the golden energy coalesced, forming a colossal artificial moon. Frieza, you will regret coming to planet Vegeta. King Vegeta laughed heartily. Fixating on the man-made moon above, it is a full moon. Frieza inhaled sharply, his expression turning icy. Roar. In an instant, tens of thousands of Saiyans transformed into giant apes, surrounding Frieza in the scarlet sky. The scene gradually shrank. Soon after, the image of King Vegeta and the multitude of Saiyans confronting Frieza appeared on the large monitoring screen of Broly's planet. King Broly, Frieza has appeared, Bardock reported, bowing before Broly. After 5 years of growth, Broly now stood nearly as tall as an adult, a warrior race. Saiyans matured into adult forms resembling Earthlings at a young age, maintaining this appearance for over 300 years. Presently, Broly was slightly taller than Bardock. He truly has endured much, Broly chuckled, then turned to Bardock and asked, how many individuals on our planet can transform into Super Saiyans? King Broly, including myself, there are currently 6 Super Saiyans. Bardock responded respectfully. Only 6? That is still too few. Broly gently shook his head. After a brief moment of silence, he commanded, bring those 5 over here. Yes. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes later, 6 individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, including Bardock, were brought before Broly. Broly scanned each of them, noting that the 5 potential Super Saiyans were relatively unfamiliar faces. However, one individual piqued Broly's interest. Aren't you Nors? The daughter of King Vegeta, am I correct? Broly inquired, gazing at a strikingly beautiful female Saiyan. After 5 years of growth, Nors had blossomed into a lovely young woman, exuding a fresh and youthful aura that compelled Broly to steal a few more glances. As for the other Saiyans, Broly could hardly recall their names. Humph, you only just realized? Nors glared back. Nors, show some respect, Bardock admonished. Humph, I am a princess, the princess of the Saiyans. You should be the one showing me respect. Nors retorted with a huff that you're pushing it. Bardock was about to lose his temper, but halted upon seeing Broly's warning glance, deciding to hold his tongue. Princess Nors, I trust you are aware of Frieza's appearance on planet Vegeta? Broly asked with a smile. I know. He's just a Frieza with a power level of a little over 500,000, and why father will annihilate him. Nors replied confidently. Yes, that's so. Then let us enjoy the spectacle. Broly said with a slight smile, conjuring a crystal ball that displayed flickering images of Frieza and King Vegeta, among others. That moment, King Vegeta had transformed into a great ape. Not only had King Vegeta transformed, but all Saiyans had assumed the great ape form as well. The massive creatures roared thunderously, causing the crystal ball to tremble as Planet Vegeta shuddered in response. Not bad. King Vegeta, did I didn't expect you to resort to such measures against me? Frieza remarked, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the thousands of great apes. Frieza, your demise is imminent. The title of Universe Emperor rightfully belongs to us Saiyans. King Vegeta's enormous form radiated boundless energy, his voice becoming more gruff. Interesting. This pack of wild monkeys who should have perished 5 years ago. I knew you would rebel against me. Frieza sneered coldly, then continued with evident interest. The great ape transformation allows your fighting power to increase tenfold. Correct? That means your current power level has reached 1 million. Indeed impressive. Frieza, prepare to meet your end. King Vegeta bellowed, launching himself like a beam of light towards Frieza. Wait, no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Frieza extended his hand, speaking casually to King Vegeta. King Vegeta paused, scoffing. What? Frieza, do you wish to write your last words? I can grant you the time. King Vegeta, you might be laughing a bit prematurely, Frieza replied with a subtle smile, narrowing his eyes. You may find my next words quite intriguing. Oh, is that so? King Vegeta scoffed. I would be delighted to hear. Allow me to enlighten you that do you not think that only you Saiyans can transform? Frieza, can transform as well, Frieza declared now. Let me show you the terrifying transformation of a Universe Emperor. As his words fell, Frieza's body suddenly expanded dramatically, growing to nearly 2 meters in height. Simultaneously, his energy surged to a magnitude far greater than before. How about that? It's been quite a while since I transformed. I almost felt rusty. Frieza chuckled triumphantly. My power level has now surpassed 1 million, making things much more interesting. What? He can also transform? King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Frieza's transformation doubled his power level to 1 million. The expressions of the numerous great ape Saiyans turned grave, and they exhaled white gas in disbelief. We are all at 1 million power levels. It will come down to who can endure the longest. King Vegeta scoffed, opening his mouth wide. Swish, a brilliant red beam shot towards Frieza. The crimson energy crackled with arcs of lightning, distorting the sky and creating vacuums in its wake. Observing the rapidly approaching red energy, Frieza merely smiled, effortlessly dodging it with a swift movement. He then appeared behind one of the great apes. Bang! Frieza delivered a powerful kick, sending the great ape soaring into the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Frieza struck with blinding speed, each kick sending a great ape flying. In less than 10 seconds, nearly 100 great apes have been sent tumbling like balls by Frieza's relentless assault. This bastard is treating my father like a monkey. Nors trembled slightly, gritting her teeth in anger. Aside from Bardock, the base power levels of the 4 of you are below 1 million. Even if you transform into Super Saiyans, you will still be no match for Frieza, Broly remarked, looking at Nors and the others. However, Frieza's appearance is an excellent opportunity for you to enhance your strength. Yes, the other 3, excluding Princess Nors, responded respectfully. Frieza is only at 1 million power level, isn't he? Nors retorted defiantly. My base power level has already reached 600,000. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, my power will soar to 30 million. Eliminating Frieza will be a trivial task. Broly, you underestimate us too much. Then I wish Princess Nors a victorious endeavor, Broly said with a slight smile, and in the next moment, Broly placed his hand on Nors' shoulder. Swish! Broly activated instant transmission, transporting Nors, Bardock, and the other 5 to the skies above Planet Vegeta, where the battle was unfolding at this point. Frieza seemed to be reveling in the chaos, while the Saiyans appeared to be intimidated, with many already falling victim to his merciless kicks. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was relentlessly pursuing Frieza, yet despite his efforts, he could never land a hit. Exhaustion filled his nostrils with steam, his crimson gaze reflecting fury and resentment. Super Saiyan, It's merely an ordinary Great Ape transformation. I thought it was something remarkable, but with just a slight exertion, you all seem utterly terrified, Frieza remarked, his expression dripping with disdain. He then pointed his right hand toward the enormous artificial moon in the sky. A white beam of energy coalesced in Frieza's hand, breaking through the void and racing towards the artificial moon. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the artificial moon erupted in vibrant colors, swelling several times over in an instant. In moments, the artificial moon shone brilliantly, illuminating the sky as if it were ablaze, painting the heavens with countless stars. Once the dust settled, the artificial moon, a culmination of the energy and efforts of thousands of Saiyans, was utterly obliterated by Frieza with a mere flick of his wrist. Swish! King Vegeta and the others reverted from their great ape forms, their faces etched with terror. That artificial moon had been forged from the energy of tens of thousands of Saiyans. Yet Frieza had destroyed it with such ease. King Vegeta, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to show me. I, Frieza, am more than willing to entertain. Frieza smirked, his expression radiating smug satisfaction. This is impossible. This can't be happening. King Vegeta trembled, his body shaking as he grappled with his despair and fury. Frieza! At that moment, a loud voice pierced through the air. The sound was melodious, drawing the attention of many who turned their gazes towards its source. Upon closer inspection, numerous Saiyans' eyes gleamed with surprise as they discovered that Broly had indeed appeared among the crowd. Frieza, unable to resist, cast his gaze in that direction, and upon seeing Broly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "You brat! You're still alive!" Frieza exclaimed as he swiftly darted towards Broly. "I'm doing quite well, Frieza," Broly replied with a smile. "You've grown quite a bit. You must be older than 8 now, I presume?" Frieza noted Broly's changed appearance, realizing that Jinyu and his team had not erred. The past 5 years of cosmic travel have been rather amusing, haven't they? Broly inquired with keen interest. "What? How do you know?" Frieza blinked, his eyes widening. "I was the one who sent you there," Broly chuckled. "What did you say?" "You sent me there." Frieza was momentarily stunned, followed by a hearty laugh. "Haha, you little monkey, you are quite the comedian. I distinctly remember being accidentally swept into an invisible black hole, which transported me to the edge of the universe." "Well, believe what you wish," Broly said, his smile unwavering as he nodded at Bardock and the other 5. "Let's go," Bardock commanded. With a resounding clap, golden light shimmered around the 5 of them. Instantly, Bardock and the others' hair stood high, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Simultaneously, the color of their pupils shifted to a vibrant green, reminiscent of sparkling jade. "What? What is this transformation?" Frieza exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Not only Frieza, but even King Vegeta was left speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. The other Saiyans on planet Vegeta gaped in astonishment, their faces painted with surprise and envy as they beheld the glowing Saiyans. "This is the Super Saiyan, Frieza. You ought to be cautious," Broly remarked with keen interest. "What? Super Saiyan?" Frieza blinked, his pupils dilating several times. "I'll go first," Nors declared, hastily propelling herself towards Frieza. Bang! Nors transformed into a streak of golden light, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's face. In an instant, Frieza's visage contorted, a deep footprint imprinted upon it. With a grunt, Frieza coughed up 2 teeth, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The sight of Frieza being so easily dispatched left the Saiyans of planet Vegeta utterly astonished, especially King Vegeta, whose eyes bulged in disbelief at the unfolding events. "Father, how is it? I have become a Super Saiyan." Nors beamed at King Vegeta with a hint of pride. "He is still alive." King Vegeta said gravely, "Alive is best. He has tormented us Saiyans for so long." "Humph, today I will personally obliterate him," Nors retorted. Suddenly, Frieza's furious roar echoed, his form transforming into a streak of light, appearing high in the sky. Facing Nors from a distance, "So, you are still alive? Truly resilient," Nors remarked, sticking out her tongue. "Damn wild monkey." Frieza's forehead bulged with veins, his fury reaching a peak. "Today, all Saiyans shall perish, and you will learn the consequences of offending me." "Frieza, humph, your battle power barely exceeds 1,000,000. What makes you think you can kill us? Nors scoffed. Foolish mother monkey. Frieza sneered coldly. What did you say? Did you just call me a mother monkey? Nors seethed with rage. Lunging towards Frieza. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his body suddenly enveloped in layers of boundless energy flames. In the next moment, a spherical layer of white energy radiated outward from Frieza's center. What is happening? Nors halted, surprised as she gazed at Frieza. Before long, she witnessed Frieza's form undergoing a transformation. His tall and imposing figure gradually compressed inward, his skin becoming as smooth as silk and flawlessly white. Frieza, fourth form. Nors gasped in disbelief. He transformed again. Nors stared at Frieza with wide, incredulous eyes. Skipping his third form, Frieza raised his right hand slightly after entering his fourth form. Whoosh! A crimson beam shot forth from his fingertip like a rocket, piercing through the void and heading straight for King Vegeta. PSHH. In an instant, the red beam effortlessly penetrated King Vegeta's body. His frame trembled violently, and his gaze turned vacant as he plummeted from the sky. Father! Nors cried out in alarm, racing towards King Vegeta to rescue him. However, just then, Frieza's figure flickered, appearing directly in front of Nors, grinning as he said, Mother Monkey, why not take care of your father after you get past me? You vile scoundrel! Nors gritted her teeth, launching a fierce kick aimed at Frieza. Bang! With a dull thud, Nors's kick landed squarely on Frieza's chest. Frieza, however, did not flinch, allowing Nors to strike him without any attempt to evade. He then regarded her with amusement, brushing the dust off his attire, and chuckled, Mother Monkey, are you not a Super Saiyan? Is this truly all you can muster? Nors, gritting her teeth in frustration, felt uncertain. Bang! Frieza retaliated with a powerful punch to Nors's abdomen. Pooh! Nors's complexion drained of color as she spat out blood. Go! Frieza followed with a swift kick, sending Nors hurtling into the ground of planet Vegeta. Crack! The golden aura surrounding Nors dissipated as her head tilted, and she fell into unconsciousness. The expressions of the numerous Saiyans present shifted dramatically. Even Princess Nors had been effortlessly subdued by Frieza, and she was a Super Saiyan. Frieza was simply terrifying. Let's go. Bardock clenched his fists, instructing the three beside him. Yes, with that, Bardock and the others transformed into Super Saiyans, charging towards Frieza. What? More Super Saiyans? Frieza's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Bardock and the others. Internally, he pondered. If these monkeys all become Super Saiyans, my position could be in jeopardy. No, I must deliver a decisive blow today. Swish! Facing Bardock and the others' onslaught, Frieza snorted coldly, effortlessly dodging their successive attacks. Swish! In the next moment, Frieza's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. By the time Bardock and the others comprehended the situation, they found Frieza had already appeared several hundred meters behind them. That it was hardly surprising that Bardock and his companions were no match for Frieza, as their fundamental combat powers were exceedingly low. Among them, Bardock boasted the highest base combat power, reaching 1.2 million, followed by Nors at 600,000, while the remaining trio, Toma, Dodoria, and Nuba, had base combat powers of merely around 400,000. Even Bardock's combat power, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, barely amounted to 60 million. In contrast, Frieza's fourth form possessed a base combat power of 3 million, yet he was acutely aware that 3 million was insufficient against Bardock and his team. Thus, he unleashed over 60% of his energy, elevating his combat power to 80 million, surpassing Bardock by 20 million. Consequently, no matter how hard Bardock and his comrades endeavored, they could not land a blow on Frieza. Swish! Frieza raised his right hand, and at his fingertips, golden light shimmered as 4 crimson beams shot toward Bardock and his companions. With 3 muffled thuds, the other 3 Super Saiyans, unfortunate enough to be struck, felt their golden light dissipate and plummeted from the sky. Bardock, however, narrowly evaded the attack, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fools, behind you! Just then, Frieza's figure materialized behind Bardock. Bam! Frieza launched a powerful kick that struck Bardock squarely in the back. Bardock transformed into a beam of golden light, crashing down to the ground. With a resounding crack, Bardock's golden aura shattered, and he coughed up blood, struggling even to move. I've already dispatched your companions. Broly, it seems it's your turn now. Frieza said with a sinister smile, his eyes brimming with provocation. You are no match for me. Broly replied coolly, yes, that's so. You dare claim I am not your equal? Frieza scoffed, and with that he raised his hand, targeting Broly directly. King Broly, watch out, a Saiyan shouted, unable to contain himself. Whoosh, a jet of crimson energy shot forth, tearing through the void and hurtling toward Broly with ferocious intent. As the red beam approached at breakneck speed, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Broly's eyes. Smack. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The crimson beam, halting less than a centimeter for Broly, seemed as if it had been frozen in place, leaving a lengthy red rod suspended in the air. Broly smiled slightly and gently tapped the seemingly rod-like energy with his finger. Smack. The red energy rod vanished in an instant. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they beheld such an extraordinary spectacle. Confounding them further was the inexplicable nature of Frieza's red beam, which had appeared to be immobilized before being shattered by Broly's touch. Even Frieza himself remained bewildered, having never encountered such a miraculous ability. Do you possess any other tricks? Feel free to showcase them. Broly beckoned with a grin. You insufferable brat, you twisted sorcerer. Frieza gritted his teeth, extending his arms wide. Whoosh! Suddenly, large stones began to rise from the ground, soaring into the air and hovering around Frieza. Go! Frieza commanded, flinging his hands as the stones he controlled hurtled toward Broly like a barrage of arrows. Swish! Broly merely extended his hand forward. In the next moment, the stones racing toward him were forcefully halted mid-air. Please, this is child's play. I am a Kaishin, and using telekinesis against mere stones is akin to childish play. What? He has immobilized my stones. This is impossible. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he trembled with disbelief. Whoosh! Broly flicked his hand, sending the suspended stones hurtling toward Frieza with alarming speed. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. That little monkey! How infuriating! With a roar, Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the incoming stones. Bang! Bang! Frieza struck the stones with fervor, effortlessly shattering them with his formidable strength. As he continued to unleash his fury, the stones shattered like rain, filling the air with the scent of dust and debris. Bang! Just as Frieza was caught up in his assault, a massive black square suddenly appeared above him. Ah! Frieza shouted as the enormous black square crashed down upon him. Boom! In the next moment, Frieza found himself pinned to the ground beneath the weight of the black square. Puffed! Frieza coughed up blood, his face paling as his eyes bulged in shock. The spectators were left in awe, none having witnessed how the black square had materialized, as if conjured from thin air. They watched in disbelief as Frieza, caught off guard, was crushed beneath it, looking utterly miserable. Curse that Frieza! In the distance, Princess Norz had been revived by the Saiyans, and, clenching her teeth, gazed silently at Broly. Fear not, Princess. Broly will surely defeat Frieza. A Saiyan assured her. Norz snorted coldly, her golden aura flickering before dissipating entirely. She had expended most of her energy to apologies, but I have summoned the universe's most resilient diamond. With your current physique, obliterating it will be somewhat troublesome, Broly said with a gentle smile, landing atop the black diamond. Simultaneously, his energy enveloped the diamond, exuding an overwhelming pressure directed toward Frieza below. Puffed! Frieza again spewed blood, his pupils now filled with crimson veins. Ah! How dare you! Frieza roared in furious rage, unleashing nearly all his energy. The torrent of power surged from him, akin to a horde of warriors, immediately engulfing the massive black square. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the black square was reduced to mere particles. Indeed, he is the emperor of the universe, capable of melting even the toughest diamonds, Broly remarked with a smile. You little monkey, you have thoroughly enraged me. Frieza trembled with fury, charging toward Broly with reckless speed. Swish! Frieza launched a relentless assault upon Broly, employing nearly every technique at his disposal, his strikes executed with precision. Yet, no matter how diligently Frieza fought, he could never land a blow on Broly. Broly effortlessly dodged Frieza's attacks, a mocking smile gracing his face. Little monkey, besides dodging, what else can you do? Do you dare face me head-on? Frieza ground his teeth in frustration, vexed by his inability to strike his opponent. Just as Frieza finished speaking, a dark square suddenly appeared in the sky above. Bang! The square came crashing down, striking Frieza directly. Puffed, Frieza found himself once again crushed beneath the weight of a black cube. And this time he could distinctly feel that this cube was considerably heavier than the previous one, to the point where he feared he might expel his bowels. My apologies. It seems you were so preoccupied with attacking me that you neglected what was above. Broly smiled slightly. Oh dear. Frieza seethed with rage, unleashing energy that melted away the oppressive cube. However, this time, Frieza had already expended a significant amount of stamina, panting heavily and appearing quite disheveled. I have stated before that extinguishing you is a trivial task. Broly chuckled, gazing at Frieza with keen interest. Oh, you have any signature techniques left? Hurry and showcase them for me. Little monkey, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Frieza glared fiercely, feeling utterly humiliated by Broly's relentless taunts. It seems you are quite enraged. Were you just contemplating that? Rather than enduring the mockery of so many, it would be better to annihilate this planet along with yourself? Broly remarked with a smirk, voicing Frieza's inner thoughts. How do you know? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, the planet-destroying blast he had been attempting to conjure momentarily faltering. With thoughts as transparent as yours, it requires no guesswork. It is plainly written upon your face. Broly laughed lightly. Very well, very well. Frieza's body trembled violently, and in an instant, a vivid crimson flame flickered to life in his hand. In a heartbeat, a fiery sphere was born, its core dark and crackling with arcs of electricity. Broly, let us perish together with this planet. Frieza roared, hurling the amassed planet-destroying blast towards the ground. The assembled Saiyans were left in stunned silence, their expressions turning grave. Humph, the warrior race of Saiyans, you cannot hope to survive in the cosmos. Can you? Frieza's voice pierced through the hearts of the gathered Saiyans, filling their faces with despair. It is a universally understood truth that Saiyans cannot endure in the cosmos. Hey! Broly thrust his hands forward, releasing the divine power within him. Instantly, the descending planet-destroying blast trembled violently in midair before gradually coming to a halt. Go! Broly raised his hands skyward. Whoosh! Frieza's planet-destroying blast shot rapidly into the heavens. Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he watched the blast, now beyond his control, soaring away, filling him with a fleeting sense of despair. That is mine. Frieza extended his hand as if to grasp the disappearing blast. That blast contained a substantial amount of Frieza's energy, and he never anticipated it would simply fly away. You wish to destroy the planet? I doubt you possess the qualifications for such a feat. Broly smiled lightly. You. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Chapter 42. The Humiliated Frieza, 34. With the battle reaching this juncture, it was evident to all that Broly held the upper hand. Humph. Frieza sniffed, gritting his teeth with a cold smirk. Broly, I have yet to unleash my full power. As he spoke, Frieza's aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, his body swelled, muscles bulging with newfound strength. Behold my 100% energy. Frieza declared loudly, his expression one of triumph. Bang! Just as Frieza finished speaking, a black cube descended from the skies. Roar! Once again, Frieza was pinned beneath the black cube. The spectators were at a loss for words, witnessing the Cosmic Emperor's continual misfortune as he was crushed 3 times by this black cube. My apologies, but you again failed to notice what was above. Broly shook his head. Oh dear! Frieza, in a fit of rage, unleashed a series of roars and released energy, instantly devouring the black cube. Broly, I shall not forgive you. Frieza lunged furiously at Broly, claws bared. Swish, swish, swish. Broly effortlessly evaded Frieza's attacks, leaping gracefully and swinging his tail to strike Frieza squarely in the face. Bang! Broly kicked Frieza in the back of the head, sending him hurtling backward, his body skidding across the ground, leaving behind a human-shaped trench on the surface of Vegeta's planet. Slap. Gasping for breath, Frieza staggered to his feet. His expression increasingly grim. If you beg for mercy, I might consider sparing you, Broly said, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Frieza. Oh dear! How dare you insult me? Frieza! I shall kill you! Frieza roared in fury, gathering all his energy and charging at Broly. Frieza, cease immediately. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky. As the voice resonated, an alien strikingly similar to Frieza emerged before the onlookers. The upper half of this being was predominantly white, while his arms and thighs bore a purplish hue. Cooler, what brings you here? Frieza asked, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. If I do not intervene, you will bring shame upon our Frost Demon clan. Cooler replied icily, his piercing gaze shifting to Broly. So, Frieza's brother has arrived. Broly smiled slightly, having only recently focused on his playful engagement with Frieza while neglecting Cooler's presence. Broly recalled that in the original storyline, Cooler's final form possessed a combat power reaching 490 million, far surpassing Frieza's strength. Currently, Broly's combat power stood around 220 million. With such a foundational power, he was still significantly lacking in facing Cooler. Nevertheless, Broly merely chuckled dismissively. He held little regard for Cooler, not to mention transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Even merely becoming a great ape would suffice to thoroughly torment him. Broly, I have been observing you for quite some time, Cooler said darkly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Everything you have done over the years has been within my purview. You are quite perceptive, Broly replied with a grin. However, your timing is unfortunate. You should bid farewell to your brother Frieza swiftly. What? What do you mean? Cooler asked, slightly bewildered. Because you will soon part ways with your brother, and it may be 5 years or even longer before you meet again. Broly stated with a smile. What are you planning? Cooler furrowed his brow. Frieza, too, braced himself for battle, his fists clenched tightly. Humph, you shall not succeed. I, Frieza, will not concede so easily. Frieza's body trembled lightly, his face etched with gravity. Initially, sending you to the far reaches of the Western universe was intended for your training, yet you remain so impetuous. Broly shook his head, sighing. Let us do this. I will grant you 5 more years. When your strength has increased, come find me again. Whoosh! In the next moment, Broly appeared behind Frieza, patting him on the shoulder. What? Frieza was utterly astonished by the sudden movement behind him. Whoosh! Broly utilized instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the Western universe. Frieza looked around, his expression one of disbelief. This? The Western universe of old, Frieza stammered in shock. Chapter 43. Frieza's fortuitous encounter. 44. Farewell. Frieza, and good luck. Broly waved his hand, and his figure gradually became indistinct. Wait a moment. Frieza's eyes were filled with despair. This was the farthest reaches of the universe, and unlike the last time, there was no spaceship in sight. Frieza knew that if he were to fly back to his own territory from such a place, it would take him no less than a decade or more. Moreover, that estimate assumed he could navigate the course. If he took a wrong turn, it would be even further away. Might as well enjoy this beautiful time, he thought. Broly had no intention of waiting for him. He immediately activated instant transmission, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hey, Frieza shouted loudly. Yet Broly had already disappeared completely. Oh dear! Frieza erupted with layers of vast energy, distorting the very fabric of this star region. Suddenly, he noticed a barrier not far ahead in the starry sky. An ominous dark layer that resembled a great door. Frieza paused, gazing towards it, and soon discovered that this door emanated an ethereal deep blue flame, appearing both mysterious and unfathomable. What is this place? Where does it lead? Frieza mused. After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the deep blue door. With a flash of light, Frieza's figure vanished in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself surrounded by an entirely different starry expanse. Where have I arrived? Frieza wondered, rubbing his eyes, then steeled himself, transforming into a streak of white light, leaving a trail in the starry void. After sending Frieza to the far edge of the Western universe, Broly returned directly to planet Vegeta. That wouldn't it be better to flee outright? With your speed, there's no way I could catch up to you, Gula remarked with a slight smile, eyeing Broly coldly. All right, let them both come out, Broly chuckled. The Gula's expression changed slightly. Then he chuckled softly and said coldly, I didn't expect you to know. I truly underestimated you. As Gula's words fell, two figures materialized in the starry sky. Broly focused his gaze, recognizing them as Gula and Frieza's father, Kurd, alongside Frieza's son, Azer. Upon their arrival, they slowly floated to Gula's side. The presence of two more Frieza-like figures filled the faces of the surrounding Saiyans with unease. However, the mere presence of Broly seemed to reassure them, calming their nerves. This fellow is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Kurd looked at Broly, his laughter tinged with a hint of malice. I don't see anything particularly impressive. Uncle Gula, how about I give it a shot? Azer eagerly proclaimed, rubbing his fists together, his face alight with fierce combat intent. Very well, but don't underestimate him. Your father has already been defeated by him. Gula cautioned softly. Rest assured, Uncle Gula, my strength has surpassed that of my father. Azer replied with a light smile, stepping forward, his gaze provocatively fixed on Broly. Broly glanced at Azer, noting that he bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's fourth form. Yet upon sensing Azer's energy, he was momentarily taken aback. This Azer fellow possessed a combat power reaching approximately 250 million. Broly, our ages should be quite similar, right? Haha, I can't wait to see whether the legendary Super Saiyan is superior, or if our Frieza clan holds the advantage. Azer said with a grin, confidence radiating from him as he maximized his energy. Just as Azer finished his words, Broly simply smiled and vanished in the blink of an eye. What? Where did he go? Azer looked around, searching for Broly's figure. However, his race, known for relying solely on eyesight to locate targets, could hardly match the speed of instant transmission. Not just Azer, but even Gula heightened his vigilance, constantly scanning the surroundings, wary of a potential sneak attack from Broly. Behind you! Azer, he's behind you! Gula finally spotted Broly and shouted urgently at Azer. Humph, the same trick won't work on me. I knew you would appear behind me. Azer sneered, already having gathered a powerful energy blast in his hands, which he hurled behind him. Boom! In the next moment, it seemed a figure was struck directly by Azer's energy blast, engulfed completely. Humph, this is the consequence of provoking me. Azer couldn't have been more pleased, having anticipated this move from Broly, and thus he had prepared his energy in advance. Broly had brought this upon himself. All the Saiyans gaped at the sky, witnessing the grand explosion, momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, their faces were etched with shock. Could it be that Broly had truly been hit by Azer? Uncle Gula, it seems you won't need to intervene. Azer chuckled. Why, energy blast must have inflicted considerable damage on him. Ouch! Just as Azer finished, a pain scream echoed from the dissipating smoke. That's Grandpa. That voice belongs to Grandpa Kurd. Azer's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned towards the explosion's direction. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kurd's large and robust figure emerged, though it appeared a bit disheveled and even somewhat incomplete. You scoundrel! You dare to strike my grandfather! Are you looking to rebel? Kurd glowered at Azer, teeth clenched. The onlookers noticed that Kurd's left arm had been blasted off, leaving him covered in soot, a sight that was, in retrospect, rather comical. Grandpa, why are you here? Azer exclaimed wide-eyed. Why am I here? Clearly, you tried to ambush me, intending to seize control of my territory, right? Kurd's face turned dark as his body trembled violently. Grandpa Kurd, you've misunderstood. I was aiming for Broly. I have no interest in ruling the entire universe. Azer swore to the heavens, explaining, I only saw Broly vanish in an instant, and then Uncle Gula said he appeared behind me. Kurd glanced at Gula, suspicion etched across his face. What does that have to do with me? Gula shot back, glaring. Gula, I realize you felt slighted. I have indeed favored Frieza. Neglecting you, Kurd lamented. Father, this is not the time for such discussions. Gula retorted, gritting his teeth, that it was Broly who instigated this, leading us into conflict. He must have directed my father to Azer's rear. What? It was Broly. I almost fell for it. Kurd suddenly understood. Where is he? Azer anxiously looked around, craning his neck to find Broly. However, Broly had long since vanished. He must have been scared off in that case. Let us destroy this planet. There's no need to show him mercy. Kurd, having applied a hasty bandage, gritted his teeth and issued the command. Very well. Gula nodded, already beginning to gather energy for a blast. Puffed. As the energy orb in Gula's grasp coalesced, a muffled thud resonated from a short distance behind him. Almost immediately, Gula heard his father emit a pained groan. Both Gula and Azer turned to gaze in the direction of Kurd, their expressions transforming into a tableau of shock and a hint of trepidation. Suspended in midair, they beheld Broly wielding a purple handblade that pierced Kurd's heart, blood cascading down the blade's length. However, the blood quickly evaporated into steam upon contact with the blade that Kurd's vitality waned visibly, his countenance becoming increasingly listless. With a swift motion, Broly withdrew the blade from Kurd's body. The decisive crack echoed as Broly cleaved Kurd in two, though Kurd had already lost much of his consciousness. In that moment of severance, his eyes were vividly laced with crimson, reflecting despair and terror. With a series of swift slashes, Broly dismembered Kurd into dozens of pieces. In the next instant, Broly unleashed an energy wave that obliterated Kurd into mere fragments. Exhilarated, Broly retracted the blade into his being, casting a cheerful glance at Gula and Azer. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, hardly able to fathom that Broly had slain Kurd. Over the years, Broly had seldom taken a life, the most notable instance being 4 years prior when he executed a Saiyan who had defied orders and killed a human, in his recent skirmish with Frieza. Broly had merely sought to teach a lesson, showing no intent to kill. Now, witnessing Broly personally annihilate Kurd left the gathered crowd at a loss. However, it was not long before cheers erupted from the Saiyan faction. What a formidable being, effortlessly dispatching Frieza's father. King Bei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Father, this Broly is truly remarkable that I warned you not to oppose him. Noah, Si murmured to King Bei. Indeed, no, Si, you are correct. Had it not been for your counsel, I might have foolishly challenged him, King Bei replied through gritted teeth. Humph, my aim in approaching him was to gain further insight. Noah, Si nodded in agreement. By the way, that transformation you exhibited, radiating golden light, is it truly Super Saiyan? King Bei inquired. Yes, Noah, Si smiled. How does one achieve it? King Bei asked, curiosity piqued that it's rather complex. It requires the presence of super cells within one's body. I'm afraid you lack such cells, Father, Noah Si replied with a slight grin. What? I'm the king of the Saiyans. How could I lack super cells? King Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Gula and Azer's faces were etched with gravity. They had not anticipated that Broly would ruthlessly eliminate Kurd, catching them completely off guard and disrupting their rhythm. You see, my actions are for your benefit. No one will command you with an authoritative tone any longer. The universe ruled by Kurd is now yours to share, Broly remarked with a slight smile directed at the two that you bastard. Azer seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Azer, do not succumb to anger. He is intentionally provoking us. Gula responded, regaining his composure after a brief moment of shock. Understood. Azer nodded, striving to maintain his calm, inhaling deeply before declaring, Uncle Gula, let us fight side by side. And no need. I wish to engage him one-on-one. Gula retorted, smirking slyly. Very well. Uncle, I understand. Azer nodded gravely, exchanging glances with Gula. Broly observed their subtle exchange with clarity. He discerned their intentions without needing to delve into their thoughts. Gula's claim of wanting a one-on-one battle was merely a ruse to enable Azer to launch a surprise attack in an attempt to severely wound him. The Frozen Demon clan had always relished such underhanded tactics. Since you wish to challenge me alone, then this Azer fellow is no longer necessary, Broly said with a gentle smile, his form becoming blurred. Azer's face was marked by dread and heaviness. In an instant, Broly materialized behind Azer. The same trick will not work on me, Azer declared, without hesitation, launching a sphere of energy towards Broly. Is that so? Broly replied, his smile unwavering. Azer clearly saw Broly's gleaming white teeth, only to be engulfed by a wave of dizziness as the energy he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, Azer found himself in a vast starry expanse, far removed from the previous commotion. Upon closer inspection, he realized Broly hovered diagonally across from him. In a fit of rage, Azer summoned a faint white energy aura, preparing to strike Broly. It would be wise not to attack. Otherwise, you may find yourself like your father, stranded at the edge of the universe where life is virtually non-existent. Returning would take you at least a decade, if not longer, Broly advised with a light chuckle. What? The edge of the universe? Azer stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Quickly, he retracted the energy he had summoned, fear gripping him. He had no desire to remain in such a desolate place, nor to waste a decade returning to his rightful domain. What do you intend to do? Azer demanded through gritted teeth, his voice laced with anger. Azer, I hold you in high regard, Broly replied with a smile. Azer felt a surge of frustration, thinking, you admire me yet cast me to this forsaken edge of the universe. Truth be told, had your father Frieza not provoked me, I would not have bothered with you at all, Broly said, his smile unwavering as he regarded Azer. What are you trying to convey? Azer pressed. Oh, you see that door over there? Broly pointed to a distant, shimmering blue portal. Azer turned to glance, puzzled by Broly's intent. The deep blue door evoked no surprise in Azer. The universe was vast and filled with peculiar phenomena that in his mind. This portal resembled a black hole, a means to traverse to other star systems. That is the cosmic gate leading to the 10th universe, Broly explained patiently. The 10th universe? What is that? Azer asked, taken aback, having never heard of it before. We have a total of 12 universes. The one we currently inhabit is known as the 7th universe. Passing through this blue portal will take you to the 10th universe, Broly elucidated. What distinguishes them? Azer inquired, still perplexed. The 10th universe houses a planet called Icebound, where you can encase yourself in ice for 10, 20, or even 30 years, greatly enhancing your power, Broly replied with a slight smile. How do you know I could enhance my strength this way? Azer's expression shifted slightly. Broly merely chuckled, offering no explanation. Humph, Broly, what exactly do you intend? Azer demanded, raising his voice. You ask too many questions, Broly scoffed, delivering a swift kick to Azer's lower back. Whoosh! Aze transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the azure portal of the universe. Whoosh! Upon opening his eyes, Aze was astonished to find himself in a rather unfamiliar star domain that he looked around, and soon spotted his father, Frieza, wandering aimlessly in the starlit expanse, seemingly lost. Dad, Aze dashed toward him. Aze? What brings you here? Frieza paused, a hint of confusion crossing his features. That's so. Father is here too. Aze scratched his head. Eyebrows furrowed, pondering the intentions of Broly. It dawned on him. That little monkey Broly must have sent you here. That scoundrel, I shall not let him off lightly. Frieza trembled with rage. Dad, Broly just told me that we are in the 10th universe. Do you know what that means? Aze recounted Broly's earlier words. The 10th universe? Frieza shook his head in bewilderment. He had no knowledge of such a universe, nor their previous existence in the 7th universe. Indeed, he mentioned there are a total of 12 universes, and having crossed through that blue portal, we have arrived in the 10th universe. After sharing this information, Aze also mentioned the fate of the frozen planet. The father and son fell into contemplation, utterly perplexed by Broly's motives. We must have been played for fools. Frieza hissed, his body quaking with indignation to in that case. Father, why don't we search around? We might just find a frozen planet suitable for my training. Aze suggested. Very well. Frieza replied with a narrowed gaze. As for the news of Kurta's demise at Broly's hands, Aze deemed it unnecessary to mention, feeling it would serve no purpose. After casting Aze and Frieza into the 10th universe, Broly returned to planet Vegeta. Let me think. Should I keep you alive or end your existence? Broly gazed deeply at Gula, then shook his head in disappointment. That I can see through your potential, a battle power of 2 billion. That is your limit. What do you mean? Gula stammered in confusion. While 2 billion in battle power seems remarkable now, in the future, it would be relatively insignificant. Broly smiled gently, having made up his mind. All right then, let's have some fun. Don't get too cocky. Let us begin. Gula sneered, beckoning to Broly. If I make a move, you shall face destruction. Broly replied, shaking his head slightly. Broly, I have studied you for many years. I know your every move, Gula retorted coldly. Even your recent battle with Frieza, I have completely grasped. You may take Frieza and A's away, but you will never take me. Then let us see you try this move. Broly chuckled. Whoosh, in an instant, numerous black holes manifested in the void. What is this? Gula exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Haven't you studied me for years? You don't recognize this? Broly shook his head, thoroughly disappointed. Stop gloating, Gula shouted, unleashing a beam of light toward the black holes. Boom. The light collided with the black holes, producing a thunderous sound. Gula's face beamed with pride. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, suddenly, a hand emerged from the black hole, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Smack, smack, the sound of 2 crisp slaps echoed, revealing 5 vivid handprints on Gula's cheeks. Damn it, Gula roared, gathering powerful energy once more to strike at the black void. Whoosh! Just as the energy was about to connect, the black void vanished. In the next moment, Gula's blue energy beam traced a blue arc across the crimson sky, fading away into the vast expanse of stars. Gula gasped for breath, unsure whether from exhaustion or anger. Behind you, that a voice came from behind. What? Gula's expression changed dramatically. Bang! In a split second, a leg shot out from the black void behind Gula, delivering a swift kick. With a dull thud, Gula's face turned a deep shade of purple as he doubled over, clutching himself and collapsing to the ground. In no way. Aren't you supposed to be hermaphroditic? How do you possess male attributes? Broly inquired curiously. That I am indeed hermaphroditic, but I rely on this to reproduce. Gula shouted defiantly. My apologies. I almost caught you off guard. Broly replied with a look of feigned remorse. That I will not spare you. You have thoroughly enraged me. Gula sneered, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, and rising from the ground with determination. Show me your true abilities. Broly shrugged nonchalantly. The assembled Saiyans watched in awe as Broly effortlessly toyed with Gula, their faces alight with excitement. Truly, he was the legendary Super Saiyan, effortlessly manipulating the brother of the Cosmic Emperor. Whoosh! At that moment, Gula's body erupted with vibrant colors, a blinding white energy radiating like midday sun upon planet Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Gula underwent a tremendous transformation, achieving his 5th form. With this new form, Gula's battle power surged to an impressive 470 million. Whoosh! Following his transformation, Gula wasted no time, launching a vivid red beam of energy toward Broly. Whoosh! Broly's figure flickered, and the red beam pierced through him, tearing through the void with a howl. Oh, not bad. You managed to evade? Gula scoffed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. However, I've always been confident in my speed. As he spoke, Gula's form became ethereal. In an instant, he appeared behind Broly. Broly sensed the distortion in the air behind him. I'm right behind you, Gula called out, executing a powerful kick toward Broly's lower back. Whoosh! To Gula's astonishment, the kick met only a in the next moment, Gula's eyes caught sight of Broly's swiftly moving figure reappearing behind him. I see you, Gula shouted, launching a backward kick. Whoosh! Broly evaded once more, reappearing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Over there, Gula's eyes sparkled as he charged toward Broly. Whoosh! Broly smiled lightly, flickering once more, vanishing from sight. Gula looked around in panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gone. Completely vanished, Gula exclaimed, astonished. Above you. Just then, Gula heard a familiar voice from above. He looked up to find Broly hovering directly above him, gazing down with malevolent intent. This is bad. Gula's expression shifted alarmingly. Cosmic shift. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed the power of the gods, which enveloped Gula. Following this, Broly began to rotate his hands slowly in the An astonishing scene unfolded. Gula mirrored Broly's movements, spinning gently in the sky. Whoosh! Broly quickened the pace of his rotation, and Gula accelerated correspondingly. After 10 seconds, Gula, caught in the whirlwind of his own rapid spinning, generated layers of terrifying air currents, which caused the atmosphere of Vegeta planet to compress swiftly, creating a vacuum zone that in the next instant, a slender tornado emerged, wreaking havoc across the planet. Instantly, several weaker Scions found themselves inadvertently caught in the tumult. Spiraling alongside Gula, Broly watched with a slight smile, silently observing the rapidly rotating Gula, a teasing expression adorning his face. Boom! Disoriented from the spinning, Gula gritted his teeth and unleashed a surge of powerful energy. Gradually coming to a halt, gag! Gula expelled a mouthful of bile, feeling dizzy and utterly unwell. "How should I deal with you?" Broly inquired with a smile, gazing at Gula. "I will not spare you." Gula bellowed furiously, suddenly conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it violently towards the surface of the planet. "This is bad." The onlookers' expressions soured as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. "Humph, let us perish together with this planet." "Broly!" Gula shouted, his face brimming with triumph. As the energy sphere hurtled toward the surface of Vegeta planet, Broly remained indifferent, merely casting a casual glance in its direction. "What? Are you planning to abandon the salvation of Vegeta planet?" Gula paused, questioning Broly. "Did I ever claim I would protect this planet?" "What a joke," Broly replied, his demeanor unfazed. "What?" The expressions of those present on Vegeta planet turned to shock, their faces paling. "Broly, were you not here to protect this planet?" Gula's energy sphere surged with immense power, hurtling toward the surface of Vegeta planet. All eyes were fixated on the energy sphere, the very harbinger of the planet's potential obliteration. Yet, it was already too late to resist. As most lacked the requisite combat prowess, AS for Bardock and the others, they were now completely drained of energy, left with no means to intervene. Boom! The energy sphere struck the planet's surface with tremendous force. Accompanied by a colossal mushroom cloud, it felt as though the world had reached its end. Rivers and mountains raged, the earth fractured, and cries of despair echoed from the wildlife. All who could fly took to the skies, seeking refuge from the impending doom. In an instant, Vegeta planet was engulfed in swirling dust and debris, boulders hurtling through the air as the ground trembled and split. Many Scions were consumed by the overwhelming energy. Meeting their demise within, boom, another earth-shattering explosion resounded, cleaving the land in two, creating a long fissure. The structures on the planet crumbled in an instant, leaving no survivors. The king of Vegeta, shielded by Nors and a few subordinates, narrowly escaped the calamity. However, upon witnessing the devastation of the planet, he was left speechless and shocked that, "Oh, I didn't truly intend to destroy the planet. I merely sought to frighten you," Gula remarked with a playful smile. Intrigued by the turn of events, particularly Broly's indifference towards their fates 0.5 years ago, I stated that those who remain must fend for themselves. I have no obligation to protect all Scions. Only my own people, Broly replied with a faint smile, his expression serene. Upon hearing these words, the multitude of Scions present wore expressions of disbelief, regret gnawing at them for not following Broly to his planet. His promise from years past had now come to fruition. Chapter 49. The immediate destruction of Broly planet. 24. I did not expect your methods to possess such character, Gula chuckled, but added. However, this planet will explode in 5 minutes. And what of your 5 subjects? Will you send them back to your planet? Indeed, I cannot abandon my subjects, Broly replied earnestly. Very well, since you refuse to protect the Scions on this planet. I shall use your subjects as leverage, Gula coldly sneered, pointing his hand towards the distant king of Vegeta and Nors, the princess of Scions, declaring, "You wouldn't mind if I eliminated her first, would you?" Upon realizing Gula targeted her, Nors's face paled. The king of Vegeta, filled with terror, managed a bitter smile and solemnly remarked, "It is truly laughable. As the king of the Scions, I find myself utterly powerless." "Hey, Broly, can you really bear to let him kill delicate me?" Nors exclaimed anxiously, her eyes wide as she addressed Broly. "Delicate you?" Broly glanced at Nors, acknowledging her beauty that had blossomed further, making her self-description somewhat justifiable. Broly regarded Nors as one of his subjects, and he could not allow Gula to succeed. However, just as Broly prepared to move, Gula interjected, "Do not move. It would be wise not to." Gula smirked coldly. "What do you wish to convey?" Broly responded with a nonchalant smile. Perhaps you are unaware, before my arrival here, I dispatched my elite forces to encircle your Broly planet, Gula said with a grin. I am aware that the Scions on your Broly planet are formidable. Even my 3 elite members of the Gula Mecha Squad would struggle against you. However, I will not permit them to engage you directly. At my command, they will obliterate your Broly planet. Is that so? You are indeed clever to use my planet as a bargaining chip, Broly acknowledged with a serious nod. Correct. You are faced with 2 choices. Gula's face bore a hint of provocation, his expression brimming with arrogance. First, allow me to slay the 5 Super Saiyans remaining on Vegeta planet. Second, watch your Broly planet be destroyed. Choose. Let me think, Broly replied. No matter how you ponder, the moment I give the signal, your Broly planet will be annihilated. Gula smirked, seemingly unconcerned, adding, I know that with your current capabilities, you are significantly weaker than me. You cannot inflict any real harm upon me. Besides your incredible speed and peculiar techniques, you are of little consequence. Gula's words rang true. In his current form, Broly's combat power hovered around 220 million, making it indeed challenging to vanquish Gula. Bardock, what is your stance? Broly turned to Bardock, seeking his input that I would rather die than see Broly planet perish. Bardock declared, gritting his teeth, his body trembling slightly. And you, my delicate princess? Broly inquired of Norse. Humph, how absurd to present me with such a trivial choice. Norse shot back, glaring. What about you all? Do you choose to let him kill you or destroy your home? Broly addressed the other 3. We will abide by Broly's decision without any complaint. The remaining 3 Super Saiyans responded. You are all my exceptional subjects, Broly praised. Ha! Broly, I never imagined you would find yourself in this position. Gula laughed heartily, his voice filled with arrogance. Gula, you know nothing about me, Broly replied, shaking his head slightly. What? Gula chuckled coldly. Choose swiftly. Will you let them die or allow your planet to be destroyed? If you choose their death, I expect you to kill them personally. They will not perish, and my planet shall not be destroyed. Broly narrowed his eyes, stating resolutely, no. Is that so? Are you implying you refuse to make a choice? Gula sneered. Whoosh. After Gula finished speaking, he was astonished to see Broly casually toss his hand, revealing a crystal ball that had appeared in his grasp. In an instant, an image flickered to life within the crystal, depicting none other than the spaceship Gula had stationed near Broly's planet. What on earth is that? Gula was taken aback. Do you understand what it means to strike from a distance? Broly chuckled softly. What? Gula asked, puzzled. Watch closely. With a beaming smile, Broly thrust his hand into the crystal ball. Not good. Destroy Broly's planet immediately. Gula's expression shifted, and he hurriedly shouted into his communicator, directing a command to a distant location. Chapter 50. The Doom of Gula. 34. Watch closely. With a radiant smile, Broly plunged his hand into the crystal ball. Shabby-Za, destroy Broly's planet at once. Gula's face paled as he urgently relayed the order through the communicator. Let us rewind time by a few seconds in the starry expanse surrounding Broly's planet. A spaceship had been hovering for quite some time. However, due to its advanced cloaking technology, the inhabitants of Broly's planet remained oblivious to its presence. Aboard the vessel were 3 individuals. At the helm was Shabby-Za, leading Gula's mech squad. This squad, consisting of Shabby-Za, Nez, and Alay, was quite renowned in the Eastern Universe, though they maintained a low profile in this region. Nevertheless, their formidable combat prowess was unquestionable. Each boasting a battle power of approximately 180,000, significantly surpassing that of Jinyu. That moment, the trio vigilantly observed the distant planet, shimmering like a crystal blue gem, with over 90% of its surface covered by ocean. Broly's planet appeared even bluer than Earth. How dull! Gula could have simply obliterated Broly's planet without all this fuss. Delay sighed deeply. Stop grumbling and heed Lord Gula's command, Shabby-Za retorted. Very well, Elaine nodded in agreement. I wonder how the battle between Lord Gula and Broly is progressing, Nez speculated, gazing at Broly's planet. Below Nez lay a device featuring a conspicuous red button. This button served as the spaceship's weaponry trigger. Should Nez press it, the vessel would unleash an energy blast infused by Gula himself, aimed at reducing Broly to cosmic dust. Just then, A voice echoed from the distant planet Vegeta. Not good. Destroy Broly's planet at once. Upon hearing this, the trio immediately perked up, their eyes wide with anticipation. Hurry, Nez, press the weapon launch button, Shabby-Zar urged. It seems Lord Gula is in a tough spot. This Broly fellow appears to be quite formidable, Nez remarked, raising his hand to press the red button. However, at that very moment, an unseen hand reached out. Slap. The hand seized Nez's arm with incredible force. What is this? Nez's face paled. Shabby-Zar and Alay were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Crack. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed, followed by Nez's arm being forcibly twisted off. Nez let out a spine-chilling scream. His face contorted in agony. Shabby-Zar and Alay were utterly shocked, their faces drained of color as they stared in horror. Where did this hand come from? What kind of power is this? Planet Vegeta was teetering on the brink of annihilation, with volcanic eruptions occurring incessantly, enveloping the planet in a haze, as if it were nearing its end. What is that? Gula was rendered speechless as he witnessed the events unfold, the crystal ball in Broly's hand, and the shocking sight of Nez losing his arm. There is even more to behold. Broly smiled gently, allowing his divine power to extend through the crystal ball. Bang! In the next moment, the heads of Shabby-Zar and the others exploded as they perished right then and there. What? Gu-La's expression twisted into one of utter despair. He never anticipated Broly's strength would reach such heights, nor that he possessed the capability for long-range attacks. Now you understand my terror, but it is too late. Broly smiled faintly. I detest making choices. Is my Broly planet now safe? Bardock and Nuo-C gazed at Broly with admiration. So incredible. Gula gritted his teeth, momentarily at a loss for what to do. How shall I deal with you? Broly glanced at the surface of planet Vegeta, squinting as he spoke. In 4 minutes, this planet shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Very well, I shall demonstrate a fraction of my true power for you to witness. What do you intend to do? Gula was taken aback, for he saw Broly gathering a shimmering energy sphere in his hand, radiant with vibrant colors. Divine Moon. Broly chuckled, casting the gathered energy sphere into the darkened sky. Chapter 51. The Dread from the Future, 44. In the blink of an eye, the divine moon hung high in the crimson, dim sky, radiating a sacred light. Broly raised his gaze toward the artificial moon above. In the next moment, his nose and mouth elongated, sprouting yellow-green fur as his body gradually enlarged. Roar! In mere seconds, Broly transformed into a colossal ape, adorned in a coat of yellow-green fur. Bang! Broly pounded his chest with his fists. The instinctual action accompanying his transformation into the great APAT that moment. Numerous Saiyans observed the artificial full moon and underwent their own transformations into great apes. The atmosphere erupted with chaotic roars, echoing throughout the realm. So it's the great ape transformation. I had assumed it was the Super Saiyan form. Gula sighed in relief, watching Broly with keen interest. What? As the new king of the Saiyans. Are you unable to transform into a Super Saiyan? I fear that transforming into a Super Saiyan would make it too easy to annihilate you. Broly smiled subtly, asserting that this great ape form could easily obliterate you. That remains to be seen. Gula sneered that my base battle power hovers around 200 million. Thus, as a great ape, my power surges to 2 billion to your battle power, if I recall correctly, is barely under 500 million. Broly remarked with a smile that I am well aware of the disparity. Gula scoffed. But do you not know, this artificial moon can be easily destroyed? Whoosh! As Gula spoke, a massive red energy sphere flickered in his hand, hurtling toward Broly's divine moon. Vanish, moon! Gula called out with feigned bravado. Boom! In the next instant, Gula's energy sphere collided with the artificial moon, erupting in a dazzling display of crimson flames that dazzled the eyes. When the dust settled and the noise subsided, Gula looked up, only to find his expression darkening. The artificial moon had remained intact, still gracefully suspended in the crimson sky, emitting its holy light. How is this possible? Why is the moon unharmed? This artificial moon should have been easily destroyed. Gu-La's face was a canvas of disbelief that my moon cannot be so easily obliterated. Broly smiled softly, his massive form suddenly appearing directly before Gula Bang. Broly's fists were as large as Gula's entire body, and with a swift motion, he struck Gula with tremendous force. In an instant, Gula was sent soaring into the air. Blood erupted from Gula's mouth, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. With a swift motion, Broly pursued, delivering another formidable blow. Boom! Gula ascended yet again, spewing blood as he did so. For the next 10 seconds, it was as if Broly was toying with a ball, relentlessly pummeling Gula with his fists. Just as Broly intended to finish Gula off, he suddenly felt a jolt of unease in his heart, his pulse quickening alarmingly. What was happening? A sense of foreboding gripped Broly, as if his very life force was under grave threat. Why was this? Broly expanded his senses, scanning his surroundings. There was no sign of abnormality. Near the planet Vegeta, aside from Gula and the other Saiyans, there was no one else present. Moreover, Gula was in a pitiful state, and the Saiyans on planet Vegeta possessed very low combat power, unable to stir any significant turmoil. Why did he feel such intense trepidation? Broly furrowed his brow, his heartbeat accelerating further. Could it be? Broly suddenly contemplated a possibility. That was, there must be some issue in the timeline he inhabited. Yes, indeed. For Broly was the god of destruction of Universe 10 in the future, a position that remained unchanged. However, he was the god of destruction 35 years into the future, not the one of the present timeline. Now, the only thing that could evoke such a profound sense of peril in Broly was the potential demise of the god of destruction, Lamsi, from Universe 10. As the god of destruction, Broly shared a life bond with him. Should Lamsi perish, so too would Broly. Chapter 52. The encounter with Lamsi, 13. How could someone as powerful as Lamsi be facing death? Who could possibly kill him? Broly's brow knitted in concern. He had to rush to the future and ascertain the situation. Otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled. In an instant, Broly retrieved the godly moon and returned to his normal state. Immediately, the space around him warped and transformed. Layers of radiant, multicolored flames shimmering around Broly. What are you trying to do? Gula asked, his face darkened and his voice weak. Broly cast a fleeting glance at Gula, too preoccupied to engage in a flash. Broly's form became ethereal. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his own timeline, 35 years into the future. Taking a deep breath, Broly used instant transmission to arrive at the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10. Seeing that the realm appeared unchanged from before, Broly felt a slight sense of relief. It was time to check on Lamsi. However, Broly understood that with his current strength, his presence there would be of little consequence. His physical prowess now barely matched that of the former Zamasu. Cautiously, Broly was aware that using the crystal ball would alert Beerus, so he refrained from employing that method. With a swift motion, Broly executed instant transmission, appearing above the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10, silently surveying the land below. As he gazed down, he saw Lamsi, the god of destruction of Universe 10, being pinned to the ground by Beerus, his body marred with injuries. Upon closer inspection, Broly realized that Beerus stood upon Lamsi's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. At last, Broly understood why he felt his life force was under threat. That detestable Beerus! Broly felt a surge of anger as he narrowed his eyes at the figure below. Yet, what puzzled Broly was that despite having spent 5 years in the past timeline, it seemed as if only yesterday had transpired in the main timeline. Just as Broly pondered this, he suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching from below. Zamasu, get away! Don't come here! Lamsi's voice rang out from below. In an instant, Broly saw Beerus transforming into a streak of light, speeding towards him. Broly's mind raced, and with a flicker, he executed instant transmission, appearing beside Lamsi. In the next moment, Broly grasped Lamsi's shoulder and once more used instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Broly transported Lamsi to a distant galaxy. Given Beerus' speed, it would likely take him at least 20 minutes to reach this location. Broly gazed deeply at Lamsi and produced a senza bean he had acquired from Karin. Eat this, Lamsi, Broly instructed. Are you Zamasu? Lamsi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly bit into the bean without hesitation. Instantly, his stamina and energy were fully restored. What an incredible bean! Lamsi exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his trunk swaying in astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, he scrutinized Broly once more and, with a wry smile, asked Zamasu, "How did you end up in this body? What's the story with Beerus?" Broly did not reply, but instead posed a question. "He wants to lure you out through me. You should have come back." Lamsi sighed. "You should return. He won't dare to harm me. Its because I killed Zuno that he is furious, right?" Broly chuckled and inquired, "Is that so? From what I know, you've caused quite a ruckus in Universe 7. Haven to you." Ha. As Lamsi spoke, he gave Broly a thumbs up and patted his shoulder, saying, "But I admire you. You've turned Universe 7 upside down, avenging us of Universe 10. What do you mean?" Broly was slightly taken aback. Chapter 53. The Discontinuation of Shared Life, 23. You don't know, do you? 3,000 years ago, Beerus lost a bet to me, and in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc in our Universe 10. He nearly wiped out our high-level warriors. That detestable creature. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Lamsi exclaimed, his eyes wide in anger. Now, the Omni King is about to hold a universal power tournament. Universes that lose may be eradicated on the spot. Our universe is already short on usable warriors. However, this matter is merely conveyed among the gods, so its certainty remains in question, but it's basically a done deal, both uncertain and seemingly inevitable. Broly found himself at a loss for words to console Lamsi. Regardless, you should head back. Lamsi urged Broly. Beerus will return soon. The senza bean you gave me has fully restored my body. This time, I may not lose to him. There's no rush. Since I'm back, I should at least give him a proper greeting. Broly replied with a gentle smile. And no need. You're not his match. Lamsi shook his head slightly, looking earnestly at Broly. You must return immediately. Trust me, now that you inhabit this body, your strength will surely surpass his in the future. Go now. After uttering those words, Lamsi transformed into a streak of light and sped towards Beerus. Broly contemplated carefully. Indeed, with his current strength, he could not inflict harm upon Beerus. Even if he were to administer some form of punishment, it would be insignificant to Beerus. Given this, it would be wise to return. Train diligently, and once his strength had increased, he could return to face the god of destruction. The space surrounding Broly contorted and warped, revealing a kaleidoscope of vibrant, flowing clouds. In the next instant, Broly found himself in an alternate timeline. This was a realm where Zuno existed, and without hesitation, Broly utilized instant transmission to materialize on the planet where Zuno resided. Subsequently, he learned from Zuno the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Much like before, this version of Zuno was the type to incessantly ask probing questions, pushing Broly to his limits. Consequently, Broly had no choice but to obliterate him and his planet, gathering the 7 Super Dragon Balls together. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. Broly summoned the Eternal Dragon. Young Supreme Kai, articulate your desire. I possess the power to fulfill any wish. The boundless golden form of the Eternal Dragon manifested. Eternal Dragon, I wish to sever the bond of shared life with the god of destruction. Broly declared his wish. Initially, Broly believed that Lapis, the god of destruction, was rarely threatened, but the events of the day compelled him to act preemptively. It was evident that Beerus was significantly stronger than Lapis. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate the shared life constraint that if one day the Omni King were to erase the 10th universe, it was possible that he too would vanish alongside Lapis. Your wish is granted. Farewell. The Eternal Dragon uttered a resounding roar, its eyes shimmering with golden light. In the next moment, the Eternal Dragon transformed into 7 stones the size of planets, scattering across the cosmos of the 6th and 7th universes. Broly exhaled in relief, a slight smile gracing his lips. For now, no one could harm him through Lapis. In a flash, Broly altered the timeline once more, returning to the moment just before planet Vegeta's destruction. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Broly had simply vanished, only to reappear miraculously moments later. Little did anyone know, Broly had ventured into the future, fulfilled a wish, and then returned. Notably, the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon allowed him to manipulate time freely, traversing both past and future, with the ability to choose specific moments that on planet Vegeta, chaos reigned. with dust clouds swirling and monstrous waves threatening destruction at any moment. Furthermore, Cooler had nearly exhausted his strength, as if his life were drawing to a close. Yet, Cooler remained conscious that "It is time to end this," Broly declared, preparing to concentrate energy to obliterate Cooler completely. Cooler's expression darkened. He wished to resist, but his energy had reached its limit. Moreover, even at his peak, Cooler believed it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat the transformed Broly. Just then, Broly abruptly turned his gaze to the northwest, his expression shifting slightly. "Oh, has that fellow awakened so soon?" Broly murmured, pondering whether his return to the future had distorted the timeline, alerting this individual. "What are you talking about?" Cooler was utterly bewildered by Broly's actions, wishing instead that Broly would end his suffering. "Come forth, Beerus. Let me discern whether you are friend or foe in this timeline," Broly intoned gravely. Cooler, battered and on the verge of collapse, let out a series of furious roars. However, Cooler was perplexed as to why Broly had suddenly ceased his assault. What could be the reason? Furthermore, Broly's unwavering gaze towards the northwest hinted at his anticipation of someone's arrival. "It seems he requires 3 more minutes to arrive here." "Very well. I shall first send Bardock and the others back." Broly muttered to himself, glancing towards Bardock and offering a slight nod. Bardock understood the unspoken message, and in the next moment, he and the other 3 clasped hands together. As for Princess Nuss, Bardock hesitated to take her hand, aware that Broly might harbor feelings for her. Once Bardock and his companions were connected, they swiftly appeared beside Princess Nuss. In a flash, Broly manifested before them. "Father, what are you doing? Quickly, come with me to Broly Planet. This planet is about to explode." Nuss exclaimed to King Vegeta that, "I shall not go. That is your planet." The king stubbornly shook his head, then smiled. "I intend to perish alongside planet Vegeta." "Father, please don't say that. What does it matter whose planet it is? It belongs to all Saiyans." Nuss shouted at Go. Nuss, King Vegeta replied with a serene smile, yet his refusal was clear. "Hey, Broly, persuade my father." Nuss implored Broly. "This is his own choice." Broly replied without hesitation. He had no time to persuade King Vegeta, seizing Nuss's hand with one hand while placing the other on Bardock's shoulder. In an instant, Broly performed instant transmission, swiftly arriving on Broly Planet. "You all must heal immediately," Broly instructed, preparing to return to planet Vegeta. "Wait." Nuss suddenly lunged into Broly's embrace, declaring, "I don't care. I want you to bring my father back. I told you, this is your father's own choice." Broly gently shook his head. "I cannot persuade a Saiyan who seeks to end his life." "How can you say that?" Nuss trembled slightly. "Nuss, don't be so pathetic." At that moment, a voice floated in from the side. Nuss paused, turning to see her eyes brighten. "Brother, where have you been all these years? Why have you been out of touch?" Nuss hurriedly inquired. "What else could I do? I trained to surpass him," came the reply from none other than Vegeta. Since Vegeta had departed from Broly Planet, he had been virtually unreachable. Rumors circulated that he had sought solitude on another planet to train, and indeed, he had been gone for several years that I have seen it. "Our father refuses to leave planet Vegeta. Let him be," Vegeta scoffed. Broly remained silent. He was not in the mood for idle chatter with Vegeta and the others, for soon a formidable entity would descend upon planet Vegeta. This fearsome being was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Ordinarily, Beerus would remain in slumber during this era, only awakening when Goku had grandchildren. Broly speculated that his arrival had drastically altered the timeline, forcing Beerus to awaken prematurely. Once more, Broly's figure appeared above planet Vegeta. At this point, Cooler had been thoroughly battered, completely drained of strength, and appeared utterly defeated, his life nearing its end. Meanwhile, the explosions on planet Vegeta grew more intense, with massive detonations erupting sporadically across the planet. The very planet was on the brink of collapse, poised for annihilation at any moment. Many Saiyans had already boarded a relatively intact spaceship, ascending into the sky in an attempt to escape the cataclysmic planet. As for King Vegeta, he floated defiantly above planet Vegeta, his face adorned with a calm smile. "He's here." Broly focused on the northwest. Suddenly, a radiant streak of multicolored light hurtled toward them in the next instant. Enveloped in a cascade of shimmering light, the figures of Whis and Beerus materialized before Broly. Beerus scrutinized Broly silently, offering no words. "Yes, there's something you need," Broly asked with a calm smile, gazing at Beerus. "I sense the essence of a god within you. What is the meaning of this?" Beerus questioned coldly. "You ask me. Who else would I inquire?" Broly shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Perhaps I am destined to be a god." Chapter 55. Identity Revealed. "You don't wish to speak, do you?" "No matter. I will uncover the truth regardless." Beerus chuckled softly and turned to Whis, asking Whis, "You must be aware of the situation, correct? 5 years ago, the planet where the sage Zuno resided suddenly exploded. Shortly thereafter, the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes were gathered together, leading to the emergence of the Eternal Dragon." Whis maintained his ever-present smile and explained to Beerus, "I suspect someone discovered the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls through Zuno and summoned the Eternal Dragon to fulfill their wishes that this was cast a smile towards Broly, still unwilling to admit it. Beerus said coldly, "Admit what?" Broly replied nonchalantly, "I have already discerned your identity. Kaishin," Beerus declared with a stern expression. "Oh, your information network is quite impressive. I had thought it would remain concealed." Broly responded with a light smile. Deep down, Broly had anticipated this. Given that he had obliterated Zuno in this era, Whis, with his extraordinary capabilities, would undoubtedly be privy to everything. However, Broly was acutely aware that his actions in this time were far less extreme than those of Black Goku. After traversing into Zamasu's form, he had diligently studied the regulations of the Divine Realm, realizing that merely eradicating Zuno was insufficient to alarm the Grand Minister and Zeno. After all, Zuno was merely a self-proclaimed sage. Lacking the qualifications of God, the extermination of humans by gods is akin to destroyers obliterating planets. It is a rather commonplace occurrence. The reason Black Goku became a target of scorn, ultimately summoned by Goku to face Zeno, was primarily due to his annihilation of the Kaishins and destroyers of the 12 universes, as well as transforming Earth into a realm of despair. What? He is truly a god. Gula's expression darkened, and upon seeing Beerus approach, his eyes sparkled with urgency as he desperately moved closer, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, please, grant me justice." Beerus glanced at Gula with a hint of confusion. "Lord Beerus, do you not recognize me? I am Gula, the brother of Frieza, the most exceptional warrior of the Frost Demon clan." Gula hastily introduced himself that, "I remember now. Before my slumber, I assigned Frieza to destroy planets. And you were by his side, weren't you? And your father as well," Beerus mused thoughtfully. Yes, precisely that, Lord Beerus," Gula eagerly nodded. "However, Broly's existence has hindered our mission to destroy planets. Planet Vegeta still remains. You cunning rascal. I instructed you and Frieza to annihilate planets, yet you flaunt your status as the Emperor of the universe, wreaking havoc across the cosmos. Did you think I was unaware?" Beerus said coldly. Gula was momentarily stunned. "You are no longer necessary." Beerus slowly extended his hand toward Gula. "Lord Beerus, spare me." Gula gasped in horror. Destruction. A sphere of dark purple energy erupted from Beerus's hand, striking Gula. In an instant, Gula's body disintegrated like sand, vanishing without a trace, leaving nothing behind. All present were astounded, utterly unaware of who this cat-like figure was that could so effortlessly extinguish Gula's life. Moreover, the manner of his demise was strikingly unique. It felt as though Gula were a fragile porcelain, shattered into pieces by this cat, leaving no remnants. After effortlessly eliminating Gula, Beerus turned his gaze to Broly, a smirk of disdain in his eyes. Embodying a sense of making an example of Gula, Broly recognized that Beerus had dispatched Gula merely to demonstrate his strength to him. Saiyans, with their innate arrogance and ferocity, were a race that held no necessity for existence. Beerus chuckled coldly, pointing his hand toward planet Vegeta. The expressions of the Saiyans present shifted dramatically, and many who had not boarded their spaceships floated in the skies above the planet, trembling in fear at Beerus's demeanor. "Although this planet is on the brink of destruction, allow me to personally bring about its demise," Beerus uttered, and then coldly enunciated 2 words. "Destruction A dark purple sphere of destruction materialized and struck planet Vegeta. Chapter 56, Confronting Beerus. With a resounding clap, planet Vegeta was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace, its disappearance akin to a soap bubble, silent and devoid of any fiery spectacle. As the planet was obliterated. The Scions floating above struggled desperately in the void of space. Yet, Scions ultimately could not survive in the cosmos. Within mere seconds, they succumbed to unconsciousness, suffocating in the expanse of space. Now, it is your turn. The one who killed the sage Zuno, the god of destruction, spoke coldly. Naturally, in this airless void, sound could not travel. However, both Broly and Beerus, being gods, communicated through divine ability, their words reaching even the Scions aboard the nearby spaceship. Beerus, do you intend to oppose me? Broly retorted with a dark expression. What? Do you have something to say? Beerus asked with keen interest. That if you choose to oppose me, you shall regret it. Broly smiled at in truth. We could become good friends. Regret? Beerus pondered, then chuckled. Beerus, never regret my actions. While I'm still unclear from which universe you hail as Kaishin, you cannot expect me to stand idly by as you flaunt your presence in my universe. I am merely nurturing talent for you. Should you fail to appreciate my efforts, then I shall take my leave, Broly replied with a dismissive smile. Unnecessary, Beerus scoffed, turning to Whis to inquire. What universe does this fellow originate from? Have you discovered anything? It seems he does not belong to any universe. Yet he is still a Kaishin, Whis responded. Perhaps he arrived in our era through a time ring. Ditto. No wonder he is a face we have never encountered. Beerus realized. Since he does not belong to our time, but rather hails from a parallel world, my destruction of him would have no bearing on our timeline, correct? That appears to be the case. Whis nodded, unable to restrain his curiosity. But, Lord Beerus, why do you wish to destroy him? I cannot say why. His demeanor simply irks me. Beerus replied, "It is because Lord Beerus sees boundless potential within him. Fearing that one day this Kaishin may surpass you." Whis speculated with a smile. Nonsense, he is merely a Kaishin. How could he possibly surpass me? The god of destruction. Beerus exclaimed loudly, "As you wish, Lord Beerus." Whis chuckled, neither dissuading nor encouraging him. This Kaishin, you heard that even if I were to destroy you, it would have no impact on our timeline. Beerus said with a smile. The reasoning is simple. For you come from a parallel universe. Broly remained silent, having not previously considered this point. After brief contemplation, he conceded to Beerus's assertion. The various timelines, or what one might call parallel worlds, were indeed nearly devoid of any connection. If Broly were to be destroyed in this timeline, it would not affect the current reality. With my current strength, there is no way I could possibly be your match. Broly's expression grew somber. However, grant me 5 years, and you may not be able to defeat me. 5 years. You believe you can surpass me in that time? Beerus raised an eyebrow in surprise. I can't. Broly nodded. Ha ha! Beerus erupted in a hearty laughter, followed by a disdainful snort. However, I shall not grant you any respite. It appears you are afraid, lacking even the confidence to engage in battle. That's so. Broly offered a faint smile. Then allow me to demonstrate my true power. Oh, I am quite pleased that you have chosen to challenge me, Beerus replied with a smug grin, rubbing his nose. Boom! In the next moment, radiant flames flickered around Broly, a vibrant yellow-green luminescence manifesting as bolts of lightning cascaded from the starry sky. Crackling and blooming around him, Broly's hair was swept upward, taking on the hues of yellow and green. Last, Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 57, Transformation, the legendary Super Saiyan yet. Broly's transformation differed significantly from the authentic transformation of the true Broly. The genuine Broly, upon attaining the Super Saiyan form, would have his physique expand noticeably, his eyes turning white, losing all rationality to in contrast. The current Broly, upon his transformation, merely experienced a slight inflation of his body, his eyes glowing a vibrant green, maintaining perfect control over himself without any sign of losing composure. The transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan had transpired 2 years prior. Broly's deductions were correct. Possessing a tranquil heart was indeed the prerequisite for such a transformation. even for the legendary Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, Broly realized that Zuno had not fully disclosed the truth. It seemed he was unaware of what the true Broly was truly like. Broly could only imagine the catastrophic consequences had he transformed without maintaining inner peace, even with divine attributes. Fortunately, having lived with Bulma's family for several years had further cultivated his calm demeanor. Allowing the super cells within him to gradually surpass the violent cells 2 years ago, Broly had already perfected his transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. To his astonishment, the power of the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed formidable. With an energy increase that was nothing short of extraordinary, Broly estimated that his battle power had surged 500-fold upon entering this form, a 10-fold increase over the ordinary Super Saiyan. Even the third tier of Super Saiyan was merely 300 times stronger than the base form, rendering it incomparable to the legendary Super Saiyan. It was no wonder that before his journey through time, witnessing the uncontrollable Broly effortlessly overpower Goku had seemed so trivial. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed an anomaly of immense proportions. Nevertheless, Broly recognized that even with his overall power amplified 500 times, his battle strength still hovered around 100 billion. In contrast, a god of destruction like Beerus possessed a power level that transcended numerical description. It appeared even Golden Frieza was significantly stronger than Broly in his current state. From a distance, aboard a hovering spacecraft, numerous Saiyans stood in astonishment at Broly's transformation. What is this change? Why is it yellow-green? One exclaimed in disbelief. Broly must be the legendary Super Saiyan, unlike Bardock and the others. Another speculated. The very cosmos seemed to tremble, a testament to the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan, born only once every 1,000 years. After a brief discussion, silence ensued, as everyone recognized that the cat appeared even more formidable than Broly. Who is that cat? King Beerus. Someone could not help but inquire. King Beerus was meant to perish with planet Vegeta, yet his numerous subjects forcibly brought him aboard the ship. Thus, he narrowly escaped calamity. He is a god of destruction, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Even if Broly is powerful, he is surely no match for him. King Beerus replied with a scoff. What? A god of destruction? This is the first I've heard of such a title. King Beerus, someone asked curiously, it seems this god of destruction mentioned that Broly might also be a god, referred to as the Kaishin. Do you know what that entails? I am unaware. I have never heard of the Kaishin. King Beerus shook his head, revealing his ignorance regarding the existence of such beings. He only knew of gods of destruction because Beerus had visited planet Vegeta a year prior, where he had prepared a lavish feast for the deity. Unfortunately, Beerus's discerning palate found nothing to his liking, leading to a rather unpleasant encounter. What a potent aura! Is this truly all your strength? Beerus paused, then chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion, even waving to Broly, signaling that he could commence his attack. Broly, enveloped in a cascade of yellow-green flames, silently gazed at Beerus. Humph, a mere facade. Come forth. I shall obliterate you. Beerus taunted once more. Very well. I shall not hold back. Broly grinned widely, transforming into a streak of yellow-green light. Racing towards Beerus. Boom! Broly's fist, imbued with boundless energy, struck fiercely at Beerus's head. Unfazed, Beerus casually extended a single finger. Smack! In an instant, Broly's fist collided with Beerus's outstretched finger, causing the explosive energy to halt abruptly upon contact. Tisich, I expected more. Is that all you can muster? Beerus sneered, unimpressed. If a single finger is sufficient to withstand your entire onslaught. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that very moment. Chapter 58. The legendary Super Saiyan. Dark red, is that so? Broly grinned widely. Smack! In the next instant, the color of Broly's hair shifted dramatically to a dark red hue. Boom! Immediately thereafter, Broly delivered a powerful punch that forcefully suppressed Beerus's finger, aiming directly at his face. Crash! Broly's fist made solid contact with Beerus's nose, causing his head to indent slightly, contorting in shape. In a flash, Beerus was sent hurtling backward, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. Even Whis, observing from the sidelines, appeared momentarily astonished, scrutinizing Broly as if attempting to see through him. Swish! Following the transformation to dark red hair and the forceful strike that sent Beerus flying, Broly's hair reverted back to its yellow-green state. Meanwhile, Beerus, having flown several kilometers backward, gradually steadied himself. He let out a cold grunt, squinting at Broly while rubbing the area that had been struck. Not bad, Kaishin. The fact that you could land a punch on my face indicates your strength. Albeit just a tad. However, it is still minimal, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. And that dark red hair transformation you just displayed looks rather impressive. Why not utilize it again? Broly remained silent. I essay that you cannot control this divine transformation. It seems you can only change for an instant, Beerus taunted coldly. Say what you will, Broly retorted, allowing the fiery aura around him to dissipate. What? Have you reverted? Beerus inquired with a cold tone that I shall not fight any longer. Broly shook his head. Yes, I stated. Grant me 5 more years, and I shall defeat you to My foundation is still not sufficiently stable. You think you can simply escape? Beerus scoffed. And what do you believe? I am the Kaishin. I can move instantaneously. If I wish to depart, no one can detain me. Broly offered a gentle smile. Beerus fell silent, suddenly recalling that the Supreme Kai possessed the ability to teleport. A skill that he, as the god of destruction, lacked. As Broly had asserted, it was utterly impossible for Beerus to capture him. With a mere instant transmission, Broly could vanish beyond his reach. It seems you do not welcome me. Thus, I shall depart from Universe 7, Broly remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, we do not welcome you in Universe 7, Beerus replied coolly. Do not entertain thoughts of causing me trouble. The Supreme Kai. I am acutely aware that should you eliminate this universe's Supreme Kai, you too would cease to exist. I may not be able to defeat you, but I possess the strength to obliterate Supreme Kaishin. Surely you believe I have that capability? Broly stated nonchalantly, the mirth in his eyes deepening. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Broly's words, Beerus's expression turned grim. He knew full well that, given Broly's prowess, extinguishing Supreme Kaishin was within the realm of possibility. What troubled Beerus most was the knowledge that Broly could teleport and appear right behind Shin in an instant, delivering a fatal blow. Choose your path wisely. This is farewell, Broly said with a subtle smile, fully aware that Beerus would not dare to pursue him further. After all, Supreme Kaishin was Beerus's Achilles heel, but in a flash, Broly vanished without a trace through instant transmission, returning to Broly Planet and entering his grand palace. Lost in thought, he had not anticipated Beerus's swift awakening. He had hoped to train diligently during this era of Beerus's slumber, only to find that the deity had awakened prematurely. Beerus's early reawakening disrupted Broly's plans, necessitating a re-evaluation of his future course. Fortunately, Broly had been devising a new strategy, which now proved timely for implementation. Upon witnessing Broly's sudden disappearance, fear etched itself across Beerus's face. He genuinely feared that Broly might launch a surprise attack on Shin. Whis, quickly, we must head to the Supreme Kai realm at once, Beerus commanded, only to immediately reconsider. No, you must notify Shin to teleport to my location right now. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Broly has returned to his planet and has not gone to the Supreme Kai realm. Whis replied with a smile. Beerus let out a slight sigh of relief, speaking gravely. Nevertheless, it is prudent to inform Shin immediately. I do not wish to vanish inexplicably due to that fellow's actions. After uttering these words, Beerus glanced at the spaceship occupied by the Saiyans. On the spaceship, King Vegeta and his companions, upon witnessing Beerus's fearsome gaze, turned pale with fright. This is bad. We must flee. He has noticed us. Someone shouted. Hurry! Activate the speed mode. Whoosh! The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, racing into the depths of space. Boom! However, barely had the spaceship ventured far when it erupted in a tremendous explosion in the next moment. Beerus chuckled softly, retracting his hand. Why would Lord Beerus vent his anger on innocent beings? Was inquired with a smile. Are they truly innocent? Have the Saiyans not conquered enough planets for a race that wreaks havoc? It is a miracle they have not been entirely exterminated. Beerus snorted. It seems, Lord Beerus, that you were the one who encouraged their rampage, Whis remarked with a grin. Enough, Whis, stop with the futile chatter and contact Shin immediately. Beerus urged. Very well, I shall notify the Supreme Kai at once, Whis nodded, his staff glowing brightly as the image of Supreme Kaishin materialized. This Lord Whis. Are you looking for me? Supreme Kaishin inquired politely. Supreme Kai, please come to my location at once. Lord Beerus has important matters to discuss with you, Whis stated. Understood, I shall arrive shortly. Supreme Kai utilized instant transmission, appearing beside Beerus in the blink of an eye. Still somewhat bewildered, he glanced around, noting no one else was present. Slap! Beerus seized the collar of the Supreme Kai's robes, lifting him high. Lord Beerus, what is the meaning of this? What has happened? Shin asked in confusion. You fool, you must survive, Beerus exclaimed. What do you mean? Shin's face was full of questions. First, head to your Supreme Kai realm, and then I shall explain, Beerus commanded. Without objection, Shin led Beerus and whisked back to his realm through instant transmission. There, Beerus recounted the entire situation regarding Broly. What? Is this truly the case? Shin scratched his head, his expression one of bewilderment. You imbecile! How could you be unaware of such a significant event? Beerus shouted, my apologies. I have been engrossed in a novel lately, a tale set in our parallel universe titled Dragon Ball, Bardock's Counterattack. I became so captivated that I failed to notice Broly's presence, Shin admitted with a wry smile, producing a device resembling a smartphone to show Beerus. You lazy good-for-nothing! Beerus seethed, snatching the device and flipping through its pages angrily. I truly apologize, Shin said with a bitter smile. What nonsense is this? I shall annihilate this scion named Bardock shortly. Beerus growled, scanning the text with disdain. Half an hour later, Beerus, now thoroughly engrossed in the e-book, occasionally gasped in astonishment. Ahem, what was it that Lord Beerus just said? Whis inquired with a chuckle. I have accepted this book, Beerus suddenly realized, noting that the text contained only 110,000 words. Even if you were captivated, you could have finished it within a week. What did you do with the rest of your time? I merely urged the author to hasten the writing process, Shin explained. Furthermore, since Frieza is your subordinate, I did not focus much on matters concerning him and the Scions. Their existence has not significantly disrupted the balance of our universe. What have you been paying attention to lately? Beerus asked, exasperated. On a planet called Beru, intelligent life forms resembling humans have recently emerged. I have been monitoring this planet for several years. Shin explained with a wry smile. The emergence of this planet has caused changes in the surrounding star regions, leading to the birth of new life that I traveled to a world 1,000 years in the future, where the proliferation of intelligent beings from Beru will incite interstellar wars of immense scale. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall not leave your side to prevent that Broly from launching a surprise attack on you, Beerus declared with a huff. Surely it cannot be that severe. Shin scratched his head, reflecting. From what Lord Beerus has said, this Broly does not seem as malevolent as I initially thought. That if he wished to kill you, he would have come to confront me long ago. What do you know? Keep a vigilant eye on him, Beerus barked. All right, Shin conceded reluctantly. Approximately an hour later, Shin suddenly alerted Beerus, stating that Broly was beginning to make his move. Is he coming here? Beerus heightened his guard, positioning himself protectively behind Shin. Let him come. No, Lord Beerus. It appears he is teleported to another universe. Shin shook his head and began to explain. Chapter 60. The Trust of Ramses. Which universe did Beerus hastily inquire about? It is the 10th universe, Shin responded. So, he is the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Beerus snorted. Whose name was it again? Whis, for the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Lord Beerus, the current god of destruction of the 10th universe is Guas, Whis replied. Yes, that old fellow Guas. Beerus nodded, then pondered. Could it be that the Guas from the past has traversed into our current timeline? Given the temperaments of Broly and Guas, they should not be the same individual. Whis shook his head. Perhaps he is the former god of destruction before Guas, but let's not dwell on that for now. Let's first observe what this young man intends to do, Beerus mused, reluctant to engage in such a bothersome matter. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Broly's sudden appearance caused both Ramses and the angel Kes to be momentarily taken aback as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Sensing the divine aura emanating from Broly, Ramses, who was seated, could not help but rise, a look of astonishment crossing his face. I do not recognize you. I sense a hint of the god of creation's aura from you. Yet you're not the one I know, Ramses remarked, swinging his trunk as he gazed at Broly. Share your origins. Ramses, I am Broly, the god of creation from the future 10th universe, Broly stated candidly. I have a passion for training and a desire for immense power, but my physical aptitude is rather poor, and no matter how much I train, I cannot surpass the constraints of my own body. Thus, I have traveled to this era and exchanged bodies with one named Broly. I see. No wonder I sensed a familiar essence from you. Ramses chuckled, nodding in understanding. However, you did not come to me solely to share this. Did you? You must be facing some trouble. Not hesitate to tell me. After all, the future me and you share a singular existence. Broly felt a wave of emotion. This was the god of destruction Ramses of the 10th universe. He did not seek to pry, but chose instead to extend his trust. Had it been Beerus, he would undoubtedly have questioned Broly on how he traversed time, given that the time rings could only lead to the future. Yet, Ramses did not inquire. He simply chose to believe in Broly, trusting that he must have encountered some difficulties. This body originally belonged to the 7th universe, and now that Beerus has awakened, it seems he is not particularly welcoming of me. Broly said with a slight smile, gazing at Ramses. That rascal Beerus. Upon mentioning Beerus, Ramses could not help but feel a surge of irritation. During the last hide-and-seek event hosted by Lord Zeno, he was sound asleep in a very secluded part of the 10th universe for 20 years. Lord Zeno was furious and nearly wiped us out. Such a thing indeed, Broly responded. Come, Broly, you are welcome here. Reside in my realm of destruction. Ramses extended his hand, his trunk giving Broly's shoulder a friendly pat. Of course, I cannot come empty-handed. I brought a gift for you, Ramses, Broly replied with a mysterious smile. What gift? You need not be so courteous. It feels rather distant. Ramses laughed heartily, then curiously asked, Is it some delectable treat that one could never fully consume? Please grant me a moment to bring forth the gift, Broly said with a smile. Very well. Ramses readily agreed, though inwardly he mused, What splendid treasure might this god of creation from the future bring me? In an instant, Broly vanished from sight. Hey, Kess, what do you think he will bring us as a gift? Ramses turned to Kess, unable to contain his curiosity. Kess glanced at Ramses, but remained silent. What is it? Why do you look at me like that? Ramses inquired. It seems you have chosen to trust him unconditionally, Kess remarked. Indeed, I can sense he carries a warm familiarity. He harbors no malice towards me. Ramses affirmed with certainty. That's so. Kess did not elaborate further. Whoosh! 5 minutes later, Broly's silhouette reappeared in the realm of the gods of destruction. This time, however, he was not alone. Behind him trailed over 3,000 individuals, a significant number of whom bore tails. Broly had brought all the inhabitants of planet Broly to the god of destruction's domain in Universe 10. The residents of planet Broly stood in bewilderment, uncertain of their surroundings, their eyes darting about as if they were akin to Lu Lao stumbling into the Grand View Garden. What does this mean, Broly? Ramses, witnessing the influx of people, found himself equally perplexed. Ramses, you may regard these individuals as inconsequential, considering their fighting prowess pales in comparison to yours. However, in 35 years' time, they will provide our universe with an opportunity for survival, Broly explained with a smile. An opportunity for survival in 35 years. Ramses' confusion deepened, and he questioned, What do you mean? I don't quite understand. There are currently 12 universes that in 35 years, the Omni King will suddenly feel that there are too many universes to manage, intending to retain only 5, universes 1, 5, 8, and 12, while erasing the remaining 7. Consequently, these 8 universes will partake in a tournament known as the Universal Power Contest. The universe that loses will be obliterated by the Omni King himself. Broly elaborated, explaining that the competition would involve battles in an arena format. There truly such a thing. Ramses' expression shifted dramatically to, It is worth noting that when a universe is erased, not only the mortals, but also the gods of destruction and the supreme Kaishin will be annihilated. Broly dropped yet another bombshell. Ramses' countenance darkened further. Initially, he believed the Omni King would simply eliminate universes while sparing the gods of destruction and supreme Kaishin, but he never anticipated that they too would meet the same fate. Surely you jest. You cannot be serious. Ramsey chuckled bitterly, though a flicker of belief had begun to take root in his expression. Oh, I appear to be jesting, Broly replied earnestly. Not at all. Ramsey shook his head. Coming to terms with the situation, aware that Broly hailed from the future and was well versed in the events that would transpire, Ramsey then glanced at the throng behind Broly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Broly, are you suggesting that these individuals will be crucial participants in the tournament? Indeed, they will compete and assist us in securing ultimate victory, Broly affirmed with a grin. Does that mean you will personally train them? Ramsey inquired. Not only will I train them, but if Kess has the time, I would appreciate her assistance as well. Broly addressed Kess out of course. Kess replied, giving a playful wink and a light tap to her chin. Now, I need to find a suitable planet for them to settle on, Broly proposed. You may choose any planet in our Universe 10. Even residing in the realm of the gods is perfectly acceptable. Ramsey readily agreed. Broly found Ramsey to be genuinely amiable. At the very least, he felt a certain kinship with him. Thus, he proceeded without hesitation to search for a planet conducive to the living conditions of both Saiyans and Earthlings. Ideally, this new planet would resemble Planet Broly in Universe 7, enabling a swift reconstruction of their home. The individuals Broly had brought along willingly followed him. Those who chose not to accompany him were not coerced. Though many were aware of Broly's divine status, a greater number understood that there existed even more formidable deities. Consequently, some talented scientists remained on Planet Broly. Broly was unconcerned, knowing that scientists were plentiful throughout the universe. And he trusted that Universe 10 would have its fair share. After scouring Universe 10 for over 2 hours, Broly finally discovered a planet that was quite suitable for habitation. This planet was dotted with thousands of islands. With seawater covering more than 95% of its total area, even more than that of Planet Broly. Given that the Saiyans were a minority, and with Broly bringing back only a little over 3,000 individuals, this planet was just right for their needs. Furthermore, the planet's volume was 6 times that of Earth, and despite the numerous islands, each was considerable in size. After relocating the over 3,000 Saiyans and Earthlings to the new planet, Broly sought out scientists and architects from various worlds to aid in constructing a brand new Planet Broly. This time, he was determined to create a planet truly suitable for habitation, one that would also be blessed with divine presence. To prevent any malicious destruction, Broly specifically invited Kess to the new Planet Broly to fortify it. With the enhancements, Planet Broly had become exceedingly robust. Even a cosmic tyrant like Frieza would find it impossible to easily obliterate it now. Thank you, Kess. Broly expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Kess replied with a wink. Broly gazed deeply at Kess, the beautiful angel who had winked at him more than once. Did she harbor feelings for him? However, Broly was not in the mood for romance, and chose to feign ignorance. Kess rolled her eyes at Broly, huffed, and took her leave. I shall escort you back, Broly offered. No need, Kess retorted, puffing her cheeks indignantly before transforming into a radiant burst of multicolored light. Vanishing into the starry expanse, in truth, Kess, the angel, possessed an adorably captivating appearance, with large eyes, alluring lips, and a graceful figure. Though her skin tone differed from Broly's, it did not detract from her beauty. Nevertheless, Broly had no time to indulge in playful banter with an angel. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and the extensive time required for his training. Moreover, it seemed that beings of her caliber were not easily swayed by mere mortals that be why the way. Bardock, did Vegeta not accompany you? Broly inquired of Bardock. Bardock shook his head and then smiled faintly. Broly, he will surely regret it. Let him be, Broly replied with a chuckle, unconcerned, and then cast a glance at Nos, who was intently observing him. Upon meeting his gaze, she did not shy away but continued to scrutinize Broly's visage. What are you staring at? Broly asked. If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Nos retorted with a huff. You have a point, Broly laughed, sensing a spark of intrigue in her demeanor. Humph. Nos pouted and glared at him, but I don't believe I provoked you in any way. Broly said, genuinely curious about where he had offended Nos. It is precisely because Broly did not actively engage with Princess Nos that she feels aggrieved. Bardock interjected from the side. What? Broly feigned ignorance. Indeed, since arriving in Universe 10, Broly had scarcely exchanged words with Nos, at most offering her a nod in greeting. After all, with the planet's construction in its infancy, Broly had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Bardock, do not speak nonsense, or you shall not find me courteous, Nuance exclaimed in a soft tone. I have said nothing. Bardock chuckled, covering his mouth. You all carry on. I must make a trip to the 7th universe. Broly smiled, and in an instant his form became ethereal. Wait, I want to go too. He hurriedly grasped Broly's hand. You should reconsider. Broly shook his head. You cannot survive in the cosmic expanse. I am not directly teleporting to a planet. Isn't it the same if you teleport to a planet? Nuance pouted. What business do you have in the 7th universe? Broly inquired. I merely wish to return and see, while also checking on my brother. Nuance replied. Perhaps another time. Broly declined. Tio Broly. Bringing Nuance along felt akin to carrying a cumbersome burden, complicating his endeavors. Furthermore, Broly intended to visit Bulma, making it even less suitable to have Nuance by his side. Swish! Broly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared amidst the starlit expanse of the 7th universe. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Kaishin. Kaishin Shien's eyes brightened, his expression turning grave as he urgently called out to the dozing Beerus. Lord Beerus, it is Broly. He has arrived in the 7th universe. Beerus jolted awake, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Where is he? Beerus demanded angrily. He hasn't come here. It seems he's gone to a planet. One called Earth, Shien explained. Earth, that civilization ally primitive planet? Beerus pondered, perplexed as to why Broly would venture there. Yes, indeed. Earth, Shien nodded. Whis, do you know why Broly has gone to Earth? Beerus asked. Broly has a dear friend on Earth, a woman named Bulma. Additionally, there were quite a few Earthlings on his former planet, Whis replied with a smile. Moreover, Broly aims to combine Saiyans and Earthlings to propagate their lineage. Oh, is that so? Why pursue such a course? Beerus questioned, bemused. Perhaps the union of Saiyans and Earthlings could yield warriors of tremendous potential, Whis speculated. Warriors of great potential. How could they surpass me? Beerus queried. Naturally, they would not compare to Lord Beerus. Whis chuckled. Shien, keep a close watch on Broly. If he dares to wreak havoc in our universe, teleport me behind him, and I shall destroy him while he is unsuspecting. Beerus commanded. Shien managed a wry smile. What do you mean, It is settled. Beerus insisted. Very well. Shien reluctantly acquiesced. However, several days passed, and Broly did not cause chaos on Earth. Rather, he peacefully accompanied Bulma in her classes, traveled, and strolled about, leading a most contented life. Upon receiving Shien's report, Beerus found himself at a loss for words. I told you Broly is not a villain, Shien remarked with a smile. What do you know? Beerus retorted, instructing Shien to continue monitoring Broly's every move. Another week elapsed, and Broly remained on the planet, engaging in repetitive activities with Bulma. Beerus yawned, feeling the onset of slumber, his eyes growing heavy. Whis, do you think Broly might launch a surprise attack on Shien? Beerus queried. Not likely, my lord, Whis replied with a grin. Are you certain? Beerus remained apprehensive. Broly is the sort who will not bother you if you do not provoke him, Whis assured him. Very well, if that is the case. I shall return home for a nap, Beerus said, yawning once more, the drowsiness intensifying. That day, Beerus and Whis returned to the realm of destruction. Beerus was utterly fatigued, quickly succumbing to sleep upon arrival. Broly, on the other hand, wore a faint smile as he accompanied Bulma to a film, and then, through instantaneous movement, he appeared before the Grand Elder of Namek. In the next moment, Broly stood directly opposite the Grand Elder. Who goes there? Neru, beside the Grand Elder, changed color, hastily shouting at Broly. Broly smiled, remaining silent. Neru, stand down, the Grand Elder commanded. Yes, Neru respectfully responded. Great deity, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting Namek? The Grand Elder, gazing at Broly, continued to speak to his advanced age. The Grand Elder found it difficult to stand. He sat heavily in his chair, his large and corpulent frame giving him an imposing presence. Nevertheless, it is indeed remarkable that he alone could bring forth so many offspring, thereby nurturing an entire race. making him a truly extraordinary Namekian. Grand Elder of Namek, I foresee an impending catastrophe for your planet. I strongly advise that you relocate immediately to another world and commence a new chapter of existence. Broly stated candidly, it was not that Broly sought to deceive the Grand Elder. Even in the absence of Frieza's destructive arrival, Namek was already nearing the end of its life cycle. The planet's climate had deteriorated day by day. Although efforts had been made to restore some vitality, the world was fundamentally in a state of decline. As a god of destruction, Broly could easily discern the planet's condition and the extent of its remaining vitality. How much time do we have left? The Grand Elder inquired. Namek has but 50 years of life remaining, Broly replied somberly. Only 50 years? The Grand Elder sighed deeply, gradually closing his eyes. Is this truly the case? Grand Elder, Neru, standing nearby, asked in astonishment, I have sensed the planet's descent into ruin and have tirelessly urged my kin to save this world that has nurtured us. However, I never anticipated that our home had reached its twilight. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. 50 years is far too brief for the Namekians. Neru fell silent, casting a profound glance at Broly. Great deity, do you have a suitable place for us? The Grand Elder inquired. My purpose in seeking you out is to find a means to save you. I shall locate a suitable planet for your habitation, Broly affirmed with a nod. Then we place our trust in you. Great deity, the Grand Elder agreed without objection. Now, I request that all of your kin gather here with their most treasured belongings, Broly instructed. Understood. I shall relay your message, the Grand Elder responded. Approximately an hour later, all the Namekians had assembled at the entrance of the Grand Elder's residence, their faces etched with gravity. Listen to me, everyone. Despite our persistent efforts to improve Namek's climate over the years, as I foretold long ago, this planet is destined for demise. The Grand Elder's voice was somber as he addressed the gathering. Within a maximum of 50 years, this planet will meet its end. Upon hearing these words, the Namekians were left in shock and disquiet. The thought that their planet had but 50 years left was a heavy burden upon their hearts. Grand Elder, is there any way to extend Namek's lifespan? Someone inquired. Perhaps we could utilize the Dragon Balls to ensure Namek's eternal existence. Another suggested, it is impossible to fulfill such wishes through Purunga, and it cannot be achieved, someone countered, shaking their head in disapproval of the proposal. Then let us beseech Purunga to help us find a planet suitable for our Namekian way of life. Another voiced. The Namekians began to murmur among themselves, sharing their thoughts and suggestions. Everyone, please quiet down, the Grand Elder commanded, and silence fell as they respectfully listened. The individual standing beside me is a great deity of this universe, capable of leading us to a new place of survival. Now, join hands and prepare to depart from this planet. The Grand Elder instructed the assembly. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Namekians turned their attention to Broly. They had only just noticed him standing alongside the Grand Elder, but without an introduction, they hesitated to inquire further. They were taken aback to discover that this seemingly unremarkable figure with a tail was, in fact, a deity. Despite their astonishment, they obediently clasped hands together. Let us embark. Broly placed his hand upon the Elder's arm and, with a swift application of instant transmission, vanished in the blink of an eye. The vast expanse of planet Namek was left desolate, with only the whispering winds remaining, accompanied by the ancient edifices that stood as remnants of a once thriving civilization. Broly directly transported the Namekians to the 10th universe, specifically to the newly designated Broly planet. The Namekians, the concept of a 7th or 10th universe was foreign. For them, merely finding a suitable planet to inhabit was a significant improvement. You may explore this planet freely for now, while I seek out a world that closely resembles Namek to relocate you, Broly stated. Thank you, great deity, the Elder replied respectfully. Soon after, Broly departed, leaving behind the bewildered Namekians as he set out to find a more suitable home for them. 2 hours later, amidst the vast cosmic backdrop, Broly indeed discovered a planet that bore a striking resemblance to Namek from the 7th universe and brought all the Namekians to their new abode. We are immensely grateful, great deity. Should you require anything in the future, we shall not hesitate to assist, the Elder vowed. Very well, Broly replied with a smile. Upon returning to Broly Planet, he began to scour the 7th universe for talented individuals while continuing his training. An intriguing thought struck him. If only he could relocate the entire Earth to the 10th universe, that would effectively strip the 7th universe of its formidable warriors. What would remain would be merely the remnants of Frieza's forces, whose strength would pale in comparison to that of the Saiyans, rendering them insignificant. Broly was resolute in his pursuit. Are you truly contemplating relocating a planet from the 7th universe to the 10th? Ramshur exclaimed, his trunk swaying with agitation upon hearing Broly's audacious idea. Indeed, do you possess the means to accomplish this? Broly inquired with a grin. Well, I could transport a regular planet without issue, Ramshur explained. But relocating a planet teeming with life entails a far more intricate process. After all, a living planet, if shifted from celestial orbit or separated from its star, could inflict catastrophic harm on its inhabitants. Ramshur shook his head vigorously, deeming Broly's thoughts to be excessively ambitious. Thus, it appears that we can only achieve this through the Dragon of the Gods, Broly mused. What is the Dragon of the Gods? Ramshur asked. The 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes that I wonder if you've heard of them, Broly replied playfully. The Super Dragon Balls and the Dragon of the Gods? Ramshi's eyes sparkled with realization that is it true that the Dragon of the Gods exists? I had thought it merely a legend. If it does exist, it could certainly grant us our wish. Very well. I shall venture once more to the 7th universe. Broly chuckled. Broly, you are truly remarkable, Ramshur said, grasping Broly's hand in gratitude. Without delay, Broly reappeared on Earth and sought out Bulma. Before meeting her, he collected a Dragon Ball. Bulma, take a look at this, Broly said, presenting the Dragon Ball to her. This a gift from you, Broly. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly examined the Dragon Ball, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Isn't it beautiful? Broly hoped that through this Dragon Ball, Bulma could devise a radar to detect the Super Dragon Balls. With Zuno having been vanquished, locating the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes would indeed be a prudent choice with a Dragon Ball radar. Yes, it's stunning, like a shimmering gemstone, and it even has a 5-pointed star in the center, Bulma exclaimed, her face glowing even more with joy. Today is Valentine's Day, and my dear Broly has given me such a lovely gift. I shall cherish it dearly at Valentine's Day, Broly realized, understanding why Bulma's cheeks were so flushed. Observing Bulma's enamored expression left Broly at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he said, Bulma, you are still quite young. Merely 12 years old. When we grow up, I will bestow upon you even more magnificent gifts. Will you, big brother Broly? Will you give me gifts every Valentine's Day? Bulma asked, looking up at him. Yes, I will. Broly replied, thoughtfully. He accompanied Bulma on a shopping excursion and later returned with another Dragon Ball from Earth. Upon seeing the second Dragon Ball in Broly's hand, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this, Broly? This one has 7 stars, she exclaimed, thoroughly intrigued. This is known as a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, scattered throughout Earth, Broly explained. 7. That's quite a lot, Bulma remarked, sticking out her tongue. If we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and grant any wish we desire, Broly continued. Really? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered her newfound wealth. What wish should I make? She mused, casting a furtive glance at Broly, as though she had already made up her mind. Broly, let's gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma proposed. However, these Dragon Balls are scattered across Earth that I was fortunate to find these 2. The remaining 5 may prove challenging to locate, Broly replied, shaking his head. The reason Broly easily found the 2 Dragon Balls was due to guidance from Earth's Guardian, who provided the general locations that in truth, even the Guardian could only ascertain the approximate positions of the Dragon Balls, not pinpoint them exactly. But I'm a genius, Bulma said with a playful smile. Look at how these 2 Dragon Balls emit golden light. I believe that golden glow must carry a frequency, that if we can capture that frequency's data signal, we could create a Dragon Ball detection radar. That's so. Broly feigned surprise. Absolutely. It should take about 3 hours to complete, Bulma confidently asserted, patting her not yet fully developed chest. All right, Broly nodded. After 3 busy hours, Bulma's Dragon Ball radar was finally complete. She joyfully waved the radar in front of Broly and demonstrated its functionality. Look, big brother! The 7 shining points on the radar represent the Dragon Ball's locations. The 2 in the center are the ones we've collected, while the others are indeed quite distant, Bulma explained, pointing to the radar. The farthest Dragon Ball is over 30,000 kilometers away from us. That's no issue, as long as we know where they are. I can instantly transport us there and gather them swiftly, Broly replied with a slight smile. Yes, I almost forgot that you can instant transmission, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Then, big brother, let us go find the Dragon Balls right away. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It feels like we might gather all 7 today. It should be feasible, Broly affirmed, recognizing that without Bulma's ingenious Dragon Ball radar, even his instant transmission wouldn't suffice to collect all the Dragon Balls in a single day. Bulma giggled playfully. Broly first transported Bulma to a location 30,000 kilometers away, near the most distant Dragon Ball. After a brief search, the 3rd Dragon Ball was effortlessly located. It was the 4-star Dragon Ball. Bulma, clutching this Dragon Ball, was overcome with joy, her excitement evident in her animated demeanor. Let us seek the next Dragon Ball, Broly suggested with a smile. In an instant, Broly used his instantaneous movement to appear outside a quaint, 4-cornered house. Is this someone else's home? Bulma inquired upon seeing the little house. Oh dear, she continued just as a voice approached from the distance. Hey, who are you? Are you fairies? As the words fell, a child with a tail and a stick emerged from the nearby thicket, eyeing Broly and Bulma with suspicion. Broly, he has a tail too. Could he be a Saiyan? Bulma instantly noted the child's tail. Indeed, he is a Saiyan. His name is Kakarot, the child of Bardock, Broly explained. Bardock, I haven't met him. Broly, upon your mention, they do bear a striking resemblance. Bulma nodded in agreement. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you fairies? Little Goku scrutinized Bulma, having never encountered a woman before, and instinctively assumed she was a fairy. Big brother, what should we do? Bulma asked. Knock him out and seize the Dragon Ball, Broly replied with a slight grin, stepping slowly towards little Goku. What do you intend to do? Little Goku's wariness heightened. Bam! Broly gently struck little Goku, who promptly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Big brother, you truly are wicked, Bulma chuckled helplessly. Finding the Dragon Ball is of utmost importance, Broly remarked as he entered little Goku's room. Retrieving the 4-star Dragon Ball from the table and tossing it to Bulma. The 4-star Dragon Ball! How wonderful! Bulma, forgetting about little Goku's unconscious state, excitedly tucked the Dragon Ball into her small bag. Let us search for the next Dragon Ball, Broly announced, teleporting Bulma into a vast desert. The sound of the wind roared as gusts of yellow sand swept by. Suddenly, a young boy wielding a long knife appeared before Broly and Bulma. Riding a hovering motorcycle, Broly focused, recognizing the boy as Lepin, though his pet cat, Puer, was notably absent, suggesting that at this age, Lepin might not yet know Puer. You arrived just in time. Hand over your valuables. Or else. Haha. Lepin grinned, an air of mischief on his youthful face as he slowly raised his long knife. Are you certain you wish to rob us? Broly inquired nonchalantly. Stop the chatter. Hand over all your valuables. Or I'll take your lives, Lepin shouted. I am quite formidable. This territory belongs to me. As he spoke, Lepin glanced at Bulma, but showed no signs of shyness. After all, Bulma was only 12, still quite immature. Or perhaps Lepin simply had little interest in girls. You may find yourself in dire straits, Broly replied with a slight shake of his head. What did you say? Lepin's nose crinkled in anger. Having grown up in this region among hyenas, he possessed considerable skill. Come on, show me your best moves, Broly beckoned Lepin with a wave. Arrogant fool, I'll show you my true might. Lepin seethed, charging at Broly with remarkable speed, his knife swinging mercilessly downwards. Observing this, Bulma shook her head slightly, thinking him truly overconfident. Did he not realize how powerful her big brother was? Bulma felt no fear, fully confident that Broly would protect her. Broly frowned. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have surely met their demise at Lepin's hands. It seemed this lad had blood on his hands even before meeting Goku. With a swift motion, Broly merely unleashed a fraction of his aura, effortlessly countering the knife's descent. Trembling, Lepin's body quaked. He exerted all his strength, yet could not budge an inch. With such meager abilities, you dare to rob? Broly smiled faintly, seizing Lepin's arm and tossing him skyward with ease. Whoosh! In an instant, Lepin ascended to the heavens, vanishing into the clouds with a mere blink. Broly clapped his hands. Big brother, with you by my side. I feel immensely secure. He heard Bulma giggle at him. The Dragon Balls are in that cave. I will fetch them, Broly declared as he entered the cave where Lepin resided, soon discovering the 5-star Dragon Ball. This must be the nefarious act of that villain, having stolen it from someone else, Bulma speculated. Unbeknownst to her, had it not been for Broly's presence, she might have found herself entangled in a different fate with this wicked individual. Subsequently, thanks to Broly's instantaneous transportation, the two effortlessly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls on Earth. How swift! It feels as if collecting these 7 Dragon Balls was merely a fleeting moment, Bulma chuckled. Bulma, hasten to summon the Eternal Dragon. Broly gently tousled her hair. Bulma nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with excitement as she turned to the 7 Dragon Balls, calling out, Eternal Dragon, arise and grant our wishes. As her words echoed, the Eternal Dragon manifested in a resplendent green form, coiling through the sky, radiating a sacred light. Those who had assembled the Dragon Balls exclaimed, Oh, great deity, what wishes do you have? The Eternal Dragon, upon spotting Broly, adopted a tone of reverence. Bulma, speak your wish, he urged. Broly, however, disregarded the dragon's astonished and respectful gaze. Wait, what did the dragon just say? Bulma questioned, perplexed. Perhaps it was a formality upon the dragon's arrival. Broly chuckled softly. Indeed, it is my cue for entrance, the dragon seemed to comprehend. Realizing that this esteemed being preferred to keep his identity concealed from the girl, is it permissible for me to voice my wish now? Bulma, not pressing further, asked with palpable excitement. Yes, I can fulfill any wish. The dragon's voice resonated with authority. I wish to become Broly's wife, so that we may be together through eternity, never to part, Bulma declared her heartfelt desire. The dragon fell momentarily silent, as did Broly, who had not anticipated Bulma's sentiments towards him. That a hint of bashfulness crept into Broly's demeanor. Previously, he had regarded their companionship as a means to cultivate his serene heart, diminishing the brutality associated with becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. Little did he expect that Bulma harbored such feelings for him. This wish cannot be, the dragon began to state, realizing that it was beyond his power to compel Broly to reciprocate Bulma's affections. However, Broly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon the dragon. Your wish has been granted. The dragon hastily amended that. It has been granted. Bulma stammered, somewhat bewildered. Yet, I don't seem to feel any different. You shall undoubtedly be together, the dragon explained, as a token of blessing. I can bestow upon you another wish. In truth, the dragon had not actually fulfilled her wish, hence the additional offer. Another wish? How splendid! Bulma exclaimed, contemplating before turning to Broly. Big brother, do you have a wish? By the way, dragon, do you know the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls? Broly inquired. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the cosmos of the 6th and 7th universes. Shimmering like stars, the dragon responded, I wish to know the exact locations of each Super Dragon Ball. Broly stated, Is this your wish? The dragon asked. Indeed. Your wish is granted, great one. Farewell. The dragon left behind a map before transforming into 7 streams of light. Dispersing throughout the world, the sky regained its brilliance. Broly swiftly glanced at the map, which detailed the coordinates of each Super Dragon Ball, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief that he had not anticipated that an ordinary dragon could reveal the locations of his Super Dragon Balls, making future searches for the 7 Dragon Balls considerably easier. The poor Zuno seemed to have little utility now. Big brother, what wish did you just realize? Bulma asked, puzzled. I'm seeking something. Look, it is this. Broly showed her the map. It appears to be a celestial distribution chart. How marvelous! Bulma exclaimed, her face a canvas of astonishment. Bulma, let us return home, Broly stated, and thus he took her back home. Just as Broly and Bulma departed, a trio of figures appeared, gazing up at the sky in a daze. Lord Pilaf, what was that just now? I heard it was the Eternal Dragon, Pilaf analyzed. Did you notice? Those two collected the shimmering orbs. totaling 7, and summoned the eternal dragon to fulfill any wish. Lord Pilaf, does this mean that if we find those 7 Dragon Balls, we can have any wish granted? Mai inquired, after escorting Bulma home. Broly commenced his own plans, gathering the 7 Super Dragon Balls across the 6th and 7th universes. With the Earth Dragon providing precise coordinates, Broly utilized his instantaneous movement to effortlessly collect the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Mr. Whis, is Lord Beerus still asleep? The Kaishin Shin addressed Whis. Indeed, Whis replied with a nod. You must awaken him quickly. Broly has gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and we do not know what wish he intends to make. Shin urged anxiously. Lord Beerus is exceedingly difficult to rouse from slumber, especially now that he has entered a deep sleep, Whis elucidated. What shall we do? Shin, at a loss, gritted his teeth and declared, I must go and see. Perhaps I can prevent him to view the unadorned version of the novel. Please proceed to Chapter 66. Battle, Broly. Lord Kaishin, it is best if you refrain from going, should Broly harbor any malevolent thoughts. It could endanger you, Whis admonished, shaking his head in disapproval. Then we can only watch helplessly as he fulfills his wish. Shin clenched his fists and inquired. Let us first ascertain what wish he intends to realize. Whis contemplated in the vast expanse of the 7th universe. Amidst the infinite stars, the colossal dragon of the gods was summoned once more by Broly. Speak, young deity, of your desire. The dragon's authoritative voice resonated from all directions. Can the dragon of the gods transfer the earth of the 7th universe to the 10th universe, ensuring that its inhabitants remain largely unaware, including the nearby sun, moon, 5 major planets, and the Milky Way, all of which must not be affected? Broly articulated his wish. Quite simply, it requires merely duplicating the Milky Way of the 7th universe within a certain sector of the 10th universe. The dragon responded. How long will the endeavor of duplicating the Milky Way take? Broly asked, slightly taken aback by the magnitude of the task at hand. Very straightforward, akin to a human executing a cut-and-paste command on a computer. The dragon affirmed. Young deity, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, swiftly vanishing from sight. I could see that moment. Broly felt a twinge of awe. Indeed, the dragon of the gods made such a complex task appear effortlessly simple. Broly promptly directed his gaze towards Earth, only to be astonished to find that the entire planet was devoid of any life. He hurriedly returned to the 10th universe in search of the Milky Way that had been replicated by the dragon. The Milky Way, though expansive, was easily located by Broly in a relatively remote star sector, where he found the familiar galaxy and, within it, the Earth, which appeared no larger than a sesame seed. With a swift motion, Broly materialized above the Earth, quietly observing the humans below. As expected, the inhabitants of Earth remained oblivious to their relocation from the 7th universe to the 10th, continuing their lives as if nothing had transpired. Broly then inquired of Bulma if she had sensed anything unusual. Not at all. What is the matter, big brother? Bulma responded, momentarily puzzled. Nothing of consequence, Broly replied with a slight smile. In the realm of the god of destruction. Shin scratched his head. A look of confusion etched upon his face that is peculiar. What significance does Broly's wish hold for him? He pondered. Lord Kaishin, have you not noticed the dwindling number of talents in the 7th universe? Whis remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the distant stars. What do you mean by talents? Shin countered. Perhaps it is merely my overthinking, Whis replied with a faint smile, dismissing the notion. Now that Earth and Namek had appeared in the 10th universe, Broly could finally focus on his training. Broly understood that to surpass his own limits, the most effective method was to seek guidance from Kux. Kux, an angel of the 10th universe, though seemingly a delicate young woman, possessed strength far surpassing that of Rumshur. Moreover, Broly surmised that Kux might possess some understanding of the Ultra Instinct technique. Broly, do you wish to learn Ultra Instinct? Kux inquired, taken aback by Broly's intent. Indeed, Broly affirmed earnestly. Ultra Instinct is a technique so elusive that even the gods of destruction struggle to master it. As a Kaishin, one would expect you to be even less capable, Kux remarked, shaking her head slightly as she gazed deeply at Broly. However, since you have exchanged bodies with a Saiyan, and this body is now endowed with boundless potential, there exists a possibility for you to comprehend Ultra Instinct. Broly smiled faintly. However, Broly, you currently delineate the powers of the divine and those of mortals too distinctly. This has resulted in your transformations being limited solely to the fabled Super Saiyan state. To imbue the legendary Super Saiyan state with divine radiance will prove challenging for you, Kux reiterated. You are correct. I too wish to swiftly achieve the divine radiance within the Super Saiyan form. Broly nodded earnestly. Yet despite my efforts, merging divine brilliance with energy remains a formidable challenge that I previously mentioned. That it is you, Broly, who has rendered the distinction between energy and divine power too clear-cut. Kux explained, just tell me how to rectify this, Broly implored. Engage in battle. Go forth in battle, Broly, Kaishin mused. Broly paused for a moment. Yes. Kaishin nodded slightly. There's been far too little combat for you. Broly that a Saiyan only achieves breakthroughs and transcends their limits through battle. Combat, you say? Broly fell into a brief reverie. But in this era, who is there to fight? Should I challenge the god of destruction, Ramses, or Beerus? Their powers are far too formidable. At my current strength, I am no match for them. To put it plainly, despite Broly's ability to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, his foundational combat prowess remains somewhat lacking, roughly on par with the fully realized Cell, of course. Broly's Super Saiyan Crimson transformation can easily dispatch Cell. But such a transformation lasts only for a fleeting moment that I end this current age. With neither Cell nor the androids having been born, Broly finds it exceedingly difficult to locate a worthy opponent. I yearn for a proper battle, yet alas, there are no suitable adversaries, Broly lamented, shaking his head. Broly, are you not a Kai? Since you could traverse time and space at will, why not seek out an appropriate opponent in another timeline? Hone your Super Saiyan Crimson to its utmost, and then return to deeply comprehend the Ultra Instinct. Kaishin proposed. Another timeline. You say. Broly pondered, intrigued by the suggestion. I nearly forgot there's one other significant matter. I wonder if you'd be interested, Broly, Kaishin inquired with a playful smile. What is it? Broly asked. By suppressing the energy within you, you could train in another timeline, which would indeed be an excellent choice. Kaishin reflected. This way, the new energy you acquire during battles could accumulate gradually, allowing for a significant explosion of power when it merges with your suppressed energy at a crucial moment, greatly aiding your breakthroughs. Chapter 67. Energy Suppression and Temporal Training. 815.3. Suppressing the energy within me, Broly inquired. Can this method rapidly enhance my strength? This enhancement technique is effective solely for the legendary Super Saiyan, significantly amplifying your energy. Moreover, as you accumulate combat experience, the fusion between your divine power and energy will intensify, ultimately stabilizing your transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, radiating divine light. Kaishin elaborated earnestly. I believe this experience will elevate your strength tremendously. What is the method for suppressing the energy within me? Broly asked. Allow me, Kaishin replied, her staff shimmering with light. In an instant, an intangible energy surged into Broly's crown. Understanding Kaisai's intentions were benign, he did not resist. Otherwise, he would have never permitted a stranger's energy to enter his body. Soon after, Broly discovered that the intangible energy was controlling his own energy, leaving only a fraction unrestrained. Now, Broly, your strength has been suppressed to merely 1% of its original capacity. You may seek out a relatively weaker opponent to test your abilities, for example. This individual from the current timeline, Kaishin said, revealing an image upon her staff. Broly glanced at the image and couldn't help but chuckle. It's Frieza. Perhaps I shall pass on that one. Broly, based on your current energy levels, you're quite evenly matched with him. Kaishin winked playfully. He is your best option. As for Frieza, I've already transported him to our universe. Broly pondered. Then there is no need to shift timelines. I have decided how to proceed. Very well. Best of luck. Kaishin winked at Broly. With a grave expression, Broly nodded. In the following days, he prepared for his journey to another timeline. Naturally, he intended to train extensively in this new realm, so he took the time to inform Bulma, Bardock, and the others beforehand that I wish to go too. Take me with you, C pleaded with Broly. Broly shook his head in refusal. He did not wish to carry a burden, as Nuasi's current strength was far too low and she required further training. Please, Broly, my king, I will do anything you ask. Just let me accompany you for training. Pretty please, Nuasi coaxed, nuzzling against Broly, her voice sweetly pleading, leaving him both amused and exasperated. After much coaxing from Nuasi, Broly reluctantly agreed. Splendid, Nuasi exclaimed with unbridled excitement. However, I must make it clear, I will take you along, but should you perish, I will not come to your aid. Broly warned her. I understand, Nuasi replied, patting her chest. Once everything was prepared, Broly grew solemn. Suddenly, he felt the space around him twist and contort, revealing vibrant, multicolored clouds. With a swift motion, Broly located the timeline suitable for his training, grasped Nuasi's hand, and in a blink, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing upon solid ground. That is this earth, Nuasi exclaimed, soaring high into the sky to survey the surroundings before landing beside Broly. Indeed, this is Earth in a parallel universe, during the time when your brother Vegeta has just arrived on this planet. Broly stated. My brother Vegeta. Nuasi blinked in surprise, curious about their next target. Are we going to challenge him? Your current combat power is far too elevated, Broly remarked, allowing his divine power to envelop Nuasi. Ah, what are you doing? Nuasi gasped in astonishment. I have suppressed your combat power to around 20,000. You must obey me during this training. Broly instructed. 20,000 is excessive. Nuasi nearly wept. Recalling her previous power level, which had soared beyond 600,000, determined, Nuasi attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet upon failing, tears threatened to spill. Broly, this isn't fair. I can't transform into a Super Saiyan anymore. She pouted, feeling disheartened. If your next opponent is someone you could defeat easily, what purpose would it serve to bring you along? Broly chuckled, patting Nuasi's shoulder. Come now, if we don't hurry, your brother may be in danger. What do you mean? Nuasi asked, perplexed. Then she concentrated her senses and pointed southwest. That I can sense a battle occurring over there. With that, they were off to... In the next moment, Broly appeared at the scene of the battle alongside Nors. A glance around revealed Vegeta engaged in an intense confrontation with an opponent, his power evidently far superior, firmly suppressing his FOIS that Bardock. Nors mused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the individual battling her brother Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, Broly smiled faintly. No, that is not Bardock. He bears a striking resemblance. Yet there are significant differences. Nors pondered. He is Bardock's son. Raised on Earth since childhood, Broly elucidated it. So, he is Bardock's son. No wonder they look so alike. Nors nodded. Those two are quite weak, especially the bald one. I wager a mere touch would be enough to fell him. Broly recognized that the two she referred to were Gohan and Krillin. Nearby, Piccolo and the others had already met with disaster. This was the era when Vegeta and Nappa had just arrived on Earth. This moment, aside from Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, all other warriors had perished at the hands of Nappa or the Cybermen, while Vegeta had slain Nappa and was now officially at war with Goku. Kakarot, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a genius warrior you shall never surpass. Vegeta sneered, his aura exploding forth as he suddenly appeared behind Goku, delivering a swift kick to his face. Bang! Following that, Vegeta landed a devastating punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku coughed up blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Well done, brother, Nors exclaimed with exhilaration. Her shout drew the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing this, both Vegeta and Goku's expressions shifted dramatically. Thank you, Chaos Wujity, for the generous donation of 300, adding 3 more updates. The scene grew increasingly tense, especially for Krillin, who broke into a cold sweat. Trembling, Gohan, did you see? Their tails? They're also Saiyans. Yes, they're Saiyans, Gohan stammered, trembling all over. We're doomed. I thought there were only 2 Saiyans. How did 2 more emerge? Krillin clutched his bald head, his face resembling a bitter melon. Goku's expression grew heavier with unease. Initially shocked by Vegeta's formidable power, the emergence of 2 more Saiyans plunged his heart into despair, and Nors' shout had caused Vegeta and Goku to cease their combat. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at Nors, confusion written across his face. Why you? You are Nors? He asked tentatively. Brother, you've recognized me. Nors giggled. Hearing the exchange between Vegeta and Nors, Goku and the others' faces grew increasingly grim. This is bad. This is really bad. They are siblings. Krillin sighed heavily, wishing to flee. Krillin, Gohan, you two must run as far away as possible, Goku urged, moving closer to them. Goku, don't joke around. Can we even escape? Besides, if we run, what will happen to you? Krillin replied, feeling as though the apocalypse had arrived. That Saiyan named Vegeta is certainly stronger than Goku, and that female Saiyan seems even more powerful. I have a plan. Goku stated solemnly. What plan? Krillin inquired. No time for questions, just run. Goku commanded, then gently ruffled Gohan's hair. Gohan, listen to me. Quickly leave this place and protect your mother. All right, Dad, I understand. Gohan nodded. In the next instant, Gohan and Krillin transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the scene. Nors observed that Broly had not instructed her to eliminate the two, thus she paid them no mind. As for Vegeta, he wore a look of disdain, seeming uninterested in harming such feeble opponents. Aren't you dead? When planet Vegeta was destroyed, you and father perished, did you not? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Brother, do you truly wish for my demise? Nors shot him a fierce glare. Look, I am quite alive. However, you appear to be merely 12 or 13 years old. How can you be younger than me? Who exactly are you? Vegeta suddenly realized something, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Nors while casting a sidelong glance at Broly. However, upon noticing that Broly was also quite youthful, Vegeta dismissed him from his thoughts. He assumed Broly was merely Nors' subordinate. This is rather complicated. During the explosion of planet Vegeta, I was drawn into a peculiar wormhole with Broly, which stunted my aging, leaving me appearing like a 12-year-old. Thus, I seem younger than you, Nors explained mysteriously. Regardless, I am undeniably your sister. I remember when you were 4, constantly challenging me, only to be soundly defeated and left in tears. Silence. There's no need to revisit the past. Vegeta erupted, anger flaring. Nevertheless, he had come to understand that the young girl before him was indeed his sister Nors. Vegeta had not anticipated her survival. However, at this point in his life, the existence of family held little importance to him. Nors, since you have found me here on Earth, allow me to inform you. Return from whence you came. You are not welcome here, Vegeta retorted coldly. Why? Nors asked, puzzled. If you have come to assist me, there is no need. If you intend to cause trouble, then you are no match for me, Vegeta scoffed. Broly, what do you think? Nors turned to Broly, contemplating their allegiance. Let him fight Goku properly for now, Broly replied. Nors fell silent. Vegeta regarded Broly and Nors with curiosity, suddenly realizing that his sister seemed quite obedient to the Saiyan named Broly, for who Broly was. Vegeta had long forgotten in this parallel universe. When King Vegeta had secretly eliminated Broly, Vegeta had not been present. Thus he had forgotten the existence of this particular Saiyan. Vegeta did not dwell on it. Presently, he harbored no animosity towards Nors or Broly. His reasons for coming to Earth were twofold: to seek the Dragon Balls and to torment Kakarot, the inferior warrior. Hey, Kakarot, let us continue, Vegeta said with a slight smile. Addressing Goku, Goku cast a silent glance at Broly and Nors, finding their demeanor non-threatening, which offered him a measure of relief. Dakeokin. Goku's expression grew serious as he emanated a pure white light, his aura surging to its peak in an instant. What? Why do I feel his power has increased significantly? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Though he lacked the ability to sense energy, it was evident that Kakarot's combat prowess had indeed escalated dramatically. Bang. Upon unleashing the King Kai fist, Wukong swung his fist with tremendous force, landing a heavy blow squarely on Vegeta's face. Immediately thereafter, Wukong launched a series of fierce attacks against Vegeta, in terms of both speed and power. Wukong now held the upper hand over Vegeta, instilling a sense of dread within him. Kamehameha, Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fury, gathered his energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave directed at Wukong. Kamehameha, gritting his teeth, Wukong countered with his own Kamehameha wave, charging forward to meet Vegeta's assault. What is it with this Kamehameha that resembles mine so closely? Vegeta's expression shifted once more, intensifying his energy output. Triple King Kai Fist. Wukong exerted himself to the utmost, activating the Triple King Kai Fist, which further overwhelmed Vegeta with its might. In no time, the Kamehameha wave that had been descending rapidly was swiftly repelled by Wukong's own Kamehameha. Boom! In the next instant, Vegeta was struck directly by the Kamehameha, letting out a cry of anguish. Following this, the Kamehameha propelled Vegeta skyward, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Thanks to the generous support from Chaos Martial Arts, an additional 2 chapters have been added today, totaling 20 chapters, the most comprehensive resource site. m.daikungsha.com, sponsored by 99 Novel Readers, Chapter 69. Do you know who he is? Brother, concerned for Vegeta's safety, Nuasi prepared to rush toward him. However, Broly sees Nuasi, smiling as he said, Vegeta will be fine. You should deal with that scion named Wukong. But remember, do not kill him. Alright, Nuasi, already displeased by Wukong's bullying of Vegeta, flew towards him, landing with a stern expression directly opposite Wukong. Wukong immediately sensed danger, his face etched with wariness and unease. Having just unleashed the Triple King Kai Fist, his stamina was nearly depleted, and the immense pressure from the technique was pushing his body to its limits. Now, not even Nuasi, but anyone with a modicum of combat ability could potentially annihilate him. You have injured my brother. Let me show you how I will deal with you, Nuasi coldly remarked. With that, Nuasi lifted her pristine hand, pointing her index finger at Wukong. Swish, swish, swish. 3 golden beams of energy surged toward Wukong. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by 3 muffled sounds, Wukong suddenly found 3 holes punctured in his body. Crack! Unable to withstand the agony from his injuries, Wukong fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Where did the technique that defeated my brother go? How have you become so feeble? Nuasi was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a fierce battle, only to discover her opponent was gravely wounded. The King Kai Fist could enhance one's strength, but exacted a severe toll on the body. Broly landed beside Nuasi, casting a casual glance at Wukong. How do you know that? Wukong laboriously lifted his head, astonished at Broly. Broly simply smiled. For him, it was an exceedingly simple matter. Not only had Broly traversed through time, becoming intimately familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, but he had also once held the title of King Kai, thus inherently mastering the King Kai Fist. However, Broly found this technique of little use. While it could endlessly amplify energy, it placed a significant burden on the body. Moreover, after becoming a god of destruction, Broly no longer required the King Kai Fist. Broly, should we kill him? Nuasi inquired. It is too early for that, Broly replied with a slight smile, showing no intention of ending Wukong's life. Broly had brought Nuasi along for training. Eliminating Wukong would hinder their continued cultivation. At that moment, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing beside Broly and Nuasi. Defeated by the lowly warrior Kakarot, Vegeta trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze. Nuasi, step aside. I will deal with him, Vegeta shouted at Nuasi. Brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but what have you been doing all these years? I recall your battle power exceeding 10,000 when you were just 5 years old. And now, over 20 years later, how has it only increased to around 20,000? Nuasi shook her head, perplexed. Mind your own business, Vegeta bellowed, having struck a nerve. For years, Vegeta had been serving under Frieza, attacking planets populated by beings with exceedingly low battle power. So it was no wonder he had made little progress. I see. See comprehended. Humph. You're a Saiyan too, aren't you? It would be wise for you not to meddle in my affairs. Once I eliminate Kakarot, I will take my time dealing with you. Vegeta roared angrily. Be quiet. Do you have any idea who he is? Nuasi exclaimed in shock that if she provoked Broly, her brother might be annihilated on the spot. Let him be, Broly remarked nonchalantly. There was little merit in getting angry over an ant. Kakarot, I will not forgive you. Vegeta refocused his attention on Wukong, grinning wickedly. Now, let me show you the terrifying techniques of our Saiyan race. With a clap of his hands, an energy sphere appeared in Vegeta's grasp. Wukong widened his eyes, inwardly pondering. What is this guy planning? By releasing such an energy blast, he risks depleting his own stamina significantly. Watch closely, Kakarot, Vegeta sneered, flinging the energy sphere into the sky. Then clenching his right fist tightly, Vegeta declared, "Boom!" In an instant, the sky erupted with blinding light, radiating a holy glow. You think destroying the moon would prevent me from transforming into a great ape? Ha! I can easily create my own moon, Vegeta laughed maniacally, gazing up at the artificial moon he had conjured. What is this moon all about? Wukong queried, utterly baffled. Just then, Vegeta's body suddenly sprouted black fur. His lips and nose protruding outward as his physique expanded. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta transformed into a towering great ape. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation into such a colossal beast, Wukong's expression was filled with shock. So, this great ape monster, my grandfather was trampled to death by it. Wukong felt a pang of guilt. Oh, I forgot to mention, Kakarot, once a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their battle power increases tenfold. Vegeta grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. What? Wukong's face darkened considerably. Die, Kakarot. Vegeta swung his hand toward Wukong. Boom! However, just as Vegeta initiated his attack, an enormous rumble echoed from the sky. Then Vegeta could distinctly feel the energy within him rapidly dissipating. Swish! In the next moment, Vegeta was astonished to discover that he had reverted from his great ape form back to his normal state. Consequently, when Vegeta struck out with a powerful slap, it bore little force and was effortlessly evaded by Goku. What on earth is happening? Vegeta raised his gaze to the sky, only to find that the artificial moon had been destroyed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Broly, realizing that it was indeed this Broly who had obliterated his moon. You little brat, you're courting death, Vegeta seethed with rage. After expending immense energy to create the artificial moon, he was infuriated to see it destroyed by this insolent youth. Vegeta, in his fury, charged towards Broly. Bam! Broly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Vegeta's head. Thud! Vegeta fell to the ground, his face meeting the earth rather intimately. You scoundrel! Vegeta spat out dirt, glaring fiercely at Broly. You're too slow. Broly remarked with a slight smile. Unforgivable. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins. However, he was acutely aware that his energy was dwindling, rendering him no match for this opponent. You're far from being able to defeat me, Broly asserted, shaking his head. Slap, slap, slap. After uttering these words, Broly unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Vegeta, causing his face to swell grotesquely. My apologies, I may have struck a bit too hard. You wouldn't mind, would you? Broly smiled mildly. You dare to wait until I recover before we fight again? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with fury. Vegeta, you better hurry and apologize to Broly, Nos commanded sharply, delivering a kick to him. Apologize? Vegeta was momentarily dazed, clutching his face, utterly at a loss. All right, let's call it a day. Goku, make sure to recuperate well, Broly said with a faint smile as he seized Vegeta by the hair with one hand and grasped Nos with the other. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Broly vanished with both of them. In an instant, Broly reappeared with Vegeta and Nos on planet Frieza 79. Bam! Broly delivered a kick that sent Vegeta sprawling on the ground. Instructing the planet's personnel, he's nearly finished. Hurry and treat him. Yes, Lord Vegeta. The staff stammered, their faces paling. The rest is up to you, Nos, Broly said, turning his gaze toward her. What? Nos blinked in confusion. I'll return for you once your power surpasses Frieza's, Broly declared, preparing to depart. Broly. Frieza was no longer a worthy adversary. He intended to seek out more formidable opponents. Although initially reluctant to bring Nos along, he reconsidered, believing that allowing her to hone her skills would ultimately prove advantageous. Just as Broly was about to leave, a brazen and grating voice echoed from afar. That Vegeta. How pathetic you become. I truly feel sorry for you. As the words fell, an alien with a toad-like visage approached, hurling verbal insults at the injured Vegeta. However, this toad-faced creature soon noticed Broly and Nos, as well as the tails behind them. You two are also Saiyans? The toad-faced alien's eyes widened in bewilderment. Most Saiyans were supposedly annihilated by Lord Frieza. How could there be two unfamiliar faces? I recognize him. His name is Chio-E. Nos replied coldly, "Yes, that's so." Broly smiled faintly. This fellow visited planet Vegeta long ago, flaunting his status as one of Dodoria's subordinates, which greatly displeased me. Nos huffed. You are, Princess Nos, aren't you? Chio-E stammered, quickly realizing. This girl seems to be Vegeta's sister. However, upon closer examination, he noted her youthful appearance, around 12 years old, while Vegeta was nearly 30, making it impossible for her to be his sister. You still remember me? Nos smiled slightly. What? You truly are Princess Nos? I thought you perished with planet Vegeta. Chio-E exclaimed in confusion. Nos let out a light laugh, choosing not to disclose the truth to the toad-faced alien. While I may not know the specifics, your existence will certainly astonish Lord Frieza. Chio-E replied coldly. Having stated this, Chio-E activated the scouter on his eye to assess Broly and Nos' battle power. After the scan, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You two monkeys, with such meager battle power, dare to appear on this planet? Chio-E boasted, unaware that Broly and Nos had long since concealed their true strength. Whoosh! Broly flicked his hand, unleashing a beam of energy that pierced through Chio-E's forehead. Chio-E's eyes widened, utterly unprepared for the Saiyan's sudden aggression. Nos, the battlefield is now yours. I shall return for you once you surpass Frieza's power, Broly proclaimed, as the space around him began to warp. Whoosh! In an instant, Broly's figure vanished from sight, leaving the staff on the planet in stunned disbelief, huddled together in shock. My battlefield. Nos glanced at the staff, a cold smirk forming on her lips. Very well, let me have some fun. Boom! An explosive eruption occurred on planet Frieza 79, shrouding the atmosphere in chaos, as billowing clouds of dust and rampant energy surged forth. Whoosh! At that moment, Broly's form materialized in an alternate dimension. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a streak of light, leaving a luminous trail across the sky. Before long, he found himself atop a steep cliff, where a weathered bronze metal door stood, dull and seemingly aged. Bang! Broly approached and delivered a powerful kick, smashing a hole through the door. In the next instant, he stepped inside with a cheerful demeanor. Who goes there? Just as Broly crossed the threshold, an enraged voice echoed nearby. Broly smiled lightly, spotting a man with an onion-like head, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. Is Android 19? Broly chuckled, addressing the man. Upon hearing Broly identify him, the onion-headed figure's face turned pale with shock and trepidation. How? How do you know that? The android asked warily. Where is Dr. Gero? Broly ignored the question, narrowing his eyes to inquire. The most comprehensive resource site, m.daikungsha.com, sponsored by 99 Novel Netizens. Chapter 71. The Misfortunate Dr. Gero, 1220. What do you want? Number one's heart raced to his throat. I am not in the mood to chat with you. If you insist on provoking me, I shall end your life. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent radiating from him. Who dies at whose hands is yet to be determined. Number one struggled to calm himself. Having his identity revealed by Broly had thrown him into disarray. Now, with the combat data from Broly's internal detector, Number 19 felt somewhat reassured. Oh really? Broly chuckled lightly, unleashing his divine abilities. Instantly, an invisible divine power enveloped Number 19, immobilizing him on the spot. Fear and anxiety flooded Number One's triangular eyes, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. Who is this person? Why is it so difficult to even move in his presence? The more he resisted, the more sweat poured down, leaving him bewildered and amplifying his terror. Although Broly's combat power stood at a mere 2 million, his divine abilities remained undiminished. The suppression from Kes was limited to the energy within Broly. Even Kes could not restrain his divine power. Presently, Broly's divine strength far surpassed that of Shin from Universe 7. The first encounter between Shin and Goku's group occurred during the World Martial Arts Tournament when Gohan was 16 AT that time. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 2, yet he was briefly subdued by Shin's divine capabilities. Thus, it was exceedingly easy for Broly to confine Number 19's movements using his divine power. Of course, Kes had advised Broly to refrain from excessively utilizing his divine abilities, as it would not significantly enhance his physical training. Only through combat and challenging higher-level opponents could his overall strength experience substantial growth. Broly had his own purpose for arriving in the era of androids. Annihilating number 19 was merely a matter of moments. Now, may I expect an answer to my question? Broly inquired, narrowing his eyes. All right, I will speak. Number 1, frightened, stammered. Just one glance from Broly rendered him immobile. Anyone would be terrified. Broly smiled lightly, retracting his divine power from number 19. Who? Number 1 suddenly regained his freedom and involuntarily knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with dread. However, soon after, number 19's expression turned sinister. "Ah! I will kill you," number 9 declared, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Broly. Seizing his arms, Broly frowned, displeased at being grasped by such a loathsome robot. "Ha! I've got you now. Your fate is sealed," number 1 exclaimed with glee, mockingly addressing Broly. "I possess a device capable of absorbing energy. As long as I hold on to you, I will gradually drain your energy completely." "Humph, you have merely squandered your opportunity to kill me. Now your energy cannot be released, can it?" Broly chuckled, his eyes narrowing. "Have you realized that your energy is depleting?" number 1 smugly asked. "You truly absorb my energy?" Broly inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I feel my internal energy sources rapidly replenishing," number 1 laughed heartily. "It seems your sensors are malfunctioning." Broly shook his head, and in the next moment, Broly applied his divine power solely to number 19's arms. Number 1 emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Before long, he involuntarily released Broly and knelt on the ground in terror. "I recall that you were supposed to be impervious to pain. When did Dr. Gero enhance your nervous system?" Broly asked with a grin. Yes, Dr. Gero has indeed integrated reflexive elements into me," number 1 exclaimed hastily. "Now, can you disclose Dr. Gero's whereabouts?" Broly inquired with a smile. "I will tell you. He is inside, in the laboratory," number 1 replied in anguish, pointing towards the room. "Lead the way. Do not attempt any tricks," Broly commanded. Yes, I dare not," number 1 nodded fervently. Under number 19's guidance, Broly beheld Dr. Gero lying on an apparatus, undergoing modifications. "This is Dr. Gero." Number 1 wiped the sweat from his brow, explaining that Dr. Gero sought eternal life, hence his transformation into an android. "Is the transformation complete?" Broly asked. "Only the energy replenishment remains. I was in the process of supplying energy to Dr. Gero when you suddenly barged in, catching me off guard," number 1 explained, trembling in fear. With that, as he finished speaking, arcs of blue electricity flickered across Dr. Gero's body, causing him to convulse violently, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. Boom! Subsequently, a loud explosion emanated from Dr. Gero's heart, releasing a plume of smoke, and his head tilted to the side, falling silent. "Dr. Gero!" Number 20. Number 1 rushed forward, shouting, quickly performing a series of operations on the apparatus where Dr. Gero lay. Alas, Dr. Gero was irrevocably deceased. Even Broly could not bring him back, let alone number 19. What happened? How did he die? Broly frowned. He had intended to seek Dr. Gero for assistance, yet this fellow had perished unexpectedly. Yes, it was due to your sudden interruption that I made a mistake during Dr. Gero's modification process. Otherwise, he would have awakened swiftly. Number 1 gritted his teeth, casting a look of hatred at Broly. "Oh, I see." Broly chuckled. After a brief silence, number 19 realized that Dr. Gero had no chance of revival and inquired about Broly's true intentions. "Initially, I sought Dr. Gero's assistance in modifying the android cell. Since he is now dead, it is quite unfortunate." Broly shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his features, then turned to number 19 and asked, "By the way, do you possess the capability to modify cell? What is cell?" Number 1 retorted, "It seems you were merely created by Dr. Gero to assist in his own modifications. You possess little else in terms of skills." Broly shook his head, directing his hand towards number 19's body. Number 1 was taken aback, his expression darkening. "You have outlived your usefulness," Broly sneered. Spare me. I will do whatever you say," number 1 pleaded in terror. "No, I have realized you still have a shred of usefulness, albeit just a shred. Broly smiled slightly, flicking his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, number 19's body shot upwards like a rocket, piercing through the roof and soaring into the azure sky. Boom! The body of number 19 suddenly erupted, emitting a deafening roar that resounded like thunder. In a town located approximately 1,000 kilometers from the research facility, warriors such as Wukong, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tianjinhan have been waiting for a considerable duration. As for Vegeta, he had sought refuge in a hidden spot. According to the words of the future youth Trunks, this day would witness the birth of two formidable androids, and all the warriors would fall in this battle. However, despite their lengthy vigil, they found nothing amiss in the small town. Just then, the explosion of number 19 caused a change in the expressions of Wukong and the others. Over there, look, Wukong, it seems an energy surge has caused a massive explosion. Piccolo remarked in a grave tone. But the future youth mentioned that androids would appear in this area. Krillin replied, perhaps the future has altered from what we know. That place must be problematic. Wukong furrowed his brow but remained silent. What should we do, Wukong? Should we go take a look? Krillin inquired. Let's do this. Wukong, we'll go check it out while Gohan and the others stay behind. If anything goes awry here, we can provide support, Piccolo decisively suggested. All right, that sounds good, Wukong agreed. Gohan, Krillin, and Tianjinhan, if you encounter any androids, release a signal immediately. You are no match for them, Piccolo cautioned. How do we release the signal? Leping asked. Unleash your energy, and we will return at once, Piccolo instructed. Gohan, Krillin, stay safe, Wukong said as he patted Gohan's shoulder. And in the next moment, Wukong and Piccolo transformed into two streaks of white light, swiftly darting towards the location of the recent explosion of number 19. After eliminating number 19, Broly wandered through Dr. Gero's lab and easily discovered the dormant forms of androids 17 and 18. Along with 16, a slight smile graced Broly's face as he pressed the buttons for 17 and 18. Finding a vacant spot, he lay down inside. With a resounding click, the lids opened, and androids 17 and 18 awakened in succession. They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion and puzzlement. What happened? Who activated us? Number 17 asked. Looking at 18, I have no idea. Could it be Dr. Gero? Number 18 replied, brushing her golden locks aside, revealing a cold yet enchanting demeanor. However, number 17 held no romantic feelings for 18, as before their transformation into androids. He was her twin brother, sharing a blood bond. Whereas Dr. Gero, number 17 scanned the area, but found no sign of him. This is odd, he murmured, glancing around until he stumbled upon Dr. Gero's lifeless body in another room. The sight deepened his confusion that Dr. Gero is dead. What on earth happened? Who activated me in 18? The two androids pondered for a moment before deciding to disregard the matter. Well, with that old man dead, it simplifies things. Otherwise, he would have controlled us with that remote, leaving us in eternal slumber. Number 17 contemplated at your right. Number 18 nodded in agreement. Perhaps our dormant state was programmed to awaken us after a certain period. It's the only explanation that a faint smile appeared on her face. Since our primary objective is to eliminate Son Goku, let's focus on completing our mission first. That makes sense, number 17 quietly concurred. The two ambled towards the exit, passing by the chamber containing number 16, when 18 couldn't resist glancing down. Hey, number 17, this one seems to be number 16, she remarked. Oh, number 16 looks quite formidable, number 17 observed as he approached for a closer look. Activate him, he commanded. Understood, number 18 replied, pressing the activation button for number 16. Just then, 18 caught sight of Broly lying within another device. Curiously, she approached and glanced at him. Hey, number 17, there's another android here who looks rather striking, she noted while admiring Broly. Oh, number 17 slowly approached to inspect Broly. Then mused, I haven't seen this android before, and there's no number indicated on this device. Why bother with the details? Just activate him. Number 18 stated, pressing the activation button for Broly. Broly opened his eyes and gently pushed aside the cover of the apparatus. Emerging from within AT that very moment, Android 16 had also successfully activated. Android 17 cast a glance towards Broly, his expression tinged with confusion, for he had never laid eyes on Broly before. You are an android as well, aren't you? Android 17 inquired with a smile. Indeed, Broly nodded affirmatively. What number are you? Your designation does not appear on the apparatus. Android 17 pointed to Broly's chamber. I am number 100, Broly replied. Upon hearing this, Android 17 and 18 fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief. At a loss for words that they're really such an android. Android 18's delicate face glistened with beads of sweat. You must be jesting, Android 17 responded skeptically that I am an android that was to be activated many years in the future. You have prematurely awakened me, leaving my energy reserves depleted. I am currently quite weakened, Broly explained. Did I ask that so? What material are you made of? Android 17 remained doubtful, moving closer to Broly and sniffing at him with his delicate nose. Before Broly could respond, Android 17 continued. You seem to be human. Were you also modified from a human? Yes, I possess the cells of Saiyan. I am a human transformed into a Saiyan. Broly smiled slightly. Jesting, your nose is rather sensitive, isn't it? You can even detect that I am a modified human. Where did Dr. Gero obtain Saiyan cells? Android 17 questioned, confused that I know not. My previous memories are lost, Broly chuckled. And you? Android 17 ignored him, turning towards Android 16, I am a robot created from nothing. Android 16 replied expressionlessly, casting a deep glance at Broly. Meanwhile, Android 16 pondered, why is there no data on this android designated as number 100 in my database? Since we are all androids, and I am the most powerful among us, it seems you shall all follow my commands from now on, Android 17 declared with a smile, his sharp gaze directed at Broly and Android 16. I have no objections, Broly readily agreed. Although Android 17 did not voice his thoughts, his expression suggested acquiescence. Our Red Ribbon Army was annihilated by Son Goku. Dr. Gero created us to eliminate him. Thus I propose we first eliminate Son Goku. Do you all agree? Android 17 stated. That is precisely my intention, Broly nodded. Android 17 also silently nodded in agreement. Just as the four had reached this point in conversation, two figures appeared in the sky above. Broly and Android 18 peered through the hole in the ceiling of the laboratory, which had been created when Broly had thrown Android 19 through IT's Son Goku. How splendid, before we could seek him out. He has come to us, Android 17 exclaimed with a grin. Shall we go meet him then? Android 17 added with a charming smile that resembled that of an enchanting ice queen. Yes, let us depart. Android 17 said, leaping through the hole and soaring towards the azure sky. Android 18 followed closely behind. Android 17 did not waste any more words, trailing after Android 18, however, Broly remained motionless, silently observing the three of them. Hey, number 10, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and catch up. Android 17 called down to Broly. I am adjusting my energy. I mentioned earlier that you awakened me prematurely, which has severely diminished my strength. Broly explained, stop being so verbose. Android 17 said impatiently. Number 18, go help him out, Android 17 instructed with a frown. With a gentle smile, Android 18 agreed, descending to Broly's side. You can hold on to me. I will carry you. Android 17 suggested to Broly. That would be rather embarrassing, Broly replied. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up, Android 17 said, growing more impatient. Consequently, Broly stepped forward and embraced Android 18. If your hands wander on me again, I shall ensure you remain in eternal slumber, Android 17 said coldly, a hint of anger crossing his features. My apologies. Do not take offense. I'm a Saiyan modified into an android, and I harbor no thoughts on such matters between men and women, Broly stated. Android 17 cast a penetrating glance at Broly, but said nothing further, allowing Broly to hold on to her as they soared skyward, heading towards the cerulean expanse. Meanwhile, in the sky, Android 17 had his first encounter with Goku and Piccolo. He emitted no trace of energy fluctuation. If his assumptions were correct, he must indeed be an android. This is not good. There is more than one of them. There are 4 in total, Piccolo said grimly. Goku silently regarded Android 16, Broly, and 18, remaining silent that Trunks' arrival may have altered the course of our timeline. Piccolo muttered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he bared his teeth. This is troublesome. Goku, Exercise caution, I cannot sense their energy at all. Currently, I am unaware of their strength, Goku whispered. Piccolo, promise me you will not act recklessly. If you perish, the Supreme Kai will vanish, and the Dragon Balls will be lost as well. Son Goku, Android 17 finally spoke, addressing Goku. You know me, Goku asked, momentarily taken aback. Piccolo also appeared slightly startled, his expression one of mild surprise. Oh, you not realize? You've annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army. Yet, Dr. Gero remains alive. He has been tirelessly researching androids to defeat you, Android 17 said with a gentle smile. Now, the most powerful android in history has been born. Me, Android 17. Goku, do you feel confident? Piccolo asked quietly. Let us give it a try. I hope the training over the past 3 years has borne some fruit. Goku's expression grew serious. In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Wukong, his hair styled high, and his pupils transformed into an emerald hue. What a transformation. It appears rather distinctive. Number 1 chuckled lightly, dismissively commenting, come on, all of you, attack together. Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Son Wukong, you overestimate yourself. Dealing with you is a trivial matter. And I assure you, even number 18 could easily defeat you. Number 1 scoffed, and then turned to number 16, suggesting, let us first witness your prowess. Number 16 nodded slightly, showing no signs of dissent. Created solely to eliminate Son Wukong, number 1's goal and ambition remained unchanged. Hey, number 10, can't you fly? Number 1 glanced at Broly, who was still holding on to number 18, unable to restrain his curiosity. You activated me prematurely. My strength has significantly diminished, so it is quite normal for me not to fly, Broly replied, adding, but rest assured I won't be a hindrance to you. Number 1 chose to say no more, as activating this number 100 was also his idea. Son Wukong, today you shall meet your demise, number 1 declared coldly. Wukong, let us descend to battle. Fighting on the ground is relatively advantageous for us, Piccolo proposed. Wukong nodded gently. Both sides descended simultaneously to the ground. Now you can release me. Number 16 began to speak to Broly, but noticed that Broly had already willingly let go. Once again, my gratitude to Chaos Marshal for the generous donation, leading to an additional 2 updates today, totaling 22. To read the version without underlines, please proceed to Chapter 74. Wukong in critical condition, 1522. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after both sides landed, several figures swiftly approached from the sky. It was Gohan, Krillin, and others. Wukong had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his overwhelming aura had drawn them in. Upon encountering 4 unfamiliar faces, Gohan and Krillin were taken aback. That weren't there supposed to be 2 androids? Why are there 4? Krillin inquired of Piccolo. Piccolo remained silent. Hey, did you see that? That android has a tail. Liu Ping suddenly pointed at Broly, exclaiming to his companions. All eyes turned towards Broly. Even Wukong cast a glance at him, his expression revealing a hint of shock. Are you a Saiyan? Wukong asked. I am a Saiyan, and I am also a god. You may refer to me as a god-level Saiyan. Broly replied with utmost seriousness. God-level Saiyan? Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions clouded with confusion. Could you refrain from boasting? Number 1 interjected, unable to contain his disdain. You can't even perform the instant transmission technique, yet you call yourself a god-level Saiyan. Of course. Number 18's voice was rather subdued, considering she was on the same team as Broly. Broly chuckled, offering no explanation. Son Wukong, are you prepared? Number 1 asked with a stern expression. I'm ready. Let's go. Wukong nodded, bracing himself for battle. Number 1 immediately directed a punch towards Wukong's body, his expression indifferent. What does this guy intend to do? Krillin pondered. Can he really strike from this distance? Liu Ping questioned, perplexed. Perhaps he aims to unleash an energy wave or something similar, Tianjin Shan speculated. Bang! In the next instant, number 16's fist suddenly detached from his arm and sped towards Wukong. Not good. Wukong's expression shifted slightly, yet his reflexes were swift as he crossed his arms in an attempt to block the punch. Bang! However, Wukong soon felt an overwhelming energy rushing towards him. The pressure from number 16's fist was suffocating. With a resounding thud, Wukong was sent crashing to the ground, his body skidding along the surface, leaving a deep trench in its wake. The dust settled. Wukong coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. Piccolo and the others were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the injured Wukong. Just a single punch from number 16 had inflicted such damage. These androids were astonishingly powerful. Wukong struggled to rise, gasping for breath, his complexion pale. Yet number 1 studied Wukong intently, refraining from immediate attack. That Wukong's condition seems off. Krillin observed. Could it be the viral heart disease that the future warrior mentioned? Piccolo speculated. But didn't Wukong take the antidote for the heart disease? Krillin frowned, promptly producing a Senza bean and tossing it to Wukong. Shouting, Wukong, quickly consume the Senza bean. Wukong made no objections and immediately bit into the bean, swallowing a whole. However, Wukong still showed no signs of improvement, his gasps growing more labored, his pallor worsening. That it truly is viral heart disease. The expressions of Krillin, Piccolo, and the others turned grim. Oh, viral heart disease, number 1 remarked, having caught on. In a swift motion, he appeared directly in front of Krillin, his interest piqued. Baldy, explain to me what is happening with Son Wukong. Krillin stammered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, his body trembling with fear. Krillin, tell him, Piccolo urged, nodding at Krillin. Wukong has contracted viral heart disease. He may die soon, as there is no remedy in this world to cure his ailment. Krillin clenched his teeth, speaking loudly. That's so. Number 1's expression soured slightly. We had hoped that upon awakening, we could personally eliminate Son Wukong. Who would have thought he would succumb to such an illness? Fate truly plays cruel tricks. After stating this, number 1 turned away, disregarding Krillin. Piccolo and the others were bracing themselves for the worst. Wukong's sudden illness had caught them off guard. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wukong's illness had been exacerbated, and the heightened activity of his cells had led to a rapid increase in the virus within him. This moment, Wukong was in such a vulnerable state that even if faced with a couple of ordinary individuals, his life could be in jeopardy. Ugh, I feel terrible. What is happening to me? Wukong gasped, his breaths growing increasingly ragged, a sharp pain twisting in his heart. Gohan, immediately take Wukong back, and have him consume the antidote left by the future warrior. Do you understand? Piccolo whispered urgently to Gohan. Yes. Gohan nodded gravely, promptly lifting Son Wukong onto his back. Swish! However, Piccolo stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of number 16, dramatically discarding his cloak, with a loud thud. The cloak struck the ground, causing cracks to appear in the stone beneath it. Come on, let me show you what I've got. With a gentle smile, Piccolo gazed at number 16 with a fierce determination. However, number 1 merely cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo and, after a brief silence, shook his head and replied, I have no interest. In that moment, Piccolo unleashed his formidable energy, turning his gaze toward Gohan. Gohan understood the signal and transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly carrying Goku away toward the horizon. Wow! Piccolo maximized his energy and directed a powerful punch toward the position of number 16. In the next instant, number 16 vanished without a trace. Piccolo's fist met only air, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. What is happening? This guy is incredibly fast, he observed number 16, who had moved 50 or 60 meters away in an instant. And his expression darkened slightly. Enough of this game. Goku has already been taken away by his son, and we have no interest in someone who is gravely ill, number 1 remarked with a smile, adding casually that he hoped Goku would recover, so they could engage him in battle later. What do you mean? Piccolo was perplexed by number 17's words. Wasn't Future Trunks saying that the 2 androids appearing in the future were notorious for their destruction, leaving Earth in ruins? Yet it seemed that these 4 androids had not caused any devastation. Let us depart. Number 1 called to Broly and number 18 very well. Number 1 responded with a slight smile. Following this, number 17 soared into the sky first. Just as they were about to leave, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and a figure materialized before Broly and the others, blocking their path. It was Vegeta. Krillin and the others were momentarily taken aback. I have come to challenge you, Vegeta declared confidently. Oh, it's Vegeta. I thought it was someone else. Number 1 said with a faint smile that Goku's performance has left us rather disappointed. I hope you did not follow in his footsteps. I'm a brilliant warrior of the Saiyans. Do not compare me to that inferior warrior Kakarot, Vegeta retorted, visibly displeased. Seems you are still not satisfied with your battle with Goku. Number 1 said with a grin to number 16 that how about a match with this Saiyan Prince, Vegeta? I refuse, number 16 responded, suddenly distracted by a bird perched on a branch. How strange, someone actually refused. Number 1 shook his head, casting a long glance at Broly before asking, what about you, number 100? Let us witness your strength. Very well, Broly nodded, although my power has significantly diminished battling against Vegeta. Well, that could be an interesting choice. With that, Broly stepped forward. Upon seeing Broly shake his tail and step out, Vegeta couldn't help but blink in surprise, his expression one of bewilderment. You are a Saiyan? Vegeta scrutinized Broly. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. Broly nodded with a slight smile. Then why have you allied with the androids? You should know my identity, Vegeta asked, somewhat irritated. Because they are too weak, and I came to assist them, Broly replied with a smile. At this statement, even number 17 appeared somewhat perplexed. They are too weak, so number 100 came to help? It is clearly Vegeta's side that is weak. However, they quickly concluded that Broly's words were merely a casual remark, lacking any real significance. What is your name? Vegeta inquired again. Android number 100, Broly replied with a slight nod. What? Number 100? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Yes, number 10, the ultimate android, that is me, Broly said with a smile. Such arrogance. I will show you the might of Vegeta, Vegeta proclaimed as he charged toward Broly with remarkable speed. Vegeta's fist descended upon Broly like a colossal mountain. Broly crossed his arms to withstand the oncoming attack. Bang! With a resounding thud, Broly was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the blow, his feet skidding across the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves in the earth that, in an instant, a layer of pure white energy enveloped Broly. Swirling violently in the area, I thought you would be more impressive, but it seems you are merely this capable, Vegeta remarked, his confidence swelling as he realized he had nearly sent Broly tumbling away with a single punch. In a flash, he appeared behind Broly. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched a fierce kick toward Broly's lower back. Although Broly's senses easily tracked Vegeta's movements, his body did not react immediately. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Broly crouched down and retaliated with a kick. Bang! Broly's foot connected solidly with Vegeta's chin, causing Vegeta's head to tilt upward, his face etched with disdain and mockery. Clearly, with Broly's current power level, he posed little threat to Vegeta from this era. Of course, should Broly wish to toy with Vegeta, he could easily employ divine abilities. However, frequent use of such powers would yield minimal benefits regarding energy enhancement, making it preferable to return to his own timeline. Broly had come to this timeline for the purpose of honing his skills, as Krillin had suggested. By suppressing his energy to a certain extent before unleashing it, Broly could achieve a more harmonious fusion of his divine powers and energy, elevating his strength to new heights. This method of energy suppression resembled a closed space where gas is released until reaching a critical point, resulting in a massive explosion that I thought you would be more impressive. But it turns out you're merely at this level. Vegeta shook his head, his expression filled with disdain. Come again. Broly pretended to roar in anger as he charged at Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta, however, calmly absorbed Broly's onslaught, his expression growing increasingly disdainful. Bang! Vegeta delivered a heavy punch straight to Broly's palm. In the next instant, Broly skidded away for several hundred meters. Whoosh! Yet Broly quickly returned, unfazed. Alright, this is fantastic. Vegeta might actually win. Krillin exclaimed with excitement, only to find Krillin and Piccolo wearing somber expressions. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Did I say something wrong? If only Vegeta could win so easily. Piccolo spoke in a low voice, saying that setting aside the 3 formidable artificial beings, simply the one who claims to be number 100 is far more terrifying than we could have ever imagined. What does it mean? Lu Ping failed to perceive it. Haven't you noticed? Krillin gritted his teeth and murmured, from beginning to end, although Vegeta has an absolute advantage in energy and aura, he has inflicted no harm upon number 100 whatsoever. Every lethal attack has either been evaded or defended against. Moreover, no matter how heavy the assault, it seems to have no effect on number 100 Tenshinhan added. In another crucial matter, the aura of number 100 is not diminished. In fact, it is gradually increasing. As Piccolo spoke, his expression grew exceedingly grim. Present, the intensity of its aura was already comparable to that of Vegeta. What manner of artificial being is this? It is indeed as I feared. Lu Ping finally sensed that something was amiss. However, after such an extended battle, could it be that Vegeta has not noticed? Tien Shinhan questioned with confusion. Perhaps he has, but there may be nothing he can do about it. Piccolo replied solemnly. The consequence of this is that Vegeta can only be embroiled in a bitter struggle. Should we go assist? Krillin inquired. Those three artificial beings have yet to make a move. We shall refrain from intervening for now, lest we provoke them. Piccolo replied through gritted teeth. His face darkened. You must understand that handsome youth, number 17, is the leader among them. Even the hulking number 16 obeys his commands. So his strength must be unfathomable. Krillin and the others fell silent. Yet, while Piccolo was astute, he remained unaware that the strongest among them was neither number 16 nor number 17, but rather Broly. Number 100 out, of course. What Piccolo and the others did not yet grasp was that Broly was currently battling Vegeta while suppressing his own energy, and he had not even tapped into his divine power. If Broly were to unleash his divine might now, it would be effortless for him to annihilate everyone. As the battle continued, Broly experienced an exhilarating surge. Just as Chris had mentioned, restraining his own energy allowed for a more exhilarating fight, and his strength was increasing at a rapid pace. After less than 10 minutes of sparring with Vegeta, Broly felt he had gained immensely. Particularly, the divine power and energy within him were resonating and intertwining harmoniously. Previously, the energy within Broly was merely energy, while the divine power was distinct. The legendary Super Saiyan Rose is a divine realm. One must maintain the transformation while simultaneously enveloping it in a divine aura, which is why achieving the legendary Super Saiyan Rose would instantly deplete his divine power. However, if the divine power and energy were to merge seamlessly, intermingling with one another, the legendary Super Saiyan Rose could persist indefinitely without depleting divine power. According to Chris, the reason for the complexity of his transformation is primarily due to the unique nature of the legendary Super Saiyan. Had it been an ordinary Saiyan, the process would have been far less arduous. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan is exceedingly special, as the transformation alone is tenfold that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Broly, however, would not regret his choice merely due to its complications. He recognized that his body was undoubtedly a latent powerhouse, with the potential to surpass even the Grand Minister in the future. Bang, 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 Broly's confidence surged as he matched Vegeta's base combat power. Vegeta, however, was astonished, though his face remained a mask of self-assurance. Bang, Broly delivered a flying kick, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground, and chuckled as he asked, "Are you still going to fight?" Slap! Vegeta sprang up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face beaming with a smile. "Transform, Vegeta," Broly said with a grin. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes widening. Did he just suggest that Vegeta should transform? What did that mean? Does Vegeta possess another transformation? Krillin scratched his bald head, somewhat puzzled. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Equally confused, isn't Vegeta able to transform into a great ape? Lu Ping remarked. But that artificial moon would likely be easily destroyed by number 17. Tien Shinhan looked up at the sky. "You want me to transform? Do you know something?" Vegeta questioned Broly. "Super Saiyan, quickly transform," Broly urged with a smile. "What? How do you know? How do you know I can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta suddenly felt somewhat stifled within. The reason he had refrained from transforming was to wait until Piccolo and the others were in despair, allowing him to present them with the golden light, prompting their submission. Unexpectedly, Broly directly mentioned the transformation, leaving Vegeta somewhat at a loss. "Bastard, your words are truly infuriating." Vegeta gritted his teeth, ultimately acquiescing to Broly's suggestion. As a golden light erupted from him, his hair standing tall as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although Vegeta's transformation shocked Piccolo and the others, Broly's prior mention of it had calmed their emotions significantly, as if Vegeta's transformation had not stirred a single ripple. Humph. Although I am unclear how you knew I would transform. As you wished, I have become a Super Saiyan. And now I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson. Vegeta sneered coldly, his face radiating confidence. I am more than willing to accompany you. Broly replied with a smile. Final flash, Vegeta declared, his hands gathering two orbs of golden flame, pulsating with overwhelming energy that dazzled the eyes. In the next moment, with a cold smirk, Vegeta forcefully merged the two golden flames and aimed them at Broly. Whoosh! A beam of golden flame shot towards Broly at breakneck speed, in his current state. Having just matched Vegeta's base power, how could Broly possibly contend with Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, enhancing his strength 50-fold? Of course, Broly could also transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, but that would multiply his power 500 times, which seemed rather excessive. Swish! As for Vegeta's attack, Broly was not in a position to take it head-on. He immediately executed instant transmission, appearing behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Bang! Broly delivered a heavy punch directly to Vegeta's lower back. Vegeta let out a yelp, his body lunging forward as he executed a perfect dog-eating dog maneuver, chomping down on a chunk of rock on the ground. My apologies, but even though you've transformed into a Super Saiyan, your speed is simply too slow. Broly chuckled lightly. That damnable fiend! Vegeta seethed, his face contorted with rage, as if it might ignite. Following that, Vegeta executed a dazzling turn, appearing before Broly at lightning speed. Broly executed a swift kick, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. In an instant, a deep shoe print marred the left side of Vegeta's visage at this critical juncture. Broly had no choice but to unleash his divine abilities. Otherwise, suppressing his energy to such an extent would render him ill-equipped to deal with this adversary. But of course, relying solely on his divine powers would only hinder Broly's energy progression, a scenario he was keen to avoid. Having arrived in this era for the purpose of honing his skills, Broly was determined to forge ahead. With a series of impactful blows, Broly seized the moment while Vegeta was momentarily immobilized by divine force. Approximately 10 seconds later, Vegeta let out a sinister laugh and launched a fierce punch aimed directly at Broly's face, the golden energy surrounding it creating a palpable gust of wind. In a split second, Broly's hair stood on end, and a shimmering yellow-green aura enveloped him. Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. With a swift kick, Broly struck Vegeta in the abdomen. The howl of pain escaped Vegeta as he doubled over, clutching his lower body and collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. This single, seemingly effortless blow had vanquished Super Saiyan Vegeta. The expressions on Piccolo and the others turned grave, their vigilance heightened, with a smile gracing his features. Broly reverted to his normal state. So, how shall we deal with them? He inquired with keen interest. Let's depart. They are far too fragile. We shall return once they have honed their skills, Number 18 replied, showing little interest in Vegeta and the others. Very well, Broly acquiesced, turning to join Number 18. So you can fly, Number 1 remarked, his expression darkening as he glared at Broly. I couldn't before, but I'm the type who grows stronger with every battle. After my recent encounter with Vegeta, my strength is gradually returning. Broly responded with a grin. So, that green aura form was your true power? Number 1 suddenly inquired. Sort of, but that form consumes far too much energy. I can only maintain it for a fleeting moment, Broly chuckled. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin exchanged glances, their eyes wide in shock as they observed the incapacitated Vegeta, who was beginning to regain his normal state. Alongside Broly and the three androids, a profound sense of caution and gravity etched itself onto their faces. With Super Saiyan Vegeta defeated and Goku incapacitated by a heart ailment at a critical moment, they wondered, was this world on the brink of destruction? Dad! Just as Broly and the others were preparing to leave, a frantic shout pierced the air, followed by the appearance of a young warrior wielding a long sword. His golden hair and azure eyes glinting in the light. Descending from above, the young man swung his sword towards Number 18. A Number 1 furrowed his brow and raised his arm slightly. Clang! The sword struck Number 18's arm, producing a sharp metallic sound. Crack! In the next instant, with a mere twitch of her arm, Number 18 rendered the sword useless, creating a notch in the blade. The young swordsman wore an expression of disbelief, his face contorting in dismay. Who is this? There's no record of him in the database. Number 1 mused, casting a penetrating gaze at the youth. This young warrior was none other than Trunks, who had traveled from the future. Arriving a bit late, he witnessed Vegeta collapsed on the ground, convulsing, and immediately attributed the blame to number 18, the very same who had slain Vegeta in his timeline. To Trunks' astonishment, his full force strike had no effect on number 18, and he found himself disarmed. Bang! Number 1 smirked and delivered a kick that sent Trunks sprawling to the ground with a thud. The golden aura around Trunks dissipated, returning him to his normal state. "That it's Trunks!" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "The boy from the future!" Krillin added, coming to the same realization. "This is bad. Both he and Vegeta are in danger," Piccolo declared, rushing towards them. Tianjin Han followed suit without hesitation, while Liu Ping gritted his teeth and charged forward. Krillin hesitated, aware of his own inadequacies. He felt that he would only be a liability in this battle. After all, even a Super Saiyan had been felled by a single blow. What could he possibly contribute? As Piccolo barreled towards number 18, number 17 grew irate and prepared to intervene, but he found Broly already positioned in front of Piccolo. Bang! Broly's fist collided with Piccolo's abdomen, sending him reeling and causing him to spew forth bile. In the next moment, Broly unleashed a kick that struck Tianjin Han squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Nearly unconscious, just then Liu Ping surged forward. Swish! Broly waved his hand, summoning a powerful gust that sent Liu Ping hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, crashing violently into a towering tree. Crack! The trunk splintered in two, its dense branches collapsing and startling the creatures of the forest into a frenzied escape. "You scoundrel! This cannot be!" "Forgiven!" Vegeta, now partially re-energized, launched himself at Broly. Trunks, gritting his teeth, also rose to confront Broly, with a slight smile. Broly delivered a kick to Vegeta's chest. Bang! Vegeta collided with Trunks, both of them dazed and disoriented, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Hey, bald guy, aren't you going to join the fray?" Broly asked, his interest piqued as he turned toward Krillin with a grin. Krillin trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. "Forget it. Let us take our leave," Number 1 said with satisfaction. Glancing at Krillin, "Don't you have sins of beans? Feed them to your companions. They're still alive. Once you've trained enough, feel free to seek us out." Krillin's face turned pale as he realized Broly and the others were taking to the skies. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hurriedly pursued them. "Wait, please, wait a moment," Krillin called out, mustering his courage to, "There's something else?" Number 1 asked with a smile. "What is your objective? Can you enlighten me?" Krillin inquired, biting his lip. "What is our objective?" Number 1 laughed lightly. "Originally, we were created to eliminate Goku, but now that he seems to be on the verge of death, we find ourselves rather bored. As for our ultimate goal, we haven't decided yet. We'll let you know once we figure it out." With that, under number 17's lead, the 4 of them ascended into the air and departed the scene. Krillin was left in deep contemplation, momentarily devoid of any plan. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, hastily distributing sins of beans to Vegeta and the others, relaying number 17's earlier remarks. "These androids clearly intend to toy with us," Vegeta shouted in fury. The group fell silent. "Just give me a little more time, and I will ensure their annihilation." Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Piccolo and the others exchanged helpless glances with Vegeta. "I believe it is best to wait until Goku awakens before making any plans," Krillin suggested. Silence enveloped them, each one weighed down by the disappointment of today's defeat. "There's no need to wait for Kakarot. I will make the androids aware of my might." Vegeta seethed, his body shimmering with golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding bang, Vegeta soared into the sky, racing off into the distance. "Mr. Vegeta!" Trunks exclaimed anxiously, wanting to pursue him, but Krillin intercepted him. "Don't worry, Trunks. Vegeta will not challenge the androids," Krillin reassured. Trunks fell silent. "Trunks, didn't you say there were only 2 androids in the future?" Yamcha asked, puzzled. "I don't know why. Perhaps my presence has altered history. I have never encountered those 2 androids," Trunks replied, shaking his head solemnly. "Moreover, even androids 17 and 18 have become stronger than their counterparts in my future. Back then, at least, I could face Android 18 alone. That Android 100, is he not a Saiyan transformation? Krillin inquired, from what they imply. It should be a Saiyan. Piccolo nodded slightly. But aren't there only 4 of you remaining Saiyans? Krillin questioned, somewhat confused. Such matters should be directed at Vegeta. Piccolo shook his head that a profound silence fell over the group once more. Piccolo, what are your intentions? Krillin asked as he noticed Piccolo gazing skyward. Piccolo hesitated. Aren't you our friend? Surely you must have a good plan. Krillin pressed. Piccolo's expression darkened, filled with anger. Humph, I am indeed your friend. But do not forget, I am Piccolo Daimao, and my objective is to conquer the world. I am merely temporarily allied with you to combat these foes. With that, Piccolo shot into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. I nearly forgot that Piccolo is the Daimao. His aim is world domination, Tien Shinhan remarked solemnly. That's just Piccolo's rhetoric, Krillin chuckled, knowing that he, like Goku and Vegeta, also aspired to become stronger than others. Do you know the direction he flew off to? Is that place familiar to us? Yamcha inquired. That is the palace of the Supreme Kai. Krillin explained. I heard from the elder of Namek that if Piccolo were to reunite with the Supreme Kai, he would undoubtedly surpass the Super Saiyans. There exists such a training method? Tien Shinhan gasped. Piccolo must intend to merge with the Supreme Kai again. This world no longer requires a deity, Krillin sighed. Once again, silence enveloped the group. That I wonder, how is Mr. Vegeta faring now? Trunks pondered, still concerned for Vegeta. We already know you are Vegeta's child, Trunks. Krillin smiled. My apologies. Trunks scratched his head awkwardly. Trunks, what about you? What are your plans? Krillin asked with concern. I will seek out my father, Trunks declared, taking to the skies. Perhaps my father has a way to defeat them. With that, Trunks waved goodbye to Krillin and the others, transforming into a streak of white light, disappearing into the horizon. After a while of flight, Android 17 descended beside a vehicle. What are you planning to do? Android 18 asked, puzzled. Let us drive. It has been a while since I've had the chance. 17 replied with a smile. You certainly are quite carefree, 18 noted, though she did not object. The 4 of them climbed into the vehicle, a van, with Android 16 seated in the back due to his large stature. While Broly sat alongside Android 18, the vehicle roared to life, inciting the ire of the driver behind them, who yelled in frustration. By the way, Android 100, what type of robot are you? Are you also a perpetual energy model? 17 inquired curiously. No, Broly shook his head. Then what? 17 pressed further. I am an energy-boosting model, Broly replied with a smile. What does energy boosting mean? 17 asked, momentarily taken aback. Why energy continuously increases during battle, matching and even surpassing that of my opponent. Broly explained. So, if you and I were to fight, you would surpass me? 17 asked with a chuckle. Your energy may be inexhaustible, but my initial energy is quite low. However, as the battle progresses, I can eventually exceed you. Broly affirmed. 17 and Android 18 fell silent. After a brief pause, 18 shot Broly a sidelong glance. Broly, however, remained oblivious. I see you aren't an energy-boosting type, 17 remarked with a slight smile. Oh, and what type am I? Broly countered. You're the bragging type. 17 laughed. Broly chose not to argue. After all, he was here for training, and witnessing the icy beauty of Android 18's smile was a rare delight. A beautiful woman's smile can captivate a nation. The van eventually came to a halt beside a cliff. 17, appearing as their leader, leisurely stepped out of the vehicle, standing at the edge of the precipice, gazing silently into the distance. How dull. Do you have any interesting places in mind? 17 asked. I want to go shopping and buy some clothes, he pondered. Women are indeed quite demanding. Number 1 shook his head. As a man, he evidently had no interest in purchasing clothes and promptly instructed Broly. Number 1, accompany number 18 to buy some clothes. Very well, Broly nodded. Through his aura sensing, he discovered that Son Goku was still in a deep slumber. As long as Goku remained unconscious, Vegeta and Trunks' training in the room of spirit and time would be postponed, which meant there were truly no worthy opponents to engage in battle for the time being. Of course, there was still one individual, but this person had completely concealed his aura, making it difficult even for Broly to detect his movements. What about you, number 17? Number 1 inquired. After some contemplation, I have decided to eliminate Son Goku. It is more fitting to do it myself, Number 1 replied with a smile. Suit yourself, Number 1 shrugged, seemingly disinterested. Very well, you and Broly go shopping, then gather at Son Goku's house, Number 1 stated. All right, Number 1 winked. Let's be off, Number 1 called out. Number 1 nodded, speaking little, having uttered less than 10 sentences throughout their journey. The two parties then split up. Broly accompanied Number 18 to a nearby bustling town, heading straight for a clothing store. Number 1 selected a dozen outfits before finally choosing a denim skirt paired with a black line top. What do you think? Is it pretty? Number 1 twirled around in front of Broly, smiling. That looks good. Broly nodded. Indeed, the icy beauty of Number 18 complemented the attire, creating an almost divine presence. Furthermore, Number 18's figure was remarkable, prompting even the godlike Broly to swallow hard at the sight of her. Number 1 was one of the girls Broly admired in the Dragon Ball series. Alas, in the original story, such an exquisite beauty ended up marrying the short, bald man, Krillin, leaving Broly quite bemused. However, now that he was present in this timeline, there was certainly no possibility of Krillin being involved. Which one looks better, this one or that one? Number 1 changed into a purple-black top paired with a miniskirt. Although Broly found the current outfit more visually appealing, he preferred not to see Number 18 dressed in such a manner in public, and suggested that the previous outfit suited her better. In that case, I'll take 10 of the first one, Number 1 declared, favoring the same style until she had enough. The attendant hurriedly packed the clothes. This was a globally renowned clothing brand store with relatively high prices. Each of Number 18's outfits cost over 10,000, totaling more than 100,000 for the 10 outfits. Goodbye. Number 1 tossed the package clothes to Broly and walked out with a light step. Miss, you haven't paid yet, the attendant exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she rushed after them. And no money. Number 1 replied without looking back. Sir? The attendant glanced at Broly. Scram? Broly uttered coldly. The attendant was left dumbfounded, just as Broly and Number 18 were about to leave the clothing store. A series of panicked cries suddenly erupted nearby. What's that noise? Number 1 turned to look in the direction of the commotion. Soon after, Broly and Number 18 heard the escalating cries of despair echoing around them. The attendant, who had intended to pursue for payment, widened her eyes in confusion upon hearing the sound. At that moment, a large crowd suddenly appeared in the distance, frantically running in all directions as if they had encountered something terrifying. Number 1 seized a woman passing by and inquired about the situation. There's a monster. A green monster. Run. Run. The woman exclaimed in a panic. Where's the green monster? Number 1 asked, suddenly intrigued. Coincidentally, Number 18 found the situation rather dull. If a monster were to appear for her to torment, she would welcome it. Over there. He's coming. The woman glanced back, her face paling, and then broke free from Number 18's grasp, fleeing in terror. Following her gaze, Number 1 spotted a fully green monster. The creature had a long tail, a triangular head, and a pair of black wings on its back, resembling a cicada. The monster's tail acted like a vacuum cleaner, striking down on a slower human in less than a second. The victim transformed into a mere skin. Sweat trickled down Number 1's face. Although she possessed formidable strength, it was her first encounter with such a creature. Broly, however, immediately recognized the monster's origin. It was none other than the android Cell. How fortuitous to encounter Cell here. You prefer the clothing payment or to be absorbed by this monster? Broly asked the clothing store attendant with a grin. A monster. The attendant dared not linger and hurriedly fled. With a swift motion, Cell appeared before the fleeing crowd, resuming his frenzied consumption of humans. Within 3 minutes, the once bustling town had dwindled to only a handful of survivors. The wind blew coldly. Thank you, Chaos Martial Arts, for the generous donation of 500 coins, plus 5 additional chapters. Today marks the 27th update. Number 1's brow glistened with sweat as she solemnly inquired, what manner of being is this? An alien? As for the humans, Broly and Number 18 made no attempt to rescue them. The inhabitants of this place were not Broly's kin. He was merely here for training, not to be a savior. Number 18 had even less inclination to save anyone. Someone's coming. It seems to be Piccolo. They will have an intense battle. Broly suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. From the intensity of the aura, Broly discerned that it was likely Piccolo who had merged with the Supreme K.I.At this moment. Piccolo's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, standing on par with Android 17 with a clap. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing opposite Cell, his expression cold as he regarded the creature. Cell was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Piccolo's arrival, and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized him. Simultaneously, Cell held a plump middle-aged man in his grasp, whose face was etched with despair and terror, flailing about as if seeking a lifeline. Upon seeing Piccolo, the middle-aged man cried out desperately, "Save me! Please save me! I have a fortune, if you rescue me. I can make you a millionaire! Perhaps you cannot comprehend my words. Please release him," Piccolo said flatly to Cell. Cell chuckled softly and tossed the middle-aged man forward. With a dull thud, the man tumbled to the ground. Approximately 6 meters away from Piccolo, the moment he landed, the middle-aged man scrambled toward Piccolo, as if granted a second chance at life at that moment. Cell's tail suddenly shot forth with remarkable speed. Splat! Under the watchful gaze of Piccolo, Cell's tail pierced the back of the rotund middle-aged man. Piccolo was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gurgle! Gurgle! The sound of absorption emanated from Cell's tail, and in the blink of an eye, the man's face became grotesquely contorted. Upon closer inspection, all that remained was a mere human skin, the bones having vanished without a trace. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his countenance morphed into one of utter horror. "Next, it shall be your turn, King Piccolo." Cell suddenly spoke with human words, an immensely powerful aura erupting from his being. Piccolo's expression froze, his gaze transfixed on Cell, the terrifying creature before him, particularly upon sensing Cell's overwhelming power. Piccolo was left utterly flabbergasted. Beside him, Broly and Android 18 silently observed the scene. However, Broly found it rather absurd that Cell had yet to notice his and 18's presence. That it wasn't that Cell was foolish. Rather, 18's position was relatively concealed, and she emitted no detectable energy. Broly, too, had refrained from revealing his own aura, making it entirely plausible that Cell remained oblivious to their existence. "This monster can actually speak," Android 18 exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Cell from a distance. "Let's observe for now," Broly replied with a slight smile. "That fellow named Piccolo is in for some misfortune. Surely he cannot be a match for that creature. That Piccolo's strength has increased significantly. He will manage just fine against that monster," Broly asserted. "So, does that imply the monster's strength is rather feeble?" Android 18's logical reasoning was quite commendable. Broly remained silent, concentrating on sensing every subtle energy emanating from Cell. Soon, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He discerned that Cell possessed no energy signature of his own, only those of Goku, Vegeta, and the likes of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. "Who are you?" Piccolo asked, baring his teeth in wariness. "That I am your brother," Cell retorted with a chilling laugh, swiftly approaching Piccolo. Whoosh, 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 Cell's tail became his most formidable weapon, lunging towards Piccolo with alarming speed. Piccolo dodged to the left and right, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his hands. Bang! Cell struck the energy wave with a resounding clap. Instantly, the wave was sent soaring into the clouds, bursting forth in a dazzling display of colors. Bang! Just as Cell's expression turned somewhat smug, Piccolo swiftly appeared before him and delivered a fierce punch to Cell's face. In an instant, a deep imprint from Piccolo's fist marred Cell's visage, which was now painted with shock. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo followed up with a kick to Cell's abdomen. Cell was sent tumbling backward, skidding along the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "You've mistaken me. I am not the King Piccolo," Piccolo said with a cold smile. "It is impossible for you not to be the King Piccolo. Who are you?" Cell replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Piccolo chuckled lightly, suddenly unleashing an immensely potent aura. Upon sensing Piccolo's energy, Cell was taken aback. However, he quickly recovered, sneering dismissively as he addressed Piccolo. "Humph, you will be astonished by the next move I make." Piccolo remained silent, for he had noticed Cell was already preparing to unleash an energy wave. After a brief silence, Piccolo's eyes widened. This is the Kamehameha wave," he murmured. "Indeed, You are correct. Cell laughed heartily as the Kamehameha wave shot towards Piccolo. Piccolo was more astonished than concerned. The wave's power was of little threat to him. As the wave hurtled towards him, Piccolo instinctively sidestepped. Whoosh! Cell's figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind Piccolo, wrapping his arms around him from behind. King Piccolo, your life essence is now mine. Cell cackled, and as he spoke, his tail lunged toward Piccolo's heart. Piccolo, alarmed, swiftly turned to the side. Splat! Cell's tail struck Piccolo's left arm. It missed. No matter. I can still drain your life force completely. Cell smirked coldly, his voice laced with a hint of satisfaction. Gurgle, gurgle. Cell began to siphon the life essence from within Piccolo. Aya! Piccolo let out a cry of agony, violently thrusting his head backward to break free from Cell's grasp, distancing himself from the creature. Upon inspection, Piccolo's left arm appeared withered and gaunt. Ugh! Piccolo gritted his teeth and forcefully tore off his left arm. How unfortunate. You have shifted from a position of advantage to one of weakness. King Piccolo, Cell taunted. I must admit, I have lost. I am no match for you. Piccolo replied through clenched teeth. Then, let us proceed swiftly. I require your life energy. Cell smiled slightly, taking deliberate steps toward Piccolo. Wait, Piccolo called out sternly. Do you have any final words? Cell inquired with a grin. Who are you? Truly? Piccolo pressed. Cell remained silent. Regardless, I am no longer your opponent. Please tell me, Piccolo insisted. After a brief silence, Cell gazed at Piccolo and finally nodded gently, saying, very well, since you seem sincere, I shall enlighten you. Following this, Cell revealed his identity to Piccolo. Upon hearing Cell's introduction, Android 18, standing beside Broly, widened her eyes in disbelief. Did our lab really create such a being beneath us? She exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have heard Dr. Gero mention that he created an android named Cell long ago. However, the project was so extensive that he ultimately entrusted the task of creating Cell to a computer. Broly explained. I see. So, does that mean he is also our ally? Android 18 inquired. Yes, indeed, Broly replied with a grin. What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. Well then, I said all that needs to be said. Now obediently allow me to absorb you. Piccolo, Cell said, still smiling as he addressed Piccolo. One last question. In a booming voice, Piccolo exclaimed, why have you traveled back in time to this era, and why do you wish to absorb these humans? Cell cast a deep glance at Piccolo, and after a brief silence, he ultimately revealed his answer. These humans will not only provide me with the essence of life, but will also grant me immense power. Cell replied with a sly smile. However, merely absorbing these humans is insufficient. The computer has informed me that to achieve a complete form, I must absorb 2 individuals. Who are they? Piccolo swiftly inquired. Number 1 suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Cold sweat began to trickle down his face. These 2 individuals are the androids 17 and 18, created by Dr. Gero. Cell stated with a slight smile, disclosing the answer. Number 1's eyes widened in shock, his face etched with apprehension. I was born several years in the future, seeking the androids 17 and 18. Cell stated nonchalantly. Yet despite searching the entire Earth, I found no trace of them. It is highly likely that they have been killed by that brat Trunks. Fortunately, Trunks possessed a time machine, so I killed him and utilized his time machine to come to this era. Upon hearing this revelation, Number 1 appeared even more astonished. Trunks? Who is that? Number 1 murmured softly. He is the boy with the sword, Broly interjected with a subtle smile. Oh, he came from the future. Number 1 finally grasped the situation. It would seem so. Broly nodded. Why have you come to this era? And why have you transformed into a pupa? Piccolo hurriedly questioned. You certainly have many inquiries, Cell scoffed, then added with a smile. It is not much of a question. My body is too large, and I can only transform into a pupa to fit within the time machine. As for why I came to this era, it was Trunks who set the adjustments. I merely pressed the button and appeared in this time. All right, I understand, Piccolo replied with a gentle smile. Since we're clear on that, allow me to absorb you. Cell gazed greedily at Piccolo. You have made a miscalculation. A smirk of triumph flickered across Piccolo's lips, and in an instant his severed arm shot forth. Cell was left dumbfounded. Although you possess my cells, You are unaware that I can regenerate, Piccolo said with a cheerful demeanor directed at Cell. You scoundrel, Cell exclaimed in astonishment, gritting his teeth as he shouted. You rascal, your mind is filled with devious thoughts. No wonder you are the Demon King Piccolo. You are mistaken. Piccolo grinned. The idea I just had was not mine, but rather that of the past Supreme Kai. I have merged with the Supreme Kai. Merged? No wonder you are so powerful, Cell remarked, momentarily taken aback. So, the Dragon Balls no longer exist. Cell questioned. I will not allow your plans to succeed. Piccolo declared sternly. Is that so? It seems your companions have arrived. This could prove troublesome. Cell raised his gaze towards the distance. That moment. Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from this direction, hurriedly approached. Instantly, Cell found himself in a precarious situation. However, he did not panic. Instead, he smiled gently and shouted at Piccolo, just wait. Once I have absorbed enough humans and my power surpasses that of Android 17, I will attain a complete form. With that, Cell placed his hands on his cheeks and began to chant. Solar flare. Suddenly, an incredibly blinding light erupted from Cell's head, enveloping the surroundings. Unintentionally, Piccolo was caught off guard, his pupils dilating, and he was struck by the light. Vegeta, Trunks, and the others, who were flying towards them, were also caught in the glare of the solar flare, each one shielding their eyes. Until we meet again, Piccolo, Cell chuckled softly, concealing his energy and vanishing in a few flashes. When Piccolo and the others regained their vision, Cell had long since departed. They searched in vain. But there was no trace of Cell. That scoundrel. I was careless. Scoundrel. Piccolo roared in fury, unleashing a powerful energy that shook the very ground. Vegeta, feeling Piccolo's overwhelming aura, wore an expression of disbelief. Who are you? Are you Piccolo? Vegeta inquired hastily. I am not Piccolo. I am merely a Namekian who has forgotten his name, Piccolo replied coolly. What is happening? Why is his energy so immense? Vegeta wondered, feeling a sense of injustice. He has merged with the Supreme Kai. Krillin explained, Is it truly that simple? Vegeta was taken aback, his astonishment growing. Subsequently, Piccolo recounted the details of Cell's revelation to everyone present. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of Vegeta and the others grew increasingly grave. This ugly, loathsome creature has absorbed my noble cells, Vegeta fumed, his body trembling slightly. No, we Saiyans are the strongest warrior race. I must surpass him. I must surpass the Super Saiyan. With that declaration, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly departing the scene, Trunks gaped, muttering to himself, surpassing the Super Saiyan. I never considered that possibility. Krillin, Trunks, you two head to Dr. Gero's laboratory and find a way to locate the computer that created Cell and destroy it. This way, Cell will never be born in our time, Piccolo instructed. Understood. The duo took flight towards Dr. Gero's research facility. 10. Yamcha, we will split up to search for Cell. You two are relatively weaker. Upon locating him, unleash your energy, but do not engage in battle, Piccolo cautioned. Got it. The three dispersed to execute their plan. Broly, we must immediately inform Android 17, Number 1 remarked, her expression shifting slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Inform Android 17 of what? Just capture Cell and keep him as a pet, Broly chuckled. What? Are you joking? Number 1 shot him a bewildered look at, I'm not joking. I have always wanted to have a dog. And upon reflection, Cell seems to be an appropriate choice for a spiritual companion. Broly mused. Fine, say what you will, but Cell has vanished. How do we find him? Number 1 shot Broly in exasperated glare. Finding him is not a challenge. Broly smiled slightly at oh. Do you have a method? Number 1 queried curiously. Close your eyes, Broly instructed. Though puzzled, Number 1 complied and shut her eyes. Shortly after, she felt a warmth in her hand. Realizing that Broly had taken hold of it, she made no objections, curious to see what Broly intended. ITS an android. Suddenly, Number 18 heard cry, clearly indicating that her current position had been discovered by Piccolo and the others. S Android 18 and Android 100. Subsequently, the voices of Number 18 and others resonated in succession. Number 1 paid them no heed, as these individuals were far beneath his capabilities. Thus, he couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes to glance at them. Whoosh! In the next moment, number 18 felt a sudden shift in her body, inducing a slight sensation of dizziness. Number 1, unable to resist, opened his eyes wide. Like that moment, the icy beauty of number 18's gaze met the astonished expression of Cell. "Why will you're number 18, Cell stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief, astonishment, delight, confusion, and wonder. After a brief moment of shock, Cell felt as though he had been struck by a pie from the heavens. Number 1 had suddenly appeared right before him. A serendipitous gift of experience. Overwhelmed with joy, Cell felt that his fate had taken a turn for the better. At this juncture, number 1 also jolted awake, glancing around to discover that he had inexplicably found himself in an unfamiliar area. "What on earth is happening?" Number 1 asked, somewhat bewildered. "Did you not wish to meet Cell?" "Now you have," Broly remarked with a smile. "I meant, how did you bring me here?" Number 1 replied in confusion. "This is called instant transmission. I can transport you to any location I can see." Broly explained with a slight smile. That's rather unfair. Why can't I do that?" Number 1 pouted, casting an envious glance at Broly. "Umph. Number 18, your timing is impeccable," Cell exclaimed, his grin widening. He then cast a sidelong glance at Broly, pondering. From number 18's words, it was evident that this fellow was also an android. It seems he is Android 100. What on earth is that? Another android? Never mind. It's likely just some experimental product, Cell speculated, subsequently disregarding Broly.in Cell's mind. Absorbing number 18 would bring him significantly closer to achieving his perfect form, but it's truly wonderful that you've come here. Number 18. After uttering this, Cell suddenly realized, "How do you know me? How do you know my name? You think you can absorb me, you hideous monster?" Number 1 scoffed, swiftly darting towards Cell. Bang! Number 1 delivered a powerful kick that connected squarely with Cell's nose. With a muffled thud, Cell crumpled to the ground. "Humph," Cell sneered, springing back to his feet, his long tail swiftly darting toward number 18 at number 1. Quick on the draw, seized Cell's tail. "Hey!" Number 1 shouted, forcefully hurling Cell to the ground. "Die, you repulsive creature!" With a flicker of energy in her hand, number 1 unleashed a devastating energy wave upon Cell. Instantly, the area was engulfed in dust and chaos. "Trash," number 1 coldly rebuffed. However, just as number 18 finished speaking, she felt a chilling sensation behind her, as if something ominous had appeared. "Humph. Number 18, soon you will join me, and we shall share body," Cell declared, brimming with arrogance. In the shadows, his figure materialized behind number 18. And the tip of his tail suddenly expanded exponentially, resembling a massive bell capable of engulfing number 1-8. In the next instant, Cell's tail descended upon number 18, a look of delight etched upon his face. In truth, Cell's overall strength was comparable to that of number 18, perhaps slightly weaker. However, possessing the cells of Goku, Frieza, and others, Cell had a wider array of techniques at his disposal, and his regenerative abilities were formidable. It was entirely plausible for him to appear unexpectedly behind number 18. Meanwhile, number 18 naively believed she was the most powerful android aside from number 17, unaware that among these androids, she was actually the weakest. Upon glancing up, number 1 beheld a vast opening, its depths shrouded in darkness, exuding a nauseating aura that made his face pale. Number 1. In a moment of crisis, he called out for Broly. Just then, Cell felt a tap on his shoulder. Reacting instinctively, he turned to the side, only to see a smiling face. Bam! Broly's fist struck Cell's head, sending him tumbling across the ground. Once Cell regained his footing, his expanded tail returned to its normal form. "You brat, you've ruined my plans. I will make you pay dearly." Cell glared fiercely at Broly. "That idiot. I was too careless." Number 1 exhaled in relief, nodding at Broly. "Thank you. Number 10. Shall I handle him? Or will you?" Broly asked with a smile. "I'll take care of it. Of course it's my turn." Number 1 proclaimed confidently. "I was simply too naive before. This time, I won't let him off easily." "Go for it," Broly replied with a grin, offering no objections. Whoosh! Number 1 charged forward. Noting that Broly showed no intention of engaging, Cell felt a flicker of relief. He truly had no time to deal with Broly right now. He needed to absorb number 18 swiftly to enhance his own power. But how could he absorb number 18? Cell felt a twinge of impatience. He knew his strength was currently inferior to number 18's, especially since she belonged to the energy type that never depleted. Clearly, a prolonged battle was not advantageous for Cell at this moment. A thought struck him. Looking at the oncoming number 18, he opted not to confront her head-on, instead placing his hands beside his face. Solar flare. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from Cell's head, radiating brighter than the midday sun. No, several times brighter, akin to a flashbang. Number 1 could not have anticipated Cell's cunning maneuver, and in the blink of an eye, he fell victim to the blinding light. Immediately, number 18 frantically rubbed her eyes, attempting to restore her vision. Hey, number 18, now you belong to me. Cell laughed triumphantly, his tail once again expanding, descending upon number 18. Crack. At that moment, Cell felt another tap on his shoulder. His eyes narrowed in irritation, and with a cold smirk, he unleashed an energy blast to the side without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Cell's energy wave struck a nearby hill, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Humph, the same trick won't work on me. Number 10, this is entirely your own doing, Cell sneered coldly, instinctively believing he had vanquished Broly. Yet, just after Cell spoke, he suddenly felt his tail grasped firmly. Whoosh! Immediately, Shalu felt a chill on his tail, as if something had detached from his body. All right, I've severed your tail. Now you will be unable to absorb number 18, Broly chuckled, and with a flash of light in his hand, he reduced Shalu's tail to dust. This detestable little brat certainly moves with agility. Shalu gritted his teeth, his anger mounting as it was the second time Broly had interrupted his attempt to absorb No. 18. Moreover, this brat had even severed his tail. Upon seeing Shalu's tail was now severed, number 18 exhaled in relief, deeply gazing at Broly as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, number 100, that I nearly fell prey to this monster. From now on, he will never be able to absorb you or number 17 again, Broly replied with a smile. You are too proud too soon, Shala sneered. Do you not realize that I still possess cells from Piccolo? He can regenerate, and so can I. This statement suddenly reminded number 18 of the scene when Piccolo had swiftly reappeared after losing an arm, causing her expression to shift slightly like a T that moment. Shala's demeanor grew serious as he activated his regenerative cells, attempting to regrow his severed tail. After holding it in for a long time, Shalu released a fart, yet there were no signs of regeneration in his tail. What is happening? Why can I not regenerate? Shalu's eyes widened, utterly astonished. Perhaps your cells are not pure enough, number 1 remarked with a slight smile. Broly, however, remained silent. The reason Shalu was unable to regenerate was simple. Broly had sealed the regenerative area of Shalu's tail using divine abilities, preventing it from regrowing. This method of sealing through divine power was exceedingly trivial for an exceptional Kaishin. Furthermore, Shala's current strength was rather mediocre, weaker than even a fused Piccolo. Ah, Shala roared, his energy surging as he attempted to regrow his severed tail. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no reaction at the location where his tail had been. This is impossible. This cannot be. Shala bellowed. It was no wonder Shalu was driven to madness. For him, number 18 was akin to a delectable feast, yet when he wished to indulge, his mouth had been rendered incapable. What have you done to me? Shalu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Broly. Broly merely smiled indifferently. I will kill you. Shalu's aura grew more formidable as he lunged at Broly with claws bared. Allow me. Number 1 charged ahead first, delivering a kick to Shala's face. Upon seeing No. 18, Shalu's eyes were filled with a mixture of excitement and complexity. Without his tail, Shalu could no longer absorb number 18 and could only watch helplessly, drooling. You disgusting creature, daring to gaze at me while salivating. Number 1 thought, feeling quite displeased as she pummeled Shalu relentlessly. 5 minutes later, Shalu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his expression somewhat listless. At that moment, Shalu resembled a reclusive young man who, after a vigorous session, was left excited by the sight of a stunning beauty, yet had no desire to indulge. By the way, number 100, what did you say earlier? Number 1 asked, placing her foot on Shala's chest. What? Broly inquired. I remember now. You mentioned training him to be a dog. That task is yours, Number 1 declared, kicking Shala's body. Instantly, Shala was propelled towards Broly AT that moment. Shala suddenly grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. As he drew closer to Broly, he unleashed a massive surge of energy from his hands. This overwhelming energy was a culmination of all his pent-up resentment, and he aimed to obliterate Broly to alleviate his grievances. Shala did not harbor much hatred for No. 18. In fact, he hoped to grow his tail back one day to absorb her. Thus he feigned weakness, allowing number 18 to bully him, pretending to be on the brink of collapse. What Shala awaited was. This moment, he sought vengeance, to kill this so-called number 100, and then seize the opportunity to escape from number 18. Die. Number 10. This is your just punishment, Shala chuckled with satisfaction. A number 1's expression changed as she had not anticipated Shala's sudden ambush. Guilt washed over her. She regretted her carelessness, fearing that number 100 might be injured by Shala's attack. As the smoke began to dissipate, Broly's figure vanished entirely. On the ground lay a deep, bottomless pit, shrouded in swirling smoke, with arcs of electricity crackling and emitting a sizzling sound. Ha! He has vanished, disappeared. Shala laughed triumphantly, feeling elated. Humph, what number 100? So weak. I easily turned him to dust. Number 1's countenance shifted. She had not expected Broly to be so easily obliterated by Shala. Recalling the past 3 hours spent with Broly, number 18 found him rather agreeable, much to her surprise. Uncontrollably, she felt a flicker of anger. However, just as number 18 prepared to strike Shala, a familiar voice resonated nearby. To your disappointment, I'm still alive. Shala appeared as if he had seen a ghost, turning to find Broly seated on a rock, grinning at him. How? How is this possible? You dodged. Shala's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, I evaded. Your speed was simply too slow, Broly replied with a slight smile. Upon witnessing Broly's unharmed state, number 18's face broke into a faint smile, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. Number 1, I will find a place to teach him a lesson and train him to be a dog before returning to you, Broly stated, and before number 18 and Shala could react, he had already appeared behind Shala. Subsequently, Broly placed his hand on Shala's shoulder. But a fleeting moment, Broly appeared in an unfamiliar locale, accompanied by Cell. The latter, surveying the strange surroundings, murmured to himself, Where is this place? Why is the gravity so minimal and the temperature so exceedingly low? As he turned his head, his gaze fell upon the azure planet suspended in the void of space. Cell's astonishment grew, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. That isn't Earth, is it? He stammered. Indeed, this is the moon, Broly replied with a smirk. The moon? Cell's heart raced. His trepidation stemmed not from any inherent threat posed by the moon, but from the sheer peculiarity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, this artificial being, number 100, had transported him from Earth to the moon. Who exactly is this number 100, and how does he possess such incredible speed? What do you intend to do? Cell asked, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, Cell regained his composure. He reasoned that perhaps this individual was merely a fast-moving android, one that excelled in swiftness. In a genuine confrontation, he might not be at such a disadvantage. You had best return me to Earth. Otherwise, despite your instantaneous speed, you will find me unyielding, Cell declared, his confidence gradually solidifying as he locked eyes with Broly. With a resounding crack, Broly's hair stood on end, enveloped in a radiant yellow-green glow, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. What is this transformation? Cell gasped, momentarily taken aback. Bang! 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 In the wake of Cell's inquiry, he was met with a relentless barrage of blows. After merely 2 desperate attempts to withstand the onslaught, Cell recognized unequivocally that he was no match for this number 100. Thus, for the ensuing moments, he succumbed to Broly's merciless assault, utterly incapable of retaliating. Moreover, Cell could distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from this android, a force so formidable that he could only look up in awe. Did I strike you? Do you concede? Broly paused his assault, narrowing his eyes at Cell. I concede, I concede. Cell gritted his teeth. Although internally he remained unconvinced. It seems you are still defiant. Shall I deliver another round of punishment? Broly retorted, resuming his merciless assault on Cell. Meanwhile, on Earth, number 18's presence was noted by the astonished trio of Piccolo, Tin, and Yamcha, who suddenly found themselves before her. Wonderful, it's just number 18 alone. She's isolated. Yamcha exclaimed with palpable excitement. Strange, I distinctly sense two immensely powerful energies here moments ago. One being Cell, the other should be that number 100. Piccolo pondered quietly. Yet, both of their auras have vanished, leaving only number 18. It stands to reason that Cell intended to absorb her and then battle with number 100. Perhaps they have perished together. Yamcha speculated, displaying a vivid imagination. Let us hope so, Piccolo replied, directing Tin and Yamcha. Do not intervene. I shall handle her swiftly. I will eliminate her at lightning speed, ensuring that even if Cell survives, he cannot attain a complete form. Good luck. Tien and Yamcha nodded in agreement. Humph. A defeated foe dares to come to his own demise. Number 18, lacking any energy detection radar, remained unaware that Piccolo's power had surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. However, she was no fool. If she struggled against Cell, it was evident that Piccolo could easily defeat him, indicating his superior strength. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Piccolo, who regarded number 18 with a confident grin. Number 18's expression darkened. Die, android, Piccolo bellowed, darting toward number 18 with incredible speed. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, he sensed an overwhelmingly potent energy emanating from the sky. Startled, Piccolo halted abruptly. Gazing upward, his astonishment, the powerful aura seemed to be descending from the moon. Not only Piccolo, but also Yamcha and Tin were left bewildered, staring upward in confusion. As they sensed the energy originating from the moon. They exchanged bewildered glances. When did such a presence appear on the moon? And such a formidable aura at that, from such a distant location, instilling fear within us. Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes widening as he momentarily forgot to attack number 18. Someone is on the moon. Yamcha shouted in alarm. This is terrifying. Tin remarked solemnly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Number 18, however, remained oblivious to the events transpiring on the moon, lacking any means to detect energies. What are you all talking about? She inquired, puzzled. Approximately 300 kilometers away, in a mountainous region, Vegeta stood in silence, unable to quell the tumult within him. Defeated by number 18, bested by number 100, vanquished by Piccolo. Vegeta felt utterly humiliated. He had resolved that he would surpass the limits, transcending even the Super Saiyan. Trunks observed quietly. Gazing at the father he had known, that moment, two figures flickered into the vicinity of Vegeta and Trunks. Mr. Goku, Mr. Gohan, Trunks greeted hurriedly. Trunks, how is Vegeta? Goku inquired with a slight smile. Father only sees me as a nuisance. He has been standing still here for quite some time, Trunks replied with a hint of grievance. I see. Goku chuckled softly, recognizing the pride of the Saiyan Prince, acknowledging that the incident with the androids must have dealt a significant blow to his self-esteem. By the way, Mr. Goku, has your heart condition improved? Trunks asked anxiously. I am completely healed. Thank you, Trunks. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I might not have survived. Goku laughed heartily. You are too modest, Mr. Goku. Trunks scratched his head. Goku then approached Vegeta from behind. Kakarot, cease your annoyances, Vegeta coldly remarked. Vegeta, I too did not anticipate the formidable strength of these androids. You have suffered a setback, and I have experienced a considerable challenge as well, Goku said with a faint smile directed at Vegeta. However, I shall not yield, and I trust you will not either. Humph, I will certainly not concede. One day, I shall trample those androids beneath my feet. Vegeta scoffed. Come, Vegeta, did you not wish to surpass the Super Saiyan? Goku nodded. I shall take you to a remarkable place where a year of training equates to a day outside. However, only 2 individuals may enter at a time. You and Trunks shall go first. I do hope you can soon exceed the Super Saiyan level. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned to glance at Goku. Just then, a chill ran through the hearts of the 4 individuals, their eyes widening as they scanned the sky. "What is this presence?" Vegeta exclaimed loudly, his expression darkening considerably. "On the moon." Trunks pointed towards the barely visible moon, astonished. How can there be such a powerful aura on the moon? Goku pondered, sweat beading on his forehead. Gohan remained silent, trembling from the overwhelming energy. After a brief silence, Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot, where is that training location you mentioned? I must surpass him. I must exceed the Super Saiyan." At Bowsy Mountain, Android 16 and Android 17 had arrived at Goku's home, only to find he had long since departed, leaving them empty-handed. Where could Son Goku have gone? Android 17 mused. He might have gone to Master Roshi's island. Android 16 speculated. "Though you know the location of Roshi's island?" Android 17 inquired. Android 16 nodded. Yes. Soon as this was said, Android 17's expression shifted slightly, and he looked up at the sky, staring at the moon. However, after a brief moment of silence, Android 16 let out a small sigh of relief. For Android 16, although the energy felt immense, it seemed comparable to his own. If it were an enemy, he believed he could manage to contend with it. Nevertheless, Android 16's demeanor remained serious, as he too was perplexed by the source of such potent energy on the moon. "What are you looking at?" Android 17 asked, puzzled, also glancing upwards but seeing nothing. "There's an extraordinarily powerful presence on the moon that surpasses yours," Android 16 stated. Android 17 was taken aback, after a brief silence. Android 17 burst into laughter, dismissively addressing Android 16. "I'm the strongest android in history. No one can surpass me." "You are quite foolish." Android 16 merely smiled, offering no explanation on the moon. Broly, having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, experienced a tremendous surge in power and thoroughly pummeled Cell. "I will annihilate you as one would an insignificant insect," Broly stated calmly. Yes, I am but an insect," Cell nodded vigorously, feeling immense pain. "Are you conceding?" Broly queried. "Yes, I concede. I truly do. I shall never dare again," Cell replied, nodding like a chick pecking a grain, genuinely frightened. If he did not surrender, he would only face harsher punishment. With a swift motion, Broly returned to his normal state. As a Kai, Broly could read Cell's thoughts, recognizing that he was now 50% compliant. The remaining half of Cell's defiance stemmed from his incomplete form. He believed that once he regained his full body, no one would be his match. "Oh, you wish to become your complete self?" Broly asked with a smile. "What do you mean?" Cell was momentarily taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "Are you suggesting I absorb Android 18? Bang! Broly delivered a kick to Cell's forehead, knocking him to the ground. Cell was bewildered. "Did you not just suggest I become complete? Why do you strike me for asking about absorbing Android 18? Though slightly disgruntled, Cell dared not voice his discontent. The previous beating had taught him what it meant to endure hell on the moon, that if you ever harbor thoughts of absorbing Android 18 again, I will make your existence a living nightmare," Broly said coldly, smiling. "Furthermore, do you know why my strikes inflict such pain?" Cell shook his head, puzzled. Indeed, it seemed illogical for someone of his physique to feel such agony. "Every being possesses a soul. I strike at your soul," Broly explained with a grin. "What?" Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now, I shall ask you once more, do you wish to become your complete self?" Broly inquired with a sinister smile. "Yes, of course," Cell nodded vigorously. "I can help you achieve that desire," Broly replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" Cell asked, confused. With a swift motion, Broly extended his hands outward, conjuring a black collar adorned with bells, crafted from the universe's most resilient material. "Now, place this around your neck," Broly instructed, tossing the collar to Cell. Cell gritted his teeth, realizing this was akin to being treated like a pet. Yet he dared not refuse. He was no match for Android 17, especially when it came to receiving punishment. Once I become complete, I shall have my revenge." With that thought in mind, Cell reluctantly donned the collar. Broly then produced a leash and attached it to the collar. Nodding in satisfaction, "Now, bark for me." "I want to hear it," Broly said with a smile. "This is too much." Cell grinded his teeth in fury, glaring defiantly. However, in the next moment, he was met with Broly's icy gaze, filled with terrifying intensity. Cell was instantly reminded of the tremors he had felt deep within his soul, prompting him to kneel and beg for mercy. Woof, 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 Shala shouted with all his might, his severed tail behind him struggling to sway from side to side, truly exhibiting the potential of a dog. You will soon understand. Being my dog will lead you to great accomplishments. Broly's gaze was profound. Shala felt like scratching the wall. As a remarkable android, he was reduced to being another android's dog. And yet this was deemed a path to success. What Shala remained oblivious to was Broly's true identity. Very well. I can assist you in realizing your desire for a complete body. Broly smiled slightly and instantly transported Shala to another planet. Shala looked around in bewilderment, entirely unaware of where he was. Broly smiled gently, guiding Shala as they leisurely soared into the distance. In under 5 minutes, they descended into a village. Is this the hometown of Piccolo? Why are there so many Namekians here? Shala was momentarily taken aback. Broly, however, paid no heed to his thoughts and immediately recognized the new Grand Elder of Namek, Muley. Who are you two, and what brings you to Namek? Muley inquired, furrowing his brow with a hint of wariness. The Namekians surrounding Muley fell silent, reluctant to speak. Broly remained silent, releasing his divine aura. Muley was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted. What astonished Muley was that one of the two possessed the radiance of a god, while the other harbored malevolent energy. One intriguing combination. However, Muley quickly realized that the creature imbued with dark energy was being restrained by the one radiating divine light. Great God, what is your command? Muley, sensing Broly's divine presence, instantly altered his demeanor, adopting a respectful posture. Great God, Shala glanced at Broly in confusion, utterly perplexed by the Namekian's words. Wasn't he Android 100? Why was this Namekian referring to him as Great God? What was going on? Shala felt somewhat dazed. Nonetheless, his astonishment was fleeting as he soon quelled the shock within him. Shala, even if he were a god, what significance did that hold? As long as he acquired a complete body, slaying gods would be a trivial matter. Broly easily read Shala's thoughts through telepathy. This fellow truly underestimated the terror of divinity, not to mention even the most unremarkable Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Shin could defeat a complete Shala if he fought earnestly, if it were a god of destruction. A mere finger could obliterate Shala. I have come in search of the Dragon Balls, Grand Elder of Namek. Broly stated, revealing his intent. Present your collected Dragon Balls at once to this great god. Muley, with no hesitation, promptly commanded the elders of several villages. Yes, the elders, without delay, gathered their collected Dragon Balls and, under Broly's indication, placed them on the ground. Shala's eyes widened as he finally comprehended Broly's intentions. Today, updates have concluded. Starting tomorrow until the end of the month, there will be a guaranteed 3 updates, followed by a brief hiatus before resuming. The most comprehensive resource site, m.daikungshu.com, sponsored by 99 Novel Readers, Chapter 87. Shenlong IT turned out that Broly aimed to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for a complete body. This way, he wouldn't need to absorb androids 17 and 18. Thank you, Grand Elder of Namek. If you encounter any troubles in the future, I can lend you assistance, Broly promised. Great God, you are too humble. Please fulfill your wish. Muley, the Grand Elder, nodded slightly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Shenlong, arise and grant my wish. Broly, using the Namekian language, summoned the dragon, Parunga. As a Supreme Kai, he only needed a basic understanding of the Namekian tongue to master it. Hearing Broly utter the Namekian language, Muley and the others present were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with even greater admiration. Once Broly finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted beams of golden light that swiftly intertwined, forming a golden flame approximately 2 meters in diameter. The flames surged skyward, piercing the heavens. The sky abruptly darkened. A colossal dragon appeared against the black night sky, shimmering with green light, exuding a sacred and solemn aura. Gather Dragon Balls, speak your, great God, please state your wish, and I shall grant any 3 wishes. Upon seeing Broly, Parunga's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. For my first wish, let this Shala beside me transform into a spirit beast. That should be feasible, yes? Broly inquired in Namekian. I regret to inform you, Great God, that his energy far exceeds my capabilities. Thus I am unable to fulfill this wish, Purunga replied somewhat sheepishly. Naturally, Purunga communicated in Namekian, rendering Shalu's understanding akin to deciphering a foreign script. That's manageable. I can suppress his energy to a level even lower than yours, which should pose no problem, Broly proposed. That would work, Purunga nodded. The Namekians, including Grand Elder Muley, remained silent upon learning of Broly's wish. To them, Broly was a divine being above all, an inviolable deity. This perception stemmed from their early collection of the Super Dragon Ball fragments, granting some elders the ability to sense divine auras. Broly smiled slightly, then exerted his divine power, enveloping Shalu in an immense pressure. Shalu's expression turned grim as he desperately attempted to resist the energy within him. However, no matter how hard Shalu struggled, he could not withstand the onslaught of Broly's divine might. In a matter of moments, Shalu found himself weakly kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At that point, Broly had suppressed Shalu's energy to an exceedingly low level. Just how low? Currently, Shalu's battle power was merely around 200. This method of energy suppression was learned by Broly from Zix. When Zix suppressed Broly's energy, it was because Broly did not resist. Conversely, when Broly suppressed Shalu's energy, despite Shalu's resistance, it was futile. Even in his complete form, he was utterly powerless against divine force. What are you trying to do? You promised to make me a complete being. Shiro bellowed loudly. Belunja, can my earlier wish now be fulfilled? Broly paid no heed to Shiro, instead turning to Belunja with a query. No problem. Belunja replied with a nod, his dragon-like eyes shimmering with light. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens, and in the next moment, before the gazes of all, Shiro's body curled up, emitting anguished cries. In a short while, Shiro transformed into a spirit beast resembling a cicada, lying prostrate on the ground, with the collar around his neck fitting him perfectly. Awo, just as Shiro attempted to speak, what escaped his lips was the roar of a beast. His eyes widened in realization that he had been deceived. For my second wish, awaken my latent energy and grant me the power of a complete body, Broly instructed Belunja. Very well, Belunja responded, but upon sensing the immense potential within Shiro, his expression shifted slightly. He hurriedly spoke to Broly. Great God, this individual's latent energy is extraordinarily vast. Especially upon achieving a complete form, his energy intensity will surpass yours. That's of no consequence. Broly chuckled. In truth, Broly harbored no fear of the fully realized Shiro. Even if a significant portion of his energy was restrained, dealing with Shiro would still pose little challenge. Indeed, should Shiro unleash all his energy, Broly could easily surpass him in sheer power. Then I shall grant this wish. Belunja still seemed somewhat apprehensive. Broly nodded in affirmation. With a thunderous dragon roar, an invisible energy enveloped Shiro's form. Boom! In an instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted from Shiro. The Namekians nearby were propelled into the air, utterly astonished by the sheer force. For my third wish, assist in removing the bombs implanted within androids 16, 17, and 18, Broly disregarded Shiro and spoke directly to Belunja. Very well. Great God, Belunja nodded, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. In a flash, Belunja transformed into 7 beams of golden light and darted in all directions. The heavens brightened once more, swallowing the darkness in an instant. However, the Namekians present wore solemn expressions. Clearly startled by the terrifying aura emanating from Shari, why apologies for the disturbance. Elder Muley, Broly waved at Muley and the others, tugging at the rope that bound Shiro. Swish! In the next moment, Broly executed an instant transmission, vanishing from sight with Shiro. Shiro looked around in confusion, only to find himself on a dark red planet, its surface barren and devoid of any vegetation. And no need to look further. This is Mars. Broly quipped with a smile. Shiro attempted to articulate, but only beastly cries emerged. I understand now. You're implying that I've deceived you, correct? Broly smiled subtly. Shiro nodded emphatically, brimming with indignation. How do you perceive your current strength? Broly inquired with a grin. Shiro paused, then roared a few times. conveying that his power had indeed surged significantly, yet he felt quite displeased with his current form. You desire immense strength, yet also seek a beautiful exterior. Why not request the dragon to transform you into a stunning woman? Broly inquired playfully. Sheru vigorously waved his claws, preferring his current appearance over becoming a female. Truth be told, this form is merely your complete body. There is no need for you to feel constrained that Dr. Gero designed it this way, Broly stated with a chuckle. Ugh. Sheru let out a furious roar, his gaze fixed on Broly with a hint of murderous intent. The corners of his mouth twitching upwards. Are you considering challenging me? Broly said with a laugh. Oh. Sheru howled defiantly. Suddenly, a crimson beam erupted from his mouth, shooting toward Broly like lightning. Swish! Broly swiftly swatted the red beam away. Simultaneously, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and charged toward Sheru. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle on Mars, clouds of dust swirling around, as their overwhelming auras engulfed the area. Presently, Sheru's overall strength was comparable to that of his complete form, while Broly, due to his energy being restrained, initially found it somewhat challenging to manage, occasionally resorting to divine abilities to avert crises. However, as the battle progressed, the suppressed energy within Broly began to erupt gradually. After roughly 10 minutes of combat, Sheru was left panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. In contrast, Broly appeared unfazed, seemingly more invigorated than before. Sheru's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He had never anticipated Broly to be so formidable. Roaring defiantly, Sheru unleashed another furious cry. Just as he did, he noticed Broly extending his index finger forward, but a sound pierced the void, followed by an invisible beam striking the surface of Saturn. Crack. The planet split in two, as if sliced like an apple, cleaved asunder by Broly. Sheru stared in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Had that beam struck him, he would have surely been reduced to mere fragments. No, I am not a dog. I am Sheru. He shook his head vigorously. You are now in your complete form, yet the chasm between us is insurmountable. I could defeat you in an instant, Broly remarked with a smirk. Sheru let out a defiant roar. His eyes filled with skepticism. Swish! In an instant, Broly appeared directly before Sheru, his palm aimed at Sheru's head. Boom! Broly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, engulfing Sheru's body entirely, in the blink of an eye. Only Sheru's head remained, rolling on the ground. Oh. Sheru's expression turned despondent, utterly astonished. I grant you a chance for rebirth, Broly stated nonchalantly. Sheru hurriedly attempted to invoke his regenerative abilities, restoring his body to his surprise and delight. He discovered that regeneration was quite simple. He had seemingly employed a similar method for regenerating his tail in the past. Why hadn't it worked then? Yet, Sheru did not dwell on such thoughts. With his body restored, Sheru sprang back to life, realizing he could indeed regenerate. Even if his head was severed, the idea was just taking shape in Cell's mind. A purple blade suddenly flickered in Broly's hand. In the blink of an eye, Broly struck down, severing Cell's 4 legs in one swift motion. Thud! Cell hit the ground, grimacing in pain. Confused, Cell wondered what Broly was trying to accomplish, yet an ominous feeling began to burgeon within him, as if some integral part of his being had gone awry. Now, let us test your regenerative abilities, Broly remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Cell's eyes widened in alarm, and he promptly invoked his regeneration technique. However, to his astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, the severed legs would not regrow. Try again, Broly commanded, retracting the divine power he had bestowed upon Cell. Instantly, Cell's limbs began to grow back, eyes wide with shock. Cell stared at Broly. You can control my ability to regenerate. Suddenly, Cell spoke in human language, surprised at his own words as he clawed at his mouth in disbelief. That I can talk. He was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, his utterances had sounded like monstrous roars. Say something else just to test, Broly suggested, his divine power now resting upon Cell's throat. Cell howled, realizing he could no longer articulate human speech. All of this is under your control. Cell finally grasped the truth, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He then trembled slightly, stuttering, You are not a mere android, Dr. Gero could never have created something like you. You are correct. I am a god. Broly replied with a smile. Cell's eyes widened once more, yet this time he sensed the veracity of Broly's claim. What else could he be if not a god? Would you be my dog? Broly asked, a glint of lethal intent flickering in his gaze as he narrowed his eyes at Cell. Terrified by Broly's menacing glare, Cell shuddered violently and quickly knelt before him, bowing in submission. Very well, since you are willing to be my dog, from this moment forth, you shall obey my commands unconditionally. Broly chuckled, his eyes still narrowed in amusement. Should you dare to defy me, I shall ensure you meet 100 different fates. Yes, Cell was genuinely terrified. In truth, Cell did not fear Broly's overwhelming energy. Rather, it was the terrifying divine power that instilled dread within him. For Broly's divine power rendered him unable to regenerate, unable to speak. If you obey me well and prove yourself worthy, I will grant you even greater strength, allowing you to shatter your current limitations without issue, Broly asserted. Yes, my master, Cell finally conceded, recognizing that he was in the presence of a true god, a being of immense power. Before such a magnificent deity, the notion of vengeance had completely evaporated from Cell's mind. Good, since you have sincerely submitted to me, I shall not treat you poorly, Broly said with a satisfied smile. Master, what are your plans from here? Cell inquired cautiously. With a swift motion of his hand, Broly unleashed a green flame that struck the surface of Saturn. Startled, Cell initially feared he was to be punished, but soon realized Broly intended to obliterate the planet. The fate of such an inconspicuous celestial body was of no concern to Cell. After all, it was merely an unremarkable planet within the solar system, one he could easily destroy himself. Moreover, given that Broly had already cleaved the planet in two, it seemed entirely useless to leave it intact. What puzzled Cell, however, was that ordinarily, when a planet's core was compromised, it would erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet Saturn did not explode. The two halves continued to orbit the sun without a moment's pause. In the next instant, something astonishing occurred. The green flame emitted by Broly, upon striking Saturn's surface, miraculously fused the severed planet back together. Before Cell's incredulous gaze, the two hemispheres merged seamlessly, their fissures completely mended. Saturn had returned to its original form. That Cell's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Disbelief etched across his features. Subsequently, his gaze toward Broly was filled with admiration and reverence at T-Cell's level. The destruction of a planet was a trivial matter, but the restoration of one seemed utterly fantastical. He had not anticipated that his master could simply shoot a green flame and reassemble a severed planet. This being was truly a god. The ability to restore a planet was a skill unique to the Kaishin, the gods of creation within the universe. They possessed the power to create and mend, making the restoration of a planet or the creation of life an effortless feat. Of course, mastering such abilities required profound study, which Broly had diligently undertaken in Zamasu's body to achieve today's prowess. Unlike the Kaishin of Universe 7, Shin, who was relatively mediocre and had yet to master the skill of planet restoration. Let us depart. Broly smiled subtly, confident that the divine feats he had displayed for Cell would secure his unwavering loyalty on Earth. Sensing the absence of energy from the moon, Piccolo's expression turned grave. Moments later, he coldly regarded Android 18, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you seeking a challenge? Android 17 was also poised for battle. Indeed, killing you would be far preferable to allowing Cell to absorb you. Piccolo nodded, unleashing his energy. Just as he was about to attack Android 18, a voice suddenly drifted down from the sky. I asked that you, 18, did you run out of clothes? Piccolo paused momentarily, then looked up, his expression shifting slightly. Oh no, it's 17 and 16. Krillin's face also darkened. What are they doing here? Tien's eyes were filled with dread. This complicates matters. There are 3 of them. We missed our best opportunity. Piccolo gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. Number 1 and number 17 descended from the heavens, landing near number 18. That their original intent was to journey to Turtle Island. But as fate would have it, they passed through this area and encountered number 18 along with Piccolo. That haven't you endured enough hardships before challenging number 18? Number 1 remarked with keen interest while observing Piccolo. Of course, since you are here as well. Let us engage together, Piccolo retorted through gritted teeth. You truly dare to challenge me? Number 1 shrugged, positioning himself at the forefront. Oh, are you seeking a one-on-one battle? Piccolo paused momentarily. Certainly, there is no need for so many against someone of your caliber. Number 1 replied with a subtle smile, his face radiating confidence that a smirk crossed Piccolo's mind. Since it was a one-on-one challenge from number 17, he thought to eliminate him first. He is not Piccolo. Number 1 suddenly interjected. What? Number 1 faltered. If it wasn't Piccolo, then who could it be? His energy has increased significantly. You must be cautious, number 17, he advised, according to the energy radar, which indicated that their strengths were closely matched. What? Number 1 exclaimed in astonishment. Prepare to meet your demise, Piccolo declared, soaring upwards with a faint glow, and struck 17's occiput with his elbow. Bang! Piccolo kicked fiercely, sending number 17 crashing to the ground. Immediately, he appeared where number 17 had fallen. Directing his hand towards him, boom! A tremendous sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. However, number 17 was swift, darting into the sky to evade Piccolo's assault. Upon closer inspection, number 17 bore a fresh scratch upon his face, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, evidently wounded by Piccolo's previous blow. Number 1 hovered high above, silently observing Piccolo below. Piccolo, however, grinned widely, unleashing a flurry of luminous energy orbs from his hands. Number 1 was taken aback, as the energy spheres were not aimed at him, but rather ascended into the sky. In an instant, over 100 gleaming energy spheres floated around number 17. Number 1 felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him, his face betraying a mixture of gravity and apprehension. You cannot escape, Piccolo sneered, bringing his hands together. Whoosh! The suspended energy spheres surged towards the central figure of number 17 with great speed. Die! Piccolo shouted. Number 1's expression darkened further. Boom! In the next moment, number 17 was engulfed by the multitude of energy spheres. A brilliant display of colors erupted in the cosmos, as radiant as the sun itself. Simultaneously, the air was filled with the cacophony of a violent explosion, the sound deafening and blinding. Buzz, the area where the individual stood, was instantaneously reduced to ruins. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, enveloping the land below. Piccolo exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Once the dust settled, the silhouette of number 17 emerged in the sky. He was enveloped in a spherical energy shield, which had effectively deflected all incoming energy, thus suffering no damage. A protective shield. Piccolo's expression darkened. He had initially believed that number 17 was doomed, only to discover that he had circumvented the danger with the shield. Not bad. Piccolo, you have indeed impressed me, number 1 said with a gentle smile, slowly descending from the sky. Piccolo remained silent, his demeanor weighed down by gravity. Bang! 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 Number 17 unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks on Piccolo, first landing a punch to Piccolo's face, followed by a swift kick to his chest. Piccolo fell to the ground. Number 1 stood beside him, and as Piccolo rose, he delivered a crushing elbow strike. Bang! With a dull thud, Piccolo was knocked down once more. Subsequently, number 17 leaped and aimed a kick at Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo adeptly leaped back, rolling through the air to narrowly evade the blow. Piccolo chuckled lightly, shaking his neck and spitting out a mouthful of saliva, casually stating, "Your speed is commendable, but alas, your punches and kicks lack sufficient force." What? Number 1 seethed with fury. I'm the most powerful number 17 in history. You will be held accountable for your words. Bang! 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 The two continued to exchange blows, neither yielding to the other. 10 minutes later, Piccolo was panting heavily, his stamina noticeably diminished. In stark contrast, number 17 remained as he was before. How do you fare, Piccolo? Although our energies are comparable, mine is everlasting, never to decline, unlike yours, which must surely be waning, number 1 said with a cheerful grin. Phew. Piccolo inhaled deeply, sensing the situation had become quite precarious. Whoosh! At that moment, Broly, accompanied by the transformed Shuru, suddenly appeared on the scene through instantaneous movement. None were aware that during this interval, Broly had made a trip to Namek and summoned the eternal dragon to fulfill a wish. What a lively scene. Broly chuckled. Hey, number one, where have you been? Number one asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. I just went out for a stroll and brought back a dog. Broly replied with a grin, gently patting Sheru's head and instructing him. Bark a couple of times for them to hear. Woof woof. Sheru barked with all his might, despite his reluctance. The sheer magnitude of Broly's abilities left him feeling utterly dwarfed. What kind of monster is this? Piccolo's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Sheru's true form. Piccolo, this fellow bears a striking resemblance to Sheru, Lepin muttered from his side. Indeed, I can see the resemblance. Tianjinhan nodded in agreement. It is quite similar. And his energy is nearly indistinguishable from Sheru's, Piccolo remarked gravely. But why is he transformed in this manner? Moreover, have you noticed? His energy is significantly more potent than before. Could it be that the energy emanating from the moon belongs to Sheru? Tianjinhan's expression changed. No, the formidable energy from the moon is different from his. Piccolo gently shook his head out on the android's side. Number one, seeing Broly return with Sheru in tow, was momentarily at a loss for words. Having never encountered Sheru before, he merely found him peculiar. What is going on here? Number one couldn't help but inquire. You didn't actually turn Sheru into a dog, did you? Number one asked incredulously. Indeed, he is. Sheru, Broly replied with a slight smile. What do you mean he is really Sheru? Number one's face glistened with sweat, her gaze fixed intently on Sheru, then casting a complex look at Broly. This powerful creature has actually been transformed into a dog by Broly. Number 100 is truly legendary. She thought to be my dog is his honor. Isn't it true? Broly remarked, gently ruffling Sheru's head. Woof woof. Sheru nodded vigorously. Indeed, the more Sheru comprehended Broly's might, the clearer it became that being his dog was an extraordinary privilege. Having such a powerful master was the epitome of a dog basking in its master's glory. It really is Sheru. Piccolo also caught wind of Broly's words. Could it be that Sheru has been trained into a dog by this number 100? Lepin expressed disbelief. This could spell trouble. The androids will be even more formidable. It all hinges on how well Vegeta and Trunks have trained. Tianjin lamented. Sheru, let's see your strength on display. Number 1 commanded Sheru. Woof woof. Sheru barked at number 17, thinking, this weakling dares to command me. Oh, it seems you're not pleased with me, are you? Number 1 chuckled lightly. Woof. Sheru nodded emphatically. Ha ha. Number 10, I teach him a lesson? Number 1 laughed as she turned to Broly. You're not his match. It's best to let it be. Broly shook his head. What did you say? Number 1 was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that number 10 would speak so candidly. The truth is, as such, I don't wish to discourage you, Broly reiterated. Ha. Number 10, you're quite amusing. You think I'm not a match for this dog? I'm the strongest number 17 in history. Number 1 felt her confidence shattered, simmering with irritation. Very well. Let us put it to the test, Broly said with a slight smile, instructing Sheru, go forth and demonstrate your strength before them. The stage is yours now. With a resounding howl, Sheru stood tall, striding confidently toward number 17, declaring, come forth, the strongest number 17 in history. Let me, Sheru, witness your might. You can talk? Number 1 scoffed on Piccolo's side. Upon witnessing Sheru and number 17 facing off, they began to whisper among themselves. What are they up to? Are they about to fight? It seems so. Number 17 appears to be at odds with Sheru. That's fine. While they battle, we can make our escape. They conspired. A triumphant grin spread across Sheru's face as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him. The vast aura swirled like a tempest across the sky, a storm of power wreaking havoc. The winds howled and surged, sweeping through the cosmos like a stampede of galloping steeds, as if the Milky Way itself were crashing down. Upon sensing Sheru's formidable energy, the expressions of Piccolo and the others grew gravely solemn, while number 17 and number 18 remained oblivious, lacking the radar to gauge Sheru's true strength. How could your energy have escalated to this degree in such a short time? Cold sweat dripped from Piccolo's brow as he trembled slightly. Humph. Sheru cast a dismissive glance at Piccolo, no longer considering him a threat. Piccolo's countenance was one of despair, He understood that the gap between him and Sheru had widened to an unfathomable extent. "How many lives did you absorb to gain such power?" Piccolo inquired solemnly. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Sheru ignored Piccolo, his gaze fixed on number 17 with a smile that, of course. "I intend to show you my true strength," number 1 replied with a sneer. "Come then, feel free to attack," Sheru beckoned. This insolent attitude irked number 1 that her eyes narrowed as she launched a rapid assault toward Sheru. Boom! In an instant, number 17's fist connected with Sheru's face. Yet, Sheru remained unflinching, allowing number 17's blow to strike him squarely. "Is this your attack, number 17? Sheru shook his head. "What?" Number 1's expression shifted in disbelief. Boom! Sheru seized number 17 by the neck, delivering a heavy punch to his head, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. Whoosh! Number 17 soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. "My apologies, it seems I may have used a bit too much force," Sheru grinned triumphantly. Number 17. The countenance of number 1 changed color, swiftly darting towards number 17. "Go fetch number 17, Broly commanded. "Understood, Master," Cell replied, not daring to delay, and promptly transformed into a streak of light. After a few flickers, Cell returned, cradling number 17 that moment. Number 17 had already lost consciousness, though thankfully there was no danger to his life. This scene caused a tremor in the hearts of those present. The individual named Cell was undeniably formidable, even capable of rendering someone as powerful as number 17 unconscious with but a few moves. Particularly, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that if Cell wished to eliminate them, it would be exceedingly simple. My apologies. Number 18, I may have a tad too forceful. Cell hastily addressed number 18 with respect, understanding the cordial rapport between her and his master, hence refraining from offending her. "What is this fellow, an enemy or a friend?" Number 1 furrowed her delicate brows, inquiring of Broly. "Without a doubt, he is a friend." It was number 17 who challenged him first. Broly chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not, he harbors no intent to harm you." Yet, number 1 spoke up suddenly. "What is it?" Broly turned to glance at number 16. "May I have a word in private?" Number 1's tone was solemn. "Very well." Broly nodded and stepped aside with number 16. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others were left in the shadows of indifference by Broly's presence. Once they reached a secluded spot with only number 16 and Broly. Number 16 silently regarded Broly. "What do you wish to convey?" Broly inquired with a smile. "You are not a true android," number 1 replied coldly. "After my awakening, I inspected the laboratory and discovered that number 19 no longer exists. Furthermore, during my last revival, I did not hear Dr. Gero mention the creation of an android, known as number 100, so you're already aware." Broly chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I initially noticed you standing with us." Devoid of malice, so I chose not to comment further. Number 1 nodded. "Then why bring it up now?" Broly questioned with a smile. For Broly, the revelation of his identity was inconsequential. He assumed the role of number 100 primarily for amusement. As the great Supreme Kai, indulging in games within this timeline was a form of enjoyment. "Is the creature named Cell truly your pet?" Number 1 inquired again. "Indeed," Broly replied with a smile. "If that is the case, it would be prudent to find a way to control him. I can sense that his power far exceeds yours, and his heart is filled with malevolence." Number 1 stated gravely. "So that is what concerns you?" Broly remarked with a slight smile. "Yes," number 1 affirmed. "Then you must indeed exercise caution in the near future. Cell will take many lives." Broly grinned. "What did you say?" Number 1 exclaimed aghast. "Cell, first take care of those 3 over there. Killing them is inconsequential." Broly called out to Cell. "Yes, Master," Cell responded promptly, casting a beaming glance towards Piccolo and the others. Instantly, the expressions of Piccolo and the 2 others turned exceptionally grim, their faces etched with wariness. "What do you intend to do?" Number 1 questioned furiously. Although they had clashed with these warriors a few times since awakening, no one had perished. Number 1 was deemed a failed creation, possessing a kind heart and an affection for nature's creatures. His classification as a failure stemmed from Dr. Gero's programming intended for him to annihilate Goku and wreak havoc upon the world. Unexpectedly, number 16 had strayed entirely from the intended programming, instead embracing his own benevolent ideology. Upon hearing Broly's command for Cell to eliminate Piccolo and the others, Number 1 felt a surge of anger. "Excellent. Master, I was awaiting your command." Cell smiled slightly, his form suddenly appearing directly in front of Lu Ping. Thereupon, Cell aimed his hand at Lu Ping's body. "Be careful, Lu Ping." Piccolo shouted loudly. Lu Ping, completely paralyzed by fear, trembled violently. "Farewell." Cell chuckled softly, a radiant energy shimmering in his hand. Boom! With a resounding thud, Cell's energy engulfed Lu Ping entirely. When the dust settled, Lu Ping had been reduced to mere fragments, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ping. Tianjin Han's eyes widened in fury, filled with rage. Piccolo, too, was trembling with indignation, utterly astonished that Cell had genuinely resorted to lethal force. "Who shall be next?" Cell inquired with a light chuckle, turning his gaze towards the depths of the forest. Within the woods, Krillin cautiously approached, clutching an object reminiscent of a remote control. This device was precisely what Bulma had recently developed. Pressing it within 10 meters of number 17 and number 18 would induce a state of slumber in both androids, allowing for their destruction. This device, a schematic of the androids discovered by Krillin and Trunks at Dr. Gero's lab, had been meticulously crafted by Bulma. That Krillin's expression was grave as he stealthily advanced toward number 18. Just as numbers 17 and 18 were together, a mere press of the remote would send them into slumber. Simultaneously, Krillin noticed the monstrous Cell and determined to eliminate him first, leaving the matter of Cell to Goku. 20 meters, 15 meters, 13 meters, 12 meters. Krillin drew ever closer to number 18. Before long, he found himself within 10 meters of her. Now, all he needed was to press the button on the remote to immobilize both number 17 and number 18. Yet, at that moment, a sudden loud noise compelled Krillin to glance towards the source. Upon doing so, his hand trembled, and his complexion paled. He beheld Lu Ping being obliterated by the creature named Cell, leaving nothing in his wake. Furious, Krillin wasted no time and pressed the button on the remote. Whoosh! Just as he pressed the button, a flash of green light appeared before him, and he was astonished to see Cell standing right in front of him. "Next up is you, bald head," Cell sneered, pointing his hand at Krillin's head. Krillin, his face drained of color, hastily raised the remote and pressed it frantically towards Cell. However, Cell remained unscathed. "What is this?" Cell thought to himself, snatching the remote from Krillin's grasp and examining it closely. "Ah, this appears to be a device to put numbers 17 and 18 into emergency stasis. How did that bald head acquire it?" Upon hearing this, number 18 turned in astonishment, her expression changing. Indeed, that device was precisely what would induce her and number 17 into a dormant state. Why was it in the hands of that bald head? Seeing number 18 glance in his direction, Krillin froze, momentarily at a loss. Isn't it supposed to immobilize the two androids within 10 meters? Why does number 18 seem unaffected? "Die, bald head," Cell sneered coldly, extending his claws forward. Puff! Cher's claws pierced through Klin's body like a razor-sharp blade. Klin let out a faint groan, his eyes filled with terror, as he sensed his consciousness waning. With a swift motion, Cheru extracted his claw, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he crushed the remote control in his hand. Next, who shall it be? Cheru surveyed his surroundings. Unforgivable! Piccolo's fury ignited, and he unleashed a powerful attack toward Cheru. With a loud crack, a seemingly infinite energy surged from his fist, yet upon striking Cheru, it felt as though it had merely hit a cotton ball. Creating no disturbance whatsoever, Cheru chuckled menacingly. Placing his hand upon Piccolo's chest, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that his assault would prove utterly futile against this monstrosity. Die, Piccolo! A flash of light erupted from Cheru's hand, piercing through Piccolo's body. Instantly, Piccolo was propelled into the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Only one more left. A slight smile appeared on Cheru's face. Tianjin Fan was utterly stunned, trembling in fear. Just as Cheru prepared to strike Tianjin Fan, a figure flickered in the distance, and suddenly, a person clad in orange appeared on the scene. Sun Wukong. Upon seeing his ally, Cheru's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Klin, Piccolo! Lepin! Wukong's heart was filled with rage and sorrow upon witnessing the fates of his comrades. Are you here to meet your demise as well, son Wukong? Cheryl laughed. With my current abilities, there is no way I could possibly be your match. Wukong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. But give me just one day, and I will shatter you into pieces. Oh, what can you accomplish in just a day? Sheru inquired with curiosity. Wukong remained silent, his gaze piercing as he turned toward Broly. Although Wukong was not physically present, he understood well that Broly was the true master behind Sheru's actions, that everything Sheru had done was a result of the machinations of this android 100. One day, I will defeat Sheru. Wukong declared solemnly that, oh, is that so? Then do your best. Broly smiled. Master, should we grant him a day? Sheru asked. Let him have it, but his attitude has displeased me. Go teach him a lesson. But leave him with a sliver of life, Broly commanded. Haha, gladly at your service. Sheru nodded. In a flash, Sheru darted toward Wukong. However, Wukong's expression darkened, and he activated instant transmission, reappearing in front of Piccolo and hoisting him over his shoulder. What speed is this? How did he cover such distance in an instant? Sheru was momentarily taken aback, hastily giving chase. With another flicker, Wukong used instant transmission to appear before Klin, pulling him to safety as well. Both of them still had a breath of life left. If they could return to the temple and consume some senza beans, they would recover. Wukong sighed in relief, then clenched his teeth. Unfortunately, Lepin has already been. As he spoke, he noticed Sheru rushing toward him once more. In a flash, Wukong reappeared beside Tianjin Fan, carrying the unconscious Klin and Piccolo with him. What the hell? What speed is this? Sheru was infuriated, nearly clawing at the walls in frustration. Every time he almost caught Wukong, he vanished in an instant. Sheru, feeling helpless, was still unaware of how to counter Wukong's technique. Tianjin Fan, we must leave, Wukong urged, preparing to use instant transmission to return to the temple. Yet, just as Wukong was about to move, an invisible force surged toward him. What? Wukong's expression changed. Boom! Caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground by the unseen energy. Klin and Piccolo were also sent flying, crashing to the earth and raising a cloud of dust. It was you. Android 1 turned to Broly, questioning him. Attempt to rescue someone from right under my nose is quite audacious. Broly replied with a slight smile, not denying the accusation. By the way, that bald man's remote control. I saw him press it, so why was I unharmed? Android 1 scrutinized Broly. What do you think? Broly responded. You secretly sabotaged the remote control. Didn't you? Android 1 asked. That you're quite astute. Broly chuckled. Android 1 was astonished, having no idea when Broly had disabled the remote. Thank you, she said hastily, realizing that without Android 100's presence, she might have been obliterated by Klin and his companions. You are my ally. I will not abandon you. Broly's eyes sparkled with intensity. Android 1 fell silent, momentarily frozen in indecision, knowing that fighting would position her against her own kind, yet not wishing to witness Sheru slaughtering innocents. Torn within, she ultimately refrained from intervening. Regardless, she was still an android, created with the sole purpose of exterminating son Wukong, a truth that could not be altered. Bang! With a cold sneer, Sheru approached, stepping onto Klin's chest. With a dull thud, Klin's torso caved in, and his head lolled to one side. He had not even the chance to emit a sound before perishing. This is your lesson, son Wukong. Sheru laughed chillingly. Klin! Wukong's heart surged with rage. This was the second time he had witnessed Klin's death before his eyes, first at the hands of Frieza, and now again. Wukong's body trembled violently, golden light radiating from him. I will never forgive you for killing my best friend, Wukong roared, unleashing all of his energy. However, he merely transformed into an ordinary Super Saiyan, without breaking through to the next level, upon sensing Wukong's energy. Sheru merely scoffed. His power far surpassed Wukong's, making the prospect of tormenting him exceedingly easy. Boom! Wukong unleashed a massive Kamehameha, engulfing Sheru entirely. Huff huff! The attack drained Wukong of nearly all his energy, leaving him gasping for breath. The next moment, Sheru's figure gradually re-emerged and scathed, With his current strength, Wukong's level of attack posed no threat whatsoever. Seeing Sheru unharmed, Wukong's expression darkened. Now it is my turn to attack, son Wukong. Sheru grinned, swiftly charging toward Wukong. Bang! With a single punch, Cell struck Goku in the abdomen. Gasping, Goku expelled a mouthful of acidic liquid, his body propelled into the air by the force of the blow. Huh. Son Goku, you may as well perish. Cell sneered, his hands already gathering energy for a powerful attack. That critical moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Kamehameha! In the next instant, a surge of formidable energy descended, hurtling towards Cell, with a resounding boom. The ground beneath Cell was obliterated, creating a bottomless crater. In this pivotal moment, Tien Shinhan intervened, acutely aware that if Goku were to perish, they would be left without anyone capable of defeating Cell. Goku, hurry and flee, Tien shouted, releasing waves of energy from his hands. Cell advanced to meet the Kamehameha, seemingly unscathed. However, the intensity of the attack momentarily restrained him, forcing his body to sink further. Tien, stop at once. Do not unleash another Kamehameha, Goku implored loudly. Goku, you must escape, Tien urged again. Gritting his teeth, Goku utilized instant transmission, appearing beside Piccolo, and swiftly transported them both to Tien's rear. Then, Goku cast a wary glance at Broly. In the next moment, he placed his hand on Tien's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures vanished. This time, Broly refrained from attacking Goku. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he had anticipated that Krillin's death might provoke Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan second grade, allowing them to engage in a playful battle. However, to Broly's dismay, Goku's anger had only marginally increased his overall strength, far from achieving full Super Saiyan power, let alone the second grade. Thus, Broly permitted Goku to depart. Intending to engage him in a proper duel once he had sufficiently trained AS for Goku's earlier disrespect, Broly had already dealt with it. This bastard, Cell finally emerged from the depths of the crater. Baring his teeth in anger, he scanned his surroundings, even extending his senses to locate Goku. But to no avail, for Goku had already concealed his energy signature, leaving Cell in a state of frustration. Master, it was my oversight. Cell quickly flew before Broly, bowing in deference. No matter, he will return, Broly replied, not laying blame on Cell. Relieved that his master bore him no ill will, Cell cast a grateful glance at Broly. Let us depart, Broly said with a slight smile, ascending into the air. Where are we headed? Number 1 inquired eagerly. Let's find a place to eat, Broly replied with a grin. Number 1 and Number 16 exchanged astonished glances. Moments later, under Broly's guidance, they proceeded northwest. Along the way, Number 17 regained consciousness, casting a fearful look at Cell. Number 1 remained silent, finally realizing that the once formidable Cell had willingly become a servant to Number 100. Why is this? Number 1 seemed to grasp something, offering a bitter smile, feeling quite foolish. What Number 17 could not fathom was how this Number 100 possessed such power, capable of taming even a monster like Cell. Who could easily eliminate him? Where did this creature named Cell originate? Number 1 whispered, he is an android created by Dr. Gero. Number 16 disclosed, detailing Cell's background to Number 17, and quietly added, he wasn't complete before. He needed to absorb both of us to attain his final form. Absorb us? How? Number 1's expression shifted, instinctively distancing himself from Cell. The reason for his inquiry was that Number 17 noticed Cell lacked any visible organs for absorption. He was not like this before. He had a tail capable of absorbing others. I do not know why he has changed. It must be the doing of Number 100, Number 16 speculated, adding, Number 100 said he would train him like a dog. And it seems he truly succeeded, that Number 100 truly an android. Number 1 questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. He fell silent, stealing a glance at Broly. 10 minutes later, under Broly's leadership, the 4 individuals and 1 creature arrived directly at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. Bulma, having gleaned a certain understanding of the 4 androids from Krillin and the others' descriptions, was instantly taken aback upon seeing them at her home. Fear not. We are not here to cause destruction. We merely seek sustenance, Broly assured Bulma with a friendly smile. However, as Broly regarded Bulma, his gaze lacked warmth. For this timeline's Bulma bore no resemblance to the one he cherished. The Bulma he admired was from his own timeline. Food. You seek food? Bulma stammered. Bring forth your finest delicacies. Should we find them unsatisfactory, well, this city may no longer have a reason to exist, Broly replied with a subtle smile, rapping lightly on a stone table. Bang! The stone table disintegrated into fragments, and with a gust of wind, a cloud of dust was raised into the air. Bulma trembled in fear, her complexion paling, as she hurriedly rushed to make arrangements. Upon witnessing Broly's display of power, the three androids, 16, 17, and 18, were left utterly astonished. While they too possessed the capability to destroy the stone table, achieving such a disintegration with calmness was beyond their means. Unless one were to unleash a significantly powerful energy wave, accompanied by a resounding blast, it would be impossible to reduce the table to such a state. They could not simply strike the table with their hands and expect it to crumble into debris. That was simply unattainable for them. Cell cast a proud glance at them, silently marveling. The master's prowess has indeed grown immensely. It is hardly surprising that you three, who cannot even defeat me, are left in shock. That moment, 17 dared not show any disrespect towards Broly. He understood all too well that provoking this formidable entity could lead to his own annihilation. Reflecting on his earlier commands directed at Broly filled him with trepidation, and he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely fearing that Broly might seek retribution. In truth, Broly had little time to concern himself with 17. In his eyes, 17 was simply not worthy of his attention. Before long, Bulma summoned the world's most exceptional chef to prepare a lavish feast for Broly and his companions. After satiating his hunger, Broly clapped his hands and gazed skyward. Cell and 18 followed his gaze. And finally, the arrival of Vegeta was imminent. Broly smiled faintly. Vegeta, Cell, and 18 exchanged glances, pondering whether Vegeta intended to challenge them. Indeed, he would arrive in less than 10 minutes, Broly confirmed with a nod. Just a mere Vegeta. He cannot possibly surpass me. 17 scoffed dismissively. That may not be the case, Broly countered, shaking his head, for his strength has significantly increased. How could he make such progress in just one day? 17 expressed skepticism. Indeed, 18 concurred, asserting that Vegeta was nothing remarkable. I can sense that Vegeta's energy is different from before, 17 remarked solemnly, recalling Goku's assertion that given a day, he could defeat Cell Point 10 minutes later. Vegeta and Trunks descended from the sky, landing at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Bulma unharmed, their anxieties were finally eased. So, you were Cell. Did you kill the bald one and that Laping? Vegeta inquired with a subtle smile, positioning himself opposite Cell. Indeed, that was I, Cell nodded. Well done. I have long found those two insufferable, and your elimination of them has spared me the effort of doing so myself. Vegeta replied with a chuckle. Father, Trunks exclaimed indignantly. However, Vegeta paid him no mind, his gaze fixated on Cell, coldly stating, Let us find a more suitable location for our battle. Cell glanced at Broly, seeking his approval. Very well. Let us proceed to a more spacious area. Broly smiled slightly, offering no objections. The group swiftly departed the Capsule Corporation headquarters, landing in a desolate mountainous region. It seems you are the leader here. I must admit, I underestimated you, Vegeta remarked to Broly. You wish to challenge me? Broly inquired with a smile. Naturally, bring your comrades. I wish for you all to witness the fruits of my training, Vegeta declared confidently. You are mistaken. You are no match for Cell, Broly replied, shaking his head, showing no intention of engaging Vegeta in combat. Broly was awaiting someone else. Not Goku, nor Vegeta, but Gohan, who had attained the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Should he manage to overpower Gohan with his suppressed energy, Broly's strength would undergo a tremendous enhancement, transforming him into the legendary Super Saiyan Dark Red, affording him greater capability to contend with Beerus. As for Vegeta and Goku, through this period of training, Broly had already surpassed them, even with his energy restrained. Moreover, prior to arriving in this timeline, Broly's overall strength was merely at the level of a complete Cell. But after this series of battles, he had already eclipsed that level and was nearing the second stage of Super Saiyan. What did you say? You claim I am no match for Cell. How amusing. Vegeta chuckled coldly, pointing to himself with a thumb, as if to say, watch me demonstrate my might. Enough with the idle chatter, Broly interjected, gesturing to Cell with his eyes. Cell understood and transformed into a green flame, appearing almost instantaneously before Vegeta. With a resounding thud, Cell's fist connected with Vegeta's abdomen. A cry escaped Vegeta as he spat out a mouthful of bile, his body jolting violently. Yet almost immediately he wore a disdainful smile and regarded Cell with bemusement, saying, "Is this your attack? How disappointing." "What?" Cell was taken aback, having expected his punch to severely injure Vegeta, only to find him seemingly unaffected. The other androids, including 16, stared in disbelief, astonished that Vegeta had withstood a direct hit from Cell without sustaining significant injury. Signaling a considerable enhancement in his strength. 17 even found himself pondering the extent of damage he would have endured had Cell's punch landed on him. No, this Vegeta is entirely different from before. 17 remarked gravely that it is peculiar. He was not like this yesterday. 17 shook his head, acknowledging that he could have easily dealt with him before. His energy has surged beyond measure, 17 observed with a heavy expression. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a brilliant golden light erupted from Vegeta. The golden flame spread through the air, illuminating the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, one could see a profound golden glow enveloping Vegeta, far deeper than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. While his energy continued to rise, the vast energy resembled a great dragon coiling through the sky, stifling the breath of those present. Nevertheless, Vegeta's aura persisted in its relentless ascent, reaching unfathomable heights. The golden light faded. It revealed Vegeta as confident grin. Meanwhile, Trunks stood behind him, his expression inscrutable, betraying no sign of emotion. "So, Cell, shall we commence?" Vegeta asked with a slight smile, his confidence radiating even more. "I am more than willing." Cell replied with a subtle shake of his head, finding Vegeta's arrogance amusing. "Humph, Cell. Androids, you will come to regret this." Vegeta scoffed coldly, transforming into a streak of golden light, directly confronting Cell. With a punch, Vegeta struck Cell's abdomen. And to everyone's astonishment, his fist sunk deeply into Cell's body, leaving Cell momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Cell was sent hurtling backward. The Vegeta's speed was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the retreating Cell, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Cell's body collided intimately with the earth, leaving behind a deep, bottomless crater. Vegeta crossed his arms, a confident smirk gracing his face. This incarnation of Vegeta was truly terrifying. The countenance of Number One shifted slightly. Without uttering a word, Number One pondered for a moment before approaching Broly, whispering, "Is Cell truly unharmed?" Rest assured, Cell has yet to reveal his true capabilities. Broly reassured with a smile that that's so. Number One expressed doubt. Moreover, even if Cell were to be defeated by Vegeta, there is still me. Broly chuckled. Indeed. Number One lightly tapped his forehead, realizing that if Broly had managed to tame Cell, it meant he was even more formidable. A full minute passed before Cell slowly crawled out of the crater. "Oh, you're still alive. You haven't let me down after all," Vegeta remarked, standing before Cell. "Ooh," in his insect-like form, appeared rather diminutive. "Don't celebrate too soon," Cell retorted with a cold snort. "Am I celebrating too soon?" Vegeta replied with a slight smile, delivering another kick that landed squarely on Cell's head. Bang! Cell was sent hurtling backward, his body skidding across the ground and carving a trench in the earth. Cell regained his footing and focused his gaze. He was astonished to find Vegeta had vanished. In the next moment, through his sense of energy, Cell detected that Vegeta had inexplicably appeared behind him. "Hey!" Vegeta shouted, unleashing a fist brimming with energy that struck Cell's head with tremendous force. Instantly, Cell stumbled and fell to the ground, his expression betraying a hint of despondency. By the way, let me share something alarming with you," Vegeta said with a grin. "The one standing behind me, Trunks, may not be as strong as I am, but he's quite formidable as well." Cell glanced at Trunks, who remained expressionless. Chapter 96. Do Saiyans possess such transformations? Number one's face paled in fear. All right, Cell, it's time to get serious, Broly said with a smile. Suddenly addressing Cell. Yes, Master. Cell responded immediately, springing upright from the ground like a coiled spring. What? This guy is unharmed. His nonchalant demeanor is truly infuriating. Vegeta scoffed upon noticing Cell's seemingly fine condition. Meanwhile, Trunks, standing behind Vegeta, subtly furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming energy erupted from Cell, sweeping through the area like a volcanic explosion, making it difficult to breathe. Upon sensing Cell's formidable aura, Vegeta's expression shifted, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. In the next moment, under the gaze of the onlookers, Cell stood upright, now enveloped in a radiant aura reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Although Cell's overall appearance remained similar to his original form, his tail could no longer expand or absorb energy. The Dragon of Namek had significantly amplified Cell's latent power, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from his complete form. What is this? Vegeta stammered, taken aback. How about it? Vegeta, I haven't even unleashed my full power yet, Cell said with a smirk, his expression reflecting a hint of arrogance. That matters not. You remain no match for me, Vegeta retorted defiantly, with a sinister grin. Cell suddenly launched a kick. Bang! The strike landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen. Boom! Vegeta's face contorted in pain, and he was sent flying, colliding with a nearby hill. Instantly, the hill crumbled to dust, debris soaring in every direction. Damn it! Vegeta leaped to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a sight that made him appear quite battered. Haha! Cell chuckled in triumph, his form suddenly becoming ethereal. Not good! Vegeta shouted in alarm. But in the next instant, Cell had vanished. When he reappeared, Cell was already behind Vegeta, his speed astonishing all but Broly. This is terrifying. Cell's speed is utterly otherworldly, Number 17 remarked, sweat beading on his brow, his eyes wide with shock. Number 16, too, stared in disbelief at Cell, awed by the monstrous power before them. Number 1, perhaps frightened, edged closer to Broly, leaning her soft form against him, seeking a sense of safety. Not good! That guy! Vegeta cried out, launching a fierce kick at Cell's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Vegeta's kick struck the back of Cell's head. Yet Cell remained unfazed, smiling serenely at Vegeta. Cell then rubbed his nose and said with a grin, "Ah, is this the mighty Super Vegeta? You don't seem so impressive after all." That Vegeta's pupils constricted, realizing that his powerful kick, aimed squarely at Cell's rear, had not even fazed him, leaving him feeling as though he had plummeted from grace. "Now it's my turn," Cell said with a gentle smile, placing his hand on Vegeta's chest. That Vegeta's expression shifted to one of horror, cold sweat breaking out. "Father, be careful," Trunks shouted urgently. Boom! Just as Trunks' warning fell from his lips, Cell's golden energy pierced through Vegeta's body. Vegeta was propelled into the air before crashing to the ground, completely unconscious. "Father, you despicable fiend!" Trunks seethed, charging at Cell with fury. Bang! Trunks' ferocious punch struck Cell's back like an earthquake. Cell merely cast a disdainful glance over his shoulder before walking away as if nothing had happened. "Father!" Upon experiencing a moment of surprise, Trunks refrained from attacking Cell. Instead, he swiftly rushed to Vegeta's side. "Do not worry, he will not perish. He can survive for at least another half hour," Broly remarked with a smile, addressing Trunks. Trunks hesitated, casting a bewildered glance at Broly. "Unleash your true abilities, Trunks," Broly encouraged with a light chuckle. "You already know," Trunks furrowed his brow. "It is evident from your confident gaze that you believe you have surpassed your father, Vegeta. Alas, it is... Never mind. Revealing this now might dampen your spirits. Better for you to discover it on your own," Broly said with a playful grin, stating the truth. "How do you know all this?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I am a deity. I possess omniscience," Broly replied with a smile. Trunks fell silent. The concept of a deity was rather nebulous to him. In fact, he had no clear understanding of what a god was, as in his time, the Earth's guardian had long ceased to exist, and to his knowledge, the guardian was merely another incarnation of Piccolo. Upon arriving in this era, Trunks had even less comprehension of divinity. Now, with Broly declaring himself a god, Trunks felt inclined to laugh. I end this vast universe. What does divinity matter? You are merely boasting. Number one shot Broly a disapproving glance. Broly chuckled, seemingly uninterested in providing an explanation. Very well. I shall demonstrate my true power for you to witness, Trunks declared, a layer of golden light shimmering around him. In the next instant, Trunks's aura began to swell. The overwhelming energy filled the boundless sky, creating a suffocating atmosphere. With a crack, Trunks's limbs and physique became more muscular, his body appearing considerably bulkier. What a terrifying individual. His energy is overwhelming, number one observed. Wide-eyed and visibly unsettled, this transformation unique to Saiyans. Number one broke into a cold sweat. How foolish. I have been narrow-minded, number one scoffed, shaking his head vigorously. This truly your ultimate power, Trunks? Cell regarded Trunks with a placid expression. Indeed, Trunks nodded gently, his demeanor serious. Such formidable energy has indeed surpassed my own. Cell smiled. However, in a straightforward contest, you are no match for me, though. Is that so? Trunks, naturally skeptical, ceased his chatter and charged towards Cell. Bang, 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 Trunks unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks upon Cell. Yet, Cell merely evaded, showing no intent to retaliate. A minute later, Trunks, panting heavily, glared at Cell, utterly exhausted. Damn it, why can I not land hit on him? Trunks's forehead throbbed with veins. Foolish child. While muscle expansion may significantly enhance your energy, it equally diminishes speed. Ultimately, even the most tremendous energy is futile if it cannot strike your opponent. Cell chided that as he spoke. He too expanded slightly, his limbs brimming with muscular definition. Such a mundane transformation. Cell, can achieve it as well. Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment, his expression further aghast. Swoosh, Trunks reverted to his original form, disheartened, and uttered, "You may as well kill me." I concede. Kill you? Cell hesitated, glancing toward Broly for guidance. If given time, how much more could you enhance your energy? Broly suddenly inquired that. I am uncertain, Trunks replied, momentarily taken aback before looking to Broly for clarification. How about this? I shall grant you 10 days. Take Vegeta and train diligently. Once you are prepared, return to challenge us, Broly proposed with a smile. What do you mean? Trunks asked, perplexed that I have devised a plan. I intend to host a martial arts tournament, temporarily named the Broly Games. Broly responded with a subtle smile. That time. Your side and ours will engage in combat upon the arena. What say you? Trunks remained silent, his understanding of a martial arts tournament lacking. Broly turned to Cell, silently urging him to elaborate. Several years ago, there existed a tournament known as the World Martial Arts Tournament, which gathered the world's elite fighters. Thus, my master's intention is to revive this event, Cell explained, grasping Broly's meaning, as he had contemplated the same. Trunks remained mute. Cell is correct. This Broly Games tournament will be open to all humanity, and the specific location will be communicated through television at the appropriate time. Broly added with a beaming smile. What did you just say? Trunks' expression shifted. Moreover, should you lose the competition, I will take all of humanity as the prize for your defeat, Broly stated with a gentle smile directed at Trunks. Ew. What did you say? Trunks' countenance darkened. Now, while Vegeta still breathes, hurry and take it back to train. Broly waved his hand dismissively. Trunks ascended, cradling Vegeta, but shortly thereafter he descended, gazing intently at Broly, summoning his courage to inquire. What is your true intention? Do you seek to dominate the entire universe? You are mistaken. I harbor no interest in ruling the cosmos, and my sole pursuit is the quest for greater strength, Broly replied with a slight smile. The pursuit of greater strength? Trunks questioned, perplexed. Indeed, I too am a Saiyan. You must understand that Saiyans are a warrior race, Broly chuckled. However, even in the pursuit of greater strength, it does not necessitate the extermination of all humanity. Trunks implored me. Humans are but insignificant insects. Do you empathize with insects when you crush them? Broly countered. Trunks was rendered speechless. Indeed, one does not feel sympathy when exterminating insects. No, I've been ensnared by this, number one. Trunks vigorously shook his head, gritted his teeth, and departed with Vegeta in his arms. After Trunks left, Android 18 gazed at Broly with a hint of surprise. You can't be serious, Android 18 inquired. In what regard are you referring to? Broly countered. Killing all of humanity, she replied. They're the embodiment of justice. If they're not provoked, will they truly train earnestly? Broly chuckled lightly, though his eyes bore a more indifferent gleam. However, should they genuinely be defeated by us, I shall fulfill my promise to eradicate all humanity. Haha, Master, your decision is indeed wise, Cell readily concurred. Whatever the case, the fate of humanity is of no concern to us, Android 18 remarked in a low voice. Android 18 fell silent, her expression betraying neither opposition nor approval. As for Android 16, he looked up at the sky, lost in thought. In the temple, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling violently. What is it, Piccolo? Have Vegeta and Trunks failed? Tien Shinhan asked. Previously, Piccolo had nearly perished, but Goku had teleported him and Tien to the temple, providing them with senza beans. After Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan had entered together to train. It seems I, too, must venture into the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Piccolo stated solemnly. What exactly transpired? Tien inquired. That Cell and Android 17 are clearly toying with us. Piccolo clenched his fists, his body shaking with rage. Approximately 10 minutes later, Trunks arrived at the temple, carrying Vegeta and administering a senza bean to him. Upon regaining consciousness, Trunks informed his father of the martial arts tournament organized by Broly. If Broly has granted me time to train, I shall undoubtedly defeat him, Vegeta scoffed. However, after uttering this, a frown creased his brow as he hastily asked, Trunks, what did you just say? Broly's tournament. Yes, father, he mentioned hosting a martial arts tournament called the Broly Games. Though I'm uncertain what Broly signifies, Trunks replied. Perhaps this Broly is the name he was known by before his transformation. What Broly? Vegeta seemed to recall something, his pupils dilating as his complexion turned pale. There's something particularly noteworthy about this Broly? Piccolo asked, slightly taken aback. I believe I've heard that name before. Long ago, Vegeta remarked, his memory of Broly hazy as cold sweat trickled down his face. That I hope it isn't him. If it is. He scoffed, we're all doomed. Who exactly is this Broly? Piccolo pressed, his eyes wide with concern. Broly appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan, possessing a battle power of 10,000 at birth. He's a super warrior who emerges once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans. Vegeta explained, his expression darkening. If it truly is him, I advise you all to surrender and accept your fate. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Trunks was rendered speechless. Him. His father was the prince of the Saiyans, proud and unyielding, never having bowed to anyone. Yet today, merely mentioning Broly's name had instilled such fear in him. The so-called legendary Super Saiyan doesn't seem all that formidable. Wasn't he transformed into an artificial human? Piccolo queried, momentarily bewildered. I can't say for certain, but I heard my father mention this Broly when I was very young. But the details are unclear. He only stated that he had killed Broly, and as for how he was revived and transformed into Android 17, I am not privy to that information, Vegeta replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed in concern. Piccolo, Trunks, and the others fell silent, realizing the gravity of their next adversary. Time passed, and Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Sneering, how long has Kakarot been in there? He surely won't emerge on time. That there's no need for haste. There's still 10 days until the Broly Games. Once Goku and Gohan return, I will enter for a day. Piccolo stated. What use is that? Vegeta scoffed. Fine, do as you wish, but the following days will be mine. I regret to inform you that within the hyperbolic time chamber, one can only remain for 2 days. Piccolo chuckled lightly. What did you say? Vegeta retorted indignantly. What happens if one exceeds 2 days? The door will close forever, and you shall never escape, Mr. Popo explained from the side. Tisich, one day it is, Vegeta huffed. Then, if that individual truly is the legendary Super Saiyan, will we still need to fight? Tien cautiously inquired. You all should pray fervently that he is not the legendary Super Saiyan. If he is, I solemnly inform you that the end of the earth is nigh, Vegeta declared, shaking his head. The group fell silent once more. I could see that moment. Goku and Gohan emerged from the chamber, both in a Super Saiyan state. Their clothes tattered, clearly having endured rigorous training. Is that Gohan? Am I not mistaken? Piccolo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Gohan's Super Saiyan form. Cell's energy still lingers. He is alive. What is the meaning of this? Goku pondered aloud. Immediately, Trunks recounted the details of the Broly Games to Goku and Gohan. The Broly Games martial arts tournament sounds intriguing. Goku remarked with a smile, turning to him, Popo, is my outfit still here? Indeed, Mr. Popo quickly retrieved Goku's attire. Uncle Piccolo, I would like an outfit like yours, Gohan stated to Piccolo. Certainly, Piccolo replied with a smile, placing his hand above Gohan's head. Smack! In the next instant, Gohan was adorned in a brand new outfit identical to Piccolo's. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan beamed. Mr. Goku, how has your training been? Do you feel confident in defeating Cell? Trunks inquired. Foolishness. Our current opponent is not Cell, but the potential legendary Super Saiyan Broly, Vegeta corrected. What is this legendary Super Saiyan? Goku asked curiously as he donned his clothing. It is said that one emerges once every 1,000 years, an unbeatable super warrior. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. That's so. I believe that with diligent training, we can surely defeat even the most formidable opponents. Goku smiled, his face radiating confidence. You know nothing, Kakarot. You have no idea how terrifying the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta spoke in a low voice. Regardless of the circumstances, I must admit that I had somewhat overlooked that number 100. I shall go take a look now. As Goku spoke, he immediately executed instant transmission, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, under Broly's arrangement, Cell had nearly completed the setup of the arena. 10 days. Number 10. What shall we do in these 10 days? Are we merely going to wait here? Number 1 inquired. I can take you out for a coffee. Broly replied with a faint smile. That sounds delightful. It is certainly preferable to idly waiting here. Number 1 nodded, readily agreeing. Very well. You are free to move about. We shall reconvene in 10 days. Broly instructed number 17, number 16, and Cell. Having said this, Broly was about to take number 18 for coffee when, suddenly, a flash of light appeared to the left, revealing a figure with golden hair. It was Son Goku. Goku gazed intently at Broly, and after a brief silence, he finally spoke. I heard from Vegeta that you're the legendary Super Saiyan. Is that correct? Goku asked. Broly merely smiled gently, offering no response to the question. Son Goku, this arena is to determine the outcome of Broly's games 10 days hence. What do you think of it? Cell smiled slightly, looking at Goku. Given that this is a tournament that will decide the fate of the world. This arena seems rather small. Goku shook his head slightly, and Cell remained silent. No. I shall call you Broly. I will definitely participate in the competition 10 days from now. Can you promise me not to kill anyone during these 10 days? Goku asked. Let us depart. Number 18. Broly ignored the inquiry and took number 18 toward the direction of the town. Goku stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. The sensation of being disregarded left Goku feeling somewhat exasperated. In the next moment, he could only return to the temple in defeat, letting out a soft sigh. So, Goku, do you feel confident about your victory? Tianjin Han asked with concern. To be honest, I fear I am weaker than not only Broly, but also. That Cell. Goku's expression turned serious. And as for that number 100, which is Broly, I suspect that since Cell listens to him, he must be even stronger than Cell. Indeed, the adversaries we face this time are no ordinary foes. Piccolo nodded, noting that there was still time. Goku, you and Gohan should go in and train, followed by me. Then Vegeta, and lastly Tianjin Han. I shall refrain from entering. Tianjin Han shook his head, stating frankly that no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve significant improvement. Gohan and I will stay outside to train. Goku smiled slightly. Why not go in? Piccolo asked, a bit puzzled. We have 10 days, plenty of time. Training further would yield no enhancement. Never mind, I shan't say more, as you still have room for growth. Goku chuckled, his demeanor exuding a hint of confidence. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that you have surpassed me? Vegeta suddenly realized, asking in a low tone. Yes, I have surpassed you, by a considerable margin, Goku confirmed with a nod. Vegeta's expression changed. Come on, Gohan. Let us return. Goku paid no further heed to Vegeta and led Gohan down from the heavens. As they passed by Kurin's tower, Goku brought Gohan inside. Kurin, Yajirobe, it has been a while. Goku waved. Goku, I must remind you, I will not participate in the tournament. Yajirobe exclaimed urgently. Rest assured, Yajirobe, I never suggested you should compete. Goku replied with a smile. Goku, your calm confidence suggests you must have grasped something profound in the room of spirit and time. Kurin inquired with a grin. Indeed, Goku scratched his head, a battle fanatic. Yajirobe sighed from the side. Over the years, Yajirobe had nearly become Kurin's apprentice, residing in the tower. Kurin, can you discern Broly's strength from here? Goku asked. Are you referring to number 100? I have heard he was modified by the Saiyans. Kurin responded, I can generally see through the other androids, but for him, I cannot fathom why I am unable to perceive anything though. Is that so? Goku was taken aback. I too am perplexed. Whenever my divine sense touches his body, it is shrouded by an invisible energy, rendering me incapable of penetrating even a fraction of it. Kurin shook his head. Goku was astonished. Even Kurin cannot see through Broly, which left Goku's mind racing. Very well, in that case, Kurin, you should have some insights on Cell, right? Goku asked again. There are no issues with Cell. I can roughly estimate his strength. Kurin nodded. Then, Kurin, please assess my training results and see how I compare to Cell. Goku suggested. Certainly, Kurin readily agreed. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Goku, waves of overwhelming energy threatening to shatter the tower's peak. The entire Kurin tower trembled perilously, nearly on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Kurin and Yajirobe were nearly blown off their feet by Goku's immense energy. Clinging to the pillars for dear life, only Gohan stood calmly, showing no signs of surprise. Stop! Cease at once! The tower is going to collapse! Kurin shouted. Goku reined in his energy. Phew! Kurin and Yajirobe dropped to the ground, panting heavily, cold sweat soaking their backs. So Kurin, I merely released half of my energy. How do I compare to Cell? Goku inquired. What a terrifying individual, and that was just half of your energy, Kurin exclaimed in shock. Just how strong do you wish to become? However, comparatively, I believe Cell might have a slight advantage. As I suspected. Goku nodded, then waved goodbye to Kurin, apologizing for the disturbance. Having said that, Goku and Gohan disappeared through instant transmission. Above the temple, upon sensing Goku's formidable energy, the expressions of Vegeta and the others shifted. Piccolo, aren't you supposed to be training? Hurry inside. Stop dawdling, Vegeta bellowed loudly. However, what Vegeta remained oblivious to was that Goku had merely unleashed half of his energy, which had already far surpassed his current capabilities. Broly, who was savoring his coffee, evidently sensed Goku's presence as well. Yet, all of this was within Broly's expectations. His true desire was to contest with Gohan, who could transform into a Super Saiyan second grade. In the original narrative, Gohan's transformation was triggered when Android 16 was brutally crushed by Cell, awakening the dormant super cells within him. In the present. However, 16 was on Broly's side. He pondered who would serve as a suitable scapegoat. A wicked grin crept across his lips. I find myself increasingly unable to read you, Number 1 elegantly remarked, cradling her coffee cup while gazing at Broly. Did I not mention that I am a god? Broly chuckled lightly, yet again with such tedious jesting. Number 1's icy gaze flicked toward Broly, her tone laced with detachment. I am still a goddess. After all, indeed, in this world, you are the girl I favor, Broly stated earnestly. Upon hearing Broly's forthright declaration of affection, Android 18, the embodiment of an icy beauty, felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks. Unable to maintain eye contact with Broly, her heart inexplicably racing. Was it possible that she had truly developed feelings for this number 100? But wait, had he not claimed to have no interest in women outside of the Saiyan race? You are nothing but a liar. You stated you had no affection for women outside your race, that we are not of the same lineage. Number 1 retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. Only you are an exception, Broly replied. Number 1's complexion flushed once more. After a brief silence, 18 lifted her gaze to meet Broly's. Enough with the jokes. How old are you? You appear to be around 13, yet you claim to have feelings for me. Number 1 scoffed. though her heart raced even faster. Broly smiled slightly, offering no explanation. In truth, he was not jesting. His selection of this timeline was motivated by a desire to encounter the goddess of the Dragon Ball universe. Android 18. Among all the characters within the Dragon Ball realm, Broly's favorite and most admired was indeed 18. Regrettably, in the original tale, she was taken by the bald-headed Krillin, a situation reminiscent of a beautiful flower being wasted upon a pile of dung. However, the circumstances were different now. Broly possessed formidable strength, and even bringing 18 to his timeline posed no challenge whatsoever. Goodness, this girl is quite striking. Would you care to join me for a drink? Just then, a voice interrupted,